Laura Swai is editor of Financial Express Digital, Roshan Pavaya. Roshan, this is a milestone for Nirmala Sitharaman herself, 9 consecutive budget.
Yes, she's setting records of all sorts, isn't she, Flora? I mean, nine consecutive years of reading out the budget, and every year she has something for someone.
Yes, so, absolutely.
Let's see, but this time she's woken us up on a Sunday morning for the budget.
Which is a first, I think.
There was one finance minister who did that many years ago. That was Yashwant Sinha, when he was also in the BJP government. I think Sunday mornings are a good day to present the budget because getting to work was easy on a Sunday morning. So let's see what she has in store for us in this budget. There are a lot of expectations that the country is expecting from her. So let's see.
Before we dive into the pre-budget expectations that's been dominating headlines for the last 1 week or so, Express viewers, I am Flora Swai and with me Roshan Pavaya. You are watching us on the Indian Express and on the Financial Express. For all the live updates, you can also visit indianexpress.com and financialexpress.com. This is our Budget Day Marathon, where we track every announcement, we decode every number for you, and most importantly, we ask all the questions that matter. So stay tuned. Roshan, first off, what are the key sectors that you see could be in focus?
See, before we get into the sectors, I just wanted to make one note. The budget has become almost a non-entity now because it's become a profit and loss statement, more or less.
Okay.
Because things like taxation, the Income Tax Act was notified last year, so all the changes in the tax slabs, all of that happened in September. The new labor code has come in, so changes to your wage structure has also been taken out of the budget. And GST reforms just happened where they changed the slabs to 5%, 18% and 40%.
Yes.
That also was out of the budget. So I don't expect much change in direct taxes or even indirect taxes within the budget. Now coming to the sectors, I think agriculture will definitely get a push this year. Infrastructure, because India is on its way to becoming Viksit Bharat by 2047, so we need a lot more manufacturing facilities set up. For that we need the roads, highways, railway connections. So all of that will be in focus in this budget. So I'm expecting higher allocation for railways, for roads, highways. So I think that is going to be the push for infrastructure. Agriculture are the main areas where there will be a push.
Absolutely. Apart from that, this year, there are 5 poll-bound states.
Absolutely. So as we've seen, I mean, it's a trend. If you've seen how this budget announcements have been going on in the last few years, every year we have a couple of states going in for elections. Last year it was Bihar and Andhra. This year we have 5 states going in for elections. That 4 states and Union Territory actually. So we have Assam, West Bengal, Tamil Nadu, Kerala and Pondicherry. And keeping a little bit of a political bent of mind, I can say that West Bengal is going to get some aggressive SOPs. And this is my expectation. I mean, this is not, I haven't seen what Sitharaman has got in her little Bahikata, but I'm sure West Bengal is getting, Tamil Nadu is getting. Assam is already an NDA government ruled state, so they'll also get some. And then there's Kerala and Pondicherry. So let's see.
So the majority of the states are not NDA driven except for Assam.
Yeah, that's true.
So let's wait and watch what are the states, the poll-bound states getting. But circling back to what you spoke about the income tax rebates, are you telling me that there is nothing for the common man this time?
See, there are some expectations, and expectations, if they become reality, is good for us.
The 24 lakh exemption?
Yes, but I don't think she would make such a huge change in such a short span of time. Because we haven't yet even seen the new regime play out to its full extent. Although, yes, a lot of people, I think more than 70% have now moved to the new regime. So there'll be a push to get that coverage to at least 90%, I'm sure, of taxpayers. That said, there's an expectation that the standard deduction, which is right now 75,000, will be raised to 1 lakh. There'll be some relief for home loan. They'll probably raise the cap on that as well. Where there's tax exemption, just so that there's a little more spending money because they want to drive demand, they want to drive some more consumerism within India. And that if you've seen the last few reforms that they've made with an income tax, it has been to drive spending in India.
Definitely. So the Prime Minister has been talking about his reform express. That entire Modi 3.0 is banking heavily on reform, perform and transform.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that Finance Minister Sitharaman is looking at, because this is her 9th,
Yeah.
and this is the Modi government's 13th budget, they are looking at not only credibility but also continuity and course correction.
Yeah.
How do you see this in the bigger picture of things? Because you mentioned that, now it's just an account balance kind of a statement.
Yeah. So the government actually, if you look at the way they've been functioning, they function through the year. So it's not just announcements made in the budget and then it plays out through the year. They've been having announcements come in for whether it's for the capital markets, whether it's for income tax or labor, all through the year, right? So even in this budget, she will probably point the government, she'll give some direction in which the government is thinking, but it will play out during the year. Right? So whether it is further reforms to tax, all of that will probably play out only when they have the GST Council meeting later. There might be some tweaking to the customs duty, given the fact that in the last few months we've seen the threat of tariffs from the US, and there is a balance that's required for exporters who are now facing higher tariffs from India.
Right.
So she might tweak a few slabs over there on a reciprocal basis. That said, the government is also signing a lot of FTAs now. We just had the EU FTA being signed.
The mother of all deals.
Yes, exactly. So there's EU FTA, then there's with Southeast Asia, with Japan.
We did with UK also.
Yes. So if we manage to sign a significant number of FTAs with various countries, then the dependence on the dollar goes down. And I think that is something that we should look forward to if the government's probably going to give a push in that direction also.
Of course, but at the same time, there's a lot of talk about this Part B. In the average 80-minute speech of Sitharaman, the 35 minutes is always for the Part B.
Yes.
And this time, apparently, there is a lot of speculation that, it is going to chart this illustrious roadmap for Viksit Bharat 2047. Your thoughts?
Like I mentioned, they might raise the standard deduction slab. There's also some talk about couples being able to jointly file income tax, allowing them to combine the incomes and file tax. But I'm not really sure that would be easy to implement. So whether they would bring that in. But all of this is just expectations as of now. On capital gains, there might be some rationalization, given the fact that so many people have invested in the capital markets and the equity markets in the last couple of years, and we've seen it on a rise, right? So there might be some rationalization over there. They might raise the limits a little bit in capital gains.
All right. Roshan, I cannot let you go without talking about the markets this morning, because the markets are open on a Sunday.
Yes.
So if you can give me a brief overview before we launch into the 11 a.m. speech.
Right. So the stock markets have been a little volatile today. They started in the negative, they went down, and then it came back. But it's still trading fairly flat. I'm not sure of the exact thing right now. You will probably see it on your screens. And the commodity markets, especially gold, that hit the lower circuit break this morning.
Gold and silver?
Yes.
So, and it's been going on for the past couple of days.
They have been on a rally for the last few months.
Yes.
And both gold and silver have hit fresh all-time highs. So my take is that it's some profit booking that's going on, and this rally is going to continue. So.
Of course, our budget is also a spectacle for geopolitics, because we cannot keep geopolitics and geoeconomics away.
Yes.
And I know that we have signed 8 FTAs so far this year in 2025. But how do you think that the US government is now seeing this? Because that is still one FTA that we have been looking forward to. There's a lot of back and forth. It is throwing geopolitics all over the chessboard.
Yes. See, I think the US is a very tough negotiator, and they have been calling the shots globally with various countries, and with this threat of tariffs that President Trump has been doling out to so many countries. I think it's going to be a tough negotiation, but India too is now a force to reckon with. We are the fourth largest economy in the world, on our way to becoming the third largest. So it is a force that even our CEA pointed out, India should become indispensable to the rest of the world. That's the word he used. We should aim to become indispensable to the rest of the world. We are in certain sectors. If you look at IT services, all of that, you cannot do without Indian manpower. Right? So, but he wants to now extend that across the board and make India indispensable to the rest of the world. So I think that focus that was there in the economic survey, what he mentioned, I think Sitharaman would probably play on those lines as well in the budget.
Absolutely. Because you brought up the economic survey, can you give us a few key takeaways?
Right. So growth this year is projected to be at 7.4%, which is pretty optimistic. So
this is for financial year 26.
Yes. Yeah. And going forward for 26-27, it would be 6.8 to 7.2, slightly moderate.
Yeah.
The good part is inflation was low. Food prices also have come down in the last few months, which led to inflation being lower at 1.7% on average. But it's expected to normalize at around 4% going forward. So if you have 4% inflation, I think that's something that's very manageable, even with current income levels, all of that. I think the budget would probably help in that direction by putting more money in the consumer's hands.
Right. And Roshan, what about the fiscal consolidations?
Oh, well, when it comes to fiscal consolidation, I don't know. I mean, we'll have to wait for Sitharaman to see what all she's going to announce. But I think that's something we should get to after the budget speech. So we'll have some numbers to throw in that direction.
Definitely. I also want to talk about last year's budget, the highlights where, they gave us the tax rebate, then there was a GST deduction, we had agriculture schemes revamp, we also had private entities enter nuclear plants. If you had to chart three things that you see happening right away, what would those be?
See, I think the agriculture reforms will happen right away. This year, one thing new we have is the atomic sector. I mean, the private players will be able to get into atomic energy.
Yes.
And that was introduced in the Shanti bill that was introduced recently in the parliament.
Yeah.
So I think that will be in focus. There might be some allocations for getting into the energy sector for private players for atomic energy. So that's something that will happen. Then another sector I think that's expecting something from the budget is the auto sector. They expect some kind of rationalization to happen with EVs. There is a 5% GST on EVs, but they want that 5% GST to be across all EV components as well, to be applied across all EV components, because a lot of these components for EVs, batteries, battery management systems, all of these things are imported.
Yeah.
And so there'll be some customs duty rationalization as well as standard 5% GST across, so that there will be a level playing field between EVs and internal combustion engines.
Are we expecting something for the FDIs?
For foreign investors, I mean, they have been net sellers, so I'm hoping there will be some more incentive to invest in India. That said, I think many of the ratings agencies have improved or have given India a higher rating now. I think we are on BBB in most things, on Standard & Poor's and everybody else. So, I mean, that's something that the ratings agencies will do on their own if the environment is conducive in India. Right.
Do you see any indexation benefits for mutual funds?
That's something that's something I've not been following very closely, but there will be some benefits for the capital markets, and which include mutual funds. I think there will be some rationalization in tax over there. Also, the fact that there have been so many IPOs in the last 1 year, there might be something to rationalize this whole IPO frenzy as well. So let's see what she has in store.
Of course, it's all fingers across now. All eyes will be on the finance minister. But before that, we'll keep the conversation going on with Roshan, and we have a panel of experts. Express viewers, this is the Budget Day Marathon for you, where we shall track every announcement, decode every number, and bring you all the updates live on the Indian Express and the Financial Express YouTube channels, and on indianexpress.com and Financial Express express.com. Do not go anywhere. And Nirmala Sitharaman has already reached the parliament, and let's talk to a few of our experts. But before we go there, Roshan, I also want to know how much of an effect Trump tariffs do you think, because he's a vengeful guy also, do you think that if we tweak our budget a little bit like that, it's going to provoke him on one level?
See, I don't know. With President Trump, one cannot tell. He wakes up every morning and then targets a different country. One day it was Venezuela, one day it was Greenland, and
then it's Cuba.
Cuba.
Iran is always there.
Iran is always there, right? And now, as of yesterday, he's now offering Venezuelan oil to India again.
Yeah.
So because he doesn't want us buying oil from Russia.
Yeah.
So he's aware that India is friends with almost every country on the planet. And we have a lot of deals running with.
We are sitting pretty.
Yes, whether it's with Russia, whether it's with Israel, we have a lot of trade that happens between these countries.
Yeah.
But he wants more U.S. trade to happen, and of course he wants tariffs to be rationalized. So I'm sure he's going to probably react if there is something very drastic in this budget. Yes, he might.
Because they did not take the India-EU deal well.
Yes. Exactly.
They lashed out, including Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick and Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Trump did not come out with very hard statements, but these two guys actually lashed out. While talking about the market, as we can see, the Sensex and the Nifty are on an uptick.
Right. Okay, so they're barely flat actually. It's hardly 0.18%.
So how does it work? If I can ask you a silly common man's question, when we say that there is an uptick in the market or a downtick in the market based on budget, but then those things have not come into effect. It's just mere speculation, right?
Yeah. So right now, people are punting or they're just taking calls on the market. There are expectations from certain sectors. So then, if you think that agriculture is probably going to pick up, you start buying agricultural stocks right now, and the stocks rise. And if there's a higher percentage of agricultural company stocks in a certain index, that index will rise. So that's how it works. If they think there's going to be something that will hurt the banking sector, there'll be a sell-off in banking stocks. So that's why you see the market move up and down, and which is why the market is an indication of whether the budget sentiment is good or bad.
Okay. And talking of sectors, the MSME sector especially, how do you see the budget taking the MSME sector into account?
See, Indian MSMEs, I think, make a large chunk of Indian businesses, and they're the backbone of our industry. Now, there are a lot of basic problems. There's access to credit, access to capital, ease of doing business. This is something that they've been asking for in every budget. And also a lot of compliance. Try and make the compliance easier. Maybe they will do something in this budget on that.
Absolutely. Roshan, we shall move to our panel of experts, but before that, we have budget reactions coming in from the political parties. So, Express viewers, let's hear what Manish Tiwari has to say.
Well, there are structural problems in the Indian economy which have not been addressed over the past 1 decade. Now, for almost 10 years, the nominal GDP has been declining. The tax buoyancy is completely absent. Private capital expenditure or private capital investment has not kicked in. The economy is being run by public capital expenditure. Foreign direct investment has declined. So, therefore, structurally, the Indian economy, beyond this very robust GDP number which they are trying to talk up, is afflicted by serious problems. And I do hope that the finance minister would recognize these structural inequities in the Indian economy and would be honest enough to address it.
Another claim from the US president, and he's saying that India is going to buy oil from Venezuela as opposed to buy from Iran. So how do you see his claim?
Well, it is for the government to answer this, because this directly impinges upon India's strategic autonomy. If someone else is going to dictate the energy choices that we make, then this has very serious implications on India's strategic autonomy and its ability to be able to take its own decisions independently.
Sir, earlier it was on Operation Sindoor and now on this oil. And meanwhile, India always deny these.
Well, the government needs to stand up and say that if these claims are incorrect, then it has to come from a political person in the government. It can't be some spokesperson of the MEA, trying to waddle and waffle around these issues. You need to confront them squarely with a straight spine.
क्या उम्मीद हो किस सेक्टर में सरकार करे सर इस पर क्या
जी बाई प्रोफेशन अगर आईटी की बात करूं तो युवा भी काफ़ी आईटी में सेक्टर में अपना प्रोग्रेस भी देख रहे हैं और कहीं ना कहीं युवाओं का रुझान भी है आईटी को लेके। तो मैं पर्सनली अगर सरकार से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि युवाओं का थोड़ा सा प्राइवेटाइजेशन के ऊपर, रोजगार के ऊपर ध्यान दें। गवर्नमेंट के जो सेक्टर में जो रोजगार हैं उसके साथ के साथ प्राइवेट में कुछ ऐसी चीज़ें लेके आए जिससे युवाओं के लिए कुछ स्टेबिलिटी के और रोजगार के साथ ही उनको कुछ नई उम्मीद लगे। और बाकी सारी चीज़ें इन टर्म्स ऑफ डेवलपमेंट, इन टर्म्स ऑफ रोड्स, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी, थोड़ा सा हमें इसके ऊपर भी काम करने की ज़रूरत है। अगर कंपैरिजन टू अगर बाकी अदर कंट्रीज से करें तो अभी यहाँ पे डेवलपमेंट की कहीं ना कहीं रोड और इलेक्ट्रिसिटी से रिलेटेड मुझे लग रहा है काफ़ी कुछ कंसर्न है। तो मुझे लग रहा है इन चीज़ों पे हमारी बहुत ज़्यादा उम्मीद रहेगी और हमें इस चीज़ पे काम करना भी चाहिए। ये एक बहुत बड़ी उम्मीद है युवाओं को लेकर। आपका नाम बताइए। मेरा नाम संदीप ओझा, जयपुर से। थैंक यू।
सर, आज बजट पेश करने वाली मोदी सरकार, क्या कुछ उम्मीदें लगती हैं आपको? क्या कुछ ऐसा आना चाहिए?
सर, मुझे लगता है कि टैक्स में रिबेट और मिलना चाहिए। वर्तमान में जो 12 लाख का है वो शायद आज के परिप्रेक्ष्य में कम पड़ता है, क्योंकि आजकल सैलरी जो है वो काफ़ी बढ़ चुकी है और ऐसे में 12 लाख का जो दिया गया है वो कम पड़ रहा है। सरकार अगर इसमें और वृद्धि करेगी तो खुशी होगी।
इसके अलावा
थोड़ा सर रेलवे की तरफ भी सरकार को ध्यान देना चाहिए। हम सीनियर सिटीजन जब इस एज में आए हैं कि हम अपने घूम फिर सकें, कुछ कर सकें, तो सरकार ने हमारी रियायतें छीन ली हमसे। हम चाहते हैं कि वो हमें वापस मिले।
And welcome back to this continued coverage on Indian Express and Financial Express of the Union Budget 2026. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is at Parliament and we're just about half an hour away from her budget speech. So what she's got in that little red Bahikatha, I am very curious to know. Of course, we have our experts to decode it for us. Maybe he's got a magic set of eyes that can look into that Bahikatha. I have Mr. Prasad Unikrishnan here who's a partner with Grant Thornton, and he's going to tell me what he thinks Nirmala Sitharaman's main focus areas are going to be in this budget.
Sure. Thank you so much and good morning. And we are looking forward for a great budget this time also. This is the 9th budget she is going to present in a row. So I'll say a couple of points which is very important for us to look at. First is when you look at the macroeconomic picture, the fiscal deficit target as primarily borrowing, capex versus revenue and the key lines. If the deficit stays along the same glide path which they are talking about, then it brings in credibility. If there is any deviation to it, we should look at what is the investment they are going to bring in. That's the first point I want to say from a larger perspective. From a growth engine perspective, we should look at 2-3 things. The infrastructure and the capex which they are going to put in to the heavy infrastructure, roads, railways and other things. However, if the infrastructure remains a preferred growth lever, what it means is it's going to bring in more jobs. And that's the most important thing for India given the highest population in the world at this point of time. Third is taxation and relief for both the individuals as well as the corporates. Individuals, if you see the 7.4 growth rate which they are talking about is primarily based on the consumption. And therefore definitely we are expecting something to maintain the same way. From a corporate side, the most important point is they are looking at stability.
Right.
So and ease of doing business more.
Yes.
Okay, because recent the verdicts which has come in the courts recently on the NCLT and other things. So there is a little bit of a doubt in the mind of corporates. So that's the most important thing.
Okay.
Technology and AI, that's very important thing. Okay, because I have written an article very recently about technology and AI. Over the 9 years, the government has made a strategic shift from only supporting platforms to actually bringing in innovation.
Right.
So the innovation fund of 1 lakh crores which they have put in the Anderson fund last year.
Yeah.
Definitely we need to see a continuation of that, because patient capital is the word we should look at. India's sovereignty towards developing indigenous technologies need to be the base for the next biggest growth.
Right.
The last point is about climate. Economy is getting affected because of climate, and therefore climate spending is now a core economic issue rather than the word. So I believe these 7 points would be addressed in the budget today. So that's the thing. Thank you.
Right. Okay. So you mentioned corporates, and will there be a change in corporate tax, because that's something that we were looking at in this budget?
I don't think so, but let's wait and watch, because the reason is end of the day, after the EU things happening and the global things, especially with the US and other things, of course, I would say there has been a little bit of degrowth in the last 6 months in the exports and other areas, and therefore they would be looking at picking and choosing which are the sectors where they want to immediately boost this growth. So that's what I feel they will be doing, rather than doing in things at a slab rate which they are going to do.
Okay. And this is a year where we have 5 states going in for elections, and we've seen in the past few budgets that there's always swaps for the states, right, which are going in for election.
True.
So we've got Assam, we've got West Bengal, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, and Pondicherry this year. And of these states, Assam is an NDA state.
Absolutely.
And but the focus I'm expecting would be on West Bengal, Tamil Nadu, and Kerala, where they haven't really made inroads.
Absolutely.
Right? So what do you think these states will get?
So 2-3 things on that aspect, okay. But while when we see, especially if you see the Narega also, when this government recently decided 40% of budget should be coming from the state government's kitty for the Narega as well. However, the point which I am trying to say is, when you look at the devolution, okay, states are the last mile for implementation of any projects.
Right.
So irrespective of whether the election comes or not, the state has to be kept in mind while they are looking into any budget. Given the fact like that, I believe the government will really focus on providing specific boosters to the states. Tamil Nadu, Gujarat, Maharashtra are the 3 states which is actually the growth drivers for India. So Tamil Nadu definitely by itself is generating its own revenue.
Yeah, there are a lot of new manufacturing facilities which have been coming up in Tamil Nadu.
Absolutely. So definitely there would be a push for that. Kerala being a state which is more sustainable growth and sort of things, and healthcare and other things, definitely there's a push for building those kind of areas, right? Assam anyways being an NDA state, they have already got multiple things outside the budget also, which will anyway happen over a period of time. So definitely there will be a push for many of these initiatives in the states, irrespective of elections, I'm just saying.
Right. And from a macroeconomic point of view, keeping geopolitics in mind and seeing how the US president has been reacting to changes within India's taxation system itself and the FTAs and all that we've been signing. What do you expect on the macroeconomic front? One, in terms of tariffs, since exporters were impacted quite a bit after the US put tariffs on India. And that uncertainty has, messed up their kind of projections that they can for the year.
True.
So you think there'll be some rationalization there? What do you expect in this budget?
See, India's stand towards US, while we all say outside, was a very stubborn view, but there has been internal discussions which we could understand, and there has been certain negotiations at different levels. At the same time, India has always diversified, taking this as a risk to multiple places, and that's where the mother of all deals, which we say the European Commission has already happened. So the tariff discussions specifically with the foreign country or a trade partner will depend again on its own personal interest of how it wants to support its internal growth of the various companies in India. So therefore, I believe that would be discussed at a forum wherein they believe is the right partner country which they want to do.
Right.
Rather than in the budget, they will not announce anything specific with respect to that, because that is not the agenda of a budget per se, if you want to see it. Because it's a trade matter which is country to country or a partner to partner kind of a thing. So, but having said that, there will be boosters for MSMEs and other people, especially export-oriented people who have suffered, and therefore there will be boosters in the budget which will support their growth. There's no doubt of it.
All right. So you're seeing that there would be boosters for exporters in this budget. You also mentioned that we need to drive consumer demand in India. Absolutely. And we've seen this growth projection of 7.4%, and even the economic survey mentioned that it's going to probably moderate between 6.8 to 7.2% in the medium term. And then you have inflation, which is it was at an all-time low at 1.7%, and that's going to moderate around 4%. Right? So in that context, and I'm sure all our viewers, Indian Express and Financial Express, everybody wants to know, there were changes to the Income Tax Act last year, and all of that has played out. Will there be further changes to the income tax slab?
See, the people would love to have it, but rather, I don't know whether they will maintain the same momentum at this point of time, because the growth only led by consumption is not the only path for real long-term benefits or reaping the right economic driver for the country. So therefore, maybe there might be slight structural changes into it. However, they will maintain the same status quo. That's what I would believe. But rather than that, there will be more things on the core structural changes in terms of all other areas where the boost has to happen.
So the other thing you mentioned was, of course, manufacturing. If you're looking at long-term India becoming Viksit Bharat by 2047,
Absolutely.
we need to now start setting up more manufacturing facilities within the country, and that's something our Prime Minister has also been saying wherever he goes, that India needs to become strong in manufacturing. So what kind of incentives are you expecting for more new manufacturing projects in the country?
See, there are two ways of looking at it. India has been a country which has been imbibing technology and doing what others are doing already. So that is the core regular manufacturing which we are seeing, right? So from there should be a strategic shift from moving from a regular, those kind of manufacturing, which is also required for our growth, because we have to serve our people. I don't say that should not be real. But new technology oriented, R&D investment oriented, India's sovereign technology which we should talk about in the world. And that is where I think this budget will focus on developing such things. And in those kind of areas, even if it is an MSME till a large manufacturer, definitely I believe the government will put in specific money into the budget to support such kind of R&D initiative.
Right.
That's where I believe the next manufacturing growth should happen in India.
Okay, so we're still talking about the government putting in money, allocating money. But on the other side, they've also got to get in some money there, mop up some income. Where are they going to get that from? Which areas do you think they're going to look at to get in more income?
See, at the same time, when you say about that, I would put it in a different manner. Okay, whether the government is actually really mopping up the GST and the direct and indirect taxes, which is actually talking about from a larger perspective. The idea wherein government should mop up more money should be primarily from the exports, and also new areas where they are getting foreign investments in specific sectors. And that's where, when I said that 1 lakh crore of investment in Anusandhan, they have also mentioned that they wanted to get private capital into the R&D area as well. So they might also bring in schemes wherein private capital can come into multiple schemes wherein government can really push that growth. So the private-led supported capital also would be a focus on the budget.
Right. And I think that has been another demand from a lot of experts, that we should get the private sector to participate more. And one area that the government has just opened up is in nuclear energy.
Absolutely.
So what do you expect would happen in the budget for companies here? Some kind of...
See, I will tell you. So there are a couple of more points which I want to discuss in my initial thing. So the next growth in the country is dependent on self-reliance. India self-reliance on food. But whether India is self-reliant on all other areas, which is basically indigenous technology, which I already mentioned, we are not. Energy, yes, we are to some extent, but how do we do that, right? So if you are going to be self-reliant, when, like you mentioned, that the new technology of SBR or those kind of things of small bioreactors, some nuclear reactor kind of a thing, yes, definitely there will be private investments. Today, if you see defense, they have allowed private investments. In the nuclear, they have allowed private investments. Space, they have allowed private investment. So they will open up more strategic areas for people to come and invest. We are not even making a semiconductor even today in India, right? We are only assembling and we are only building on top of it. Like, so they might open up those kind of areas where people can come in and do much larger areas of those kind of things.
In the last budget, in fact, there was a push to set up more semiconductor plants in India.
Yeah.
But in the last 1 year, we haven't seen much move in that front. So you think there'll be an even further push this year? And the other areas, of course, AI, which has, in the last 1 year, has changed the way businesses work in India. And that also has an impact on human capital.
Absolutely.
Right.
So I was about to come to that.
Yeah.
There are 2 points which you asked for. One is about the investments on technology and the other is on AI. So technology investments in India primarily, I would say, I'm just thinking aloud with the government, okay. We have not created an Oracle or we have not created a SAP product in the market even today as India. So we are been using those products to deliver services. So we are always called as a platform service delivery country. Instead of that, can we build a product ourselves? That is where the R&D budget actually comes into picture. Right. So India AI OS,
right.
India's its own AI operating system is something which I think the government would be thinking about. That's one side of it. Now you asked a very pertinent point to us. So whole thing, I'll recollect the previous minister, one of the ministers talking about we will not have Google drivers or autonomous drivers in the country because there's a large population of people who would lose their jobs. Like same thing will happen in AI, right? No, but there's 2 ways of looking at it. The kind of jobs which change over a period of time. So when technology boom happened in 2000 in India, everyone told many people will lose their jobs. Rather than that, it actually created multiplier effect of creating this new middle class and the kind of things we have seen the growth in 25 years in the country. Like, but when AI comes in, the nature of the job would change. The same people who are doing a specific task, their job nature would change, but they will be using AI as a support. That's one side of it. Now, other than that, the level at which AI is today and the level which it can play over a period of time, there are immense possibilities. So we'll have to wait and watch to see what happens over a period of time.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. See, in the economic survey also, the chief economic advisor, Mr. Anant Nagarshwaran, also mentioned that India should become strategically indispensable. This is the word he used.
Absolutely.
To the rest of the world, right? Now, in certain sectors, we've already been strategically indispensable. If you look at technology, actually, IT services. So whether it's any of the large companies, Microsoft, Google, Meta, all the engineers, all of that, the top people are all of Indian origin.
Sure.
And the back office for most of these countries have all been based in India.
True.
Right? So which are the other sectors where you see that we can have this kind of...
See, agri-tech, climate tech, energy. There are multiple other specific focus sectors which India is becoming the major player in the market. So space technology over last, if you should take it the last 10 years, the way we have grown the space technology, where we are the lever for many of the other countries who are not able to support. So there are immense areas and potential which you can build over a period of time. So definitely all these are the areas we can contribute to.
Right. So we're just a few minutes away from Finance Minister's speech, budget speech in the Parliament. So Mr. Prasad Nikrishnan, I'm going to let you go right now and we'll just switch to a few more reactions and expectations coming in on the budget. And after that, we will switch, we'll get a couple of more bites and then move to the speech as soon as she starts.
गोविंद चतुर्वेदी।
मेरा नाम हितेश जोशी है। मैं ग्लोबल फोर्स कंसल्टिंग जो आईटी कंपनी है उसका सीईओ हूँ। जयपुर से ही है मेरी कंपनी रन होती है। मेरी कंपनी में मेजर युवा ही काम कर रहे होते हैं। मेरी उम्मीद इस बजट से ऐसी है जैसे कि हम लोगों ने ये फिनिश किया मैराथन, स्पीडी, एफिशिएंट और एट द सेम टाइम बहुत सूदिंग हो। फिनिश जैसे हम लोग कंप्लीट करिए हम लोगों ने स्मूथ वे में बिना इंजरी के। हम ये चाहते हैं कि ये बजट भी हमारे लिए वैसा ही हो, स्मूथ हो, सूदिंग हो, ताकि जब हम देखें कि युवाओं को जब हम रोजगार दे रहे हैं यहाँ पर इस कंपनी में, तो आगे जो बजट हो काफ़ी फ्रेंडली हो आईटी कंपनीज़ के लिए। हम लोगों को अपने एक्सपेंशन के लिए जो सुविधाएं मिलती हैं वो और बड़े, एक्सपोर्ट फ्रेंडली हो। सबसे पहले तो ड्यूटीज़ जो हमारे लिए कम से कम हो एंड एट द सेम टाइम जो सब्सिडीज़ है, सब्सिडीज़ को बहुत ज़्यादा ट्रांसपेरेंट और इजी एक्सेसिबिलिटी यदि रहे तो हम लोग काफ़ी और युवाओं को प्रोत्साहित कर सकें अपनी कंपनी में ज्वाइन करने के लिए। थैंक यू।
आपका नाम बताएं।
मेरा नाम है श्रेष्ठ कुमार है, मैं झुंझुनू से हूँ और मोदी सरकार से मेरी उम्मीद है कि अभी जैसे वो प्राइवेट सेक्टर की तरफ पुश कर रहे हैं और लोगों को नए नए रोज़गार की जो अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ है वो दे रहे हैं। तो मैं चाहता हूं कि थोड़ी और अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ आए, नई सेक्टर्स में नई स्किल डेवलप करें युवाओं के लिए और सारी नई स्किल्स ईजिली अवेलेबल हो ताकि कोई भी उनको ईजिली एक्सेस कर पाए। जैसे एआई है, अभी ये बहुत ही नया है लेकिन हर युवा को नहीं पता कि उसको कैसे एक्सेस करनी, कैसे चीज़ें सीखनी है। तो मेरी उम्मीद है वो इस सेक्टर में काम करेंगे जिससे रोज़गार भी मिलेगा और इकोनॉमी भी बढ़ेगी। थैंक यू।
Okay, so those were some reactions coming in from the public on the union budget. You know, the thing is, there's a lot of expectation from the budget every year. You know, some tax cut, something that the public always wants. But in India, I think one of the largest sectors we have is agriculture, and every year farmers face difficulties, whether it's in the type of crops or whether it's climate change. Or whether it's the basic selling price that they get for their crops. So I just wanted to figure out what are the expectations from the agriculture sector, and for that I have an expert with me, Mr. Chirag Jain, who is a partner with Grant Thornton. He joins me in the studio. Chirag, thanks to our welcome to our ongoing budget coverage on Indian Express and Financial Express. Can you give me the top expectations for the agriculture sector from this budget?
See, first of all, we need to understand we have about 1.5 billion people to feed, and this is very utmost importance for us to ensure that we have providing enough of food and nutritional to them. To address this particular piece, government has been initiating various programs. They have been running across multiple sectors. They have been running programs, and that's the whole budget of about 1.5 lakh crore which we have. The important piece while we are working on this, it is important to highlight that about 50% of the budget is going with the PM Kisan Nidhi program.
Yeah.
And it's been running for about a couple of years, and we could see the rural growth which is happening because of the whole ecosystem has been very lively, and most of the be it any FMCG, you would find that most of the growth is happening towards the rural sector now, and probably PM Kisan Nidhi plays a very important role around it. Government has also addressed some of the imported items, pulses we have been importing, oilseeds we have been importing. So they have addressed with their new schemes, towards National Mission on Oilseeds, National Mission on Pulses, which address some of the imported items which we have. They have also worked towards various other initiatives in terms of productivity. However, if we see the core challenges in terms of infrastructure, in terms of productivity, climate change, exports are still not being addressed. Okay. And we believe, I think this particular budget, government is also realizing that 50% of our total budget has been happening towards a cash transfer. They should make a move around it,
okay,
because we have been doing fairly well in terms of nutritional production. However, now we need to go probably in terms of export opportunity, building new infrastructure, addressing the key important challenges around the sector, helping the agri startup tech ecosystem needs to be further strengthened.
Right.
So these would be the key focus area we believe would be the part of this particular budget.
Okay, you mentioned you're focusing on exports. Now, exports is a sector where we've seen a lot of uncertainty in the last few months thanks to the US imposing various tariffs, especially on Indian agricultural products. Right? Do you see some kind of rationalization happening there in this budget, or some kind of counter move to the US?
Not really, to be very frank. And if you see, and while you would find that exports, there have been significant tariff which has been heard, but you would find the export has not been really dipped. And the reason for not being dipping, most of our exporters, they have increased the prices, and actually it would be the US nationals who is paying additional prices for whatever they produce, has been costly because of the tariffs. So, and there was a small dip in August and September. However, now the things are more rationalized. There's no much dip has been happened. However, still we are only 2% in the global trade, which in terms of the overall production. So this really needs to be further enhanced, and government is looking forward for new program. Fortunately, we are part of those initiatives. That they are bringing a new 1200 crore plus program towards this particular area to ensure that export needs real push and a boost, right, so that we can export multiple countries across the globe.
Okay, and also I think the strengthening dollar or the falling rupee has also worked in exporters' favor in this. But of course, it has made a lot of other things more expensive. The other sector that the government had looked at in agriculture last year was a push towards ethanol, because of the whole ethanol blending program that they have in petroleum. What do you expect for ethanol producers this?
It's a very important point. Now we have about more than 100 plus units across the country, and they have been doing pretty well till last month. Now there is overproduction. You would be probably this is also an opportunity. This is also concern, because now we are almost 100 plus in terms of the capacity utilization has been significantly up, and we are overproducing what exactly is required by the OMPs. And all these the Bharat Gas and Indian Oils and so on and so forth, they have almost stopped the ethanol producing companies and the entities to stop producing more, because whatever the requirements of keeping
met
about
already.
the government requirements of keeping about 20% ethanol concentration has been met. Unless government is going to increase this to about 25 or 27, there would be a significant challenge which is going to be posed for the ethanol companies. And just to give you another highlight, government, while this particular push has come from government, the role of private sector has been significantly very, very high, because the private sector who has made these investments for the last 4-5 years, and farmers have really made money out of it. The growth in the maize prices itself is more than double digit, which has never ever happened in the last 50 years. So that kind of opportunity which it has created with the private sector, which we call it productive partnership as a concept, with the help of private sector, it has seen great results. Now, it's urge to the government that this 20% has to be really significantly enhanced to about 25% or 27%, depending on the plan of the government. This really creates new opportunities for the sector to work upon. This also has certain challenges in terms of feed and fodder, because the more maize being utilized in the ethanol, the lesser it is available for the fodder. But yes, government is ready to address these challenges as well.
Right. I think the government limited itself to 20% because there was a backlash from the auto industry, which was not ready for 25% and 27%, even 30% that the government has been talking about, right? So there has to be a balance somewhere on this front. The other thing I wanted to ask you was, since agriculture will be a sector in focus, you have Assam, West Bengal, Tamil Nadu, and Kerala, the 4 main states going in for elections this year, and you have Pondicherry as well. And we've seen that this government always gives a higher focus on states that are going in for elections in each budget, if you look at the trend in the last few budgets. So what do you expect would be the focus for the agriculture sector in these states?
See, all these 4 states, they have a different challenges. They are not almost the same. So, for example, the West Bengal, the challenge is probably pretty different compared to Assam and Tamil Nadu. And, for example, the kind of growth expectation of particular region is also significantly different. For example, in West Bengal, the key major forte would be, how we can work closely with women in West Bengal, the state rural livelihood missions, right? And this has been a practice across almost most of the states in the last 4-5 years, that there has been significantly support which is being provided to women in terms of their different, either it could be a cash transfer, it could be some other incentives. For example, in Bihar itself, giving certain amount to start their own enterprises. So I believe similar model like Bihar would be replicated. Eventually is expected to be replicated as a part of the agenda for West Bengal also, and likewise in Assam. However, the areas of in Tamil Nadu would be more about startups, industry, and so on and so forth.
Okay.
So those allocations would be pretty well and different in both the sectors.
Okay.
Regions.
The other thing that was a bone of contention in the last few years with farmers was that they were not getting the MSP that they were asking for. You think there are going to be some changes in MSPs? And if so, in which crops?
Not really. See, because MSP is being driven with the CSAP formula, and this is this is cost plus. Whatever the cost being incurred, there's no nothing new government create about it. It's a great formula which has been working. It's a very decent also, because government also has a concern the moment they are getting more into MSP, they are tinkering in terms of the ecosystem, because the private sector is also a very large player of sourcing the whole commodities. The moment they make a shift in the MSP, it drives a certain other challenges into the whole piece of activities. So a government may not interfere much in the MSP processes. It's being driven through a formula. They will keep as it is. They may bring some more commodities as a part of the MSP in case they wanted to really bring that up. But however, no, it must change in the MSP as a person.
Right. On the road to Viksit Bharat, right? agriculture plays a key role. So we are on the right track. But if you look at the plight of farmers in certain states, they're still on the brink. Do you think there's going to be some push for that in this budget?
Absolutely. See, we need to move from beyond cash transfers. Cash transfers for a certain period of time is great. They have been making results also in the sector, but government also is realizing that now they need to go beyond. They need to get into enterprising formulas. They need to bring how farmers can actually be an enterprise. They can help in creating enterprises. FPOs as a model has been significantly playing a good role, but their gestation period is pretty high. They have spent about 4-5 years. We need more 4-5 years more to ensure the farmer producer organization probably getting to a certain level. They should be able to demand and convey a market that this is a pricing, this is a quality which they can actually address. So government is looking forward for that kind of movement now, and this budget can actually play an important bridge from cash transfer to particularly moving towards that cycle where farmers become enterprise and they are able to create and demand something in the market by themselves.
Okay. One of the models was creating hubs for farmers to come and sell their produce in certain hubs, and that has worked in the past. You think more such models will be rolled out this time?
See, farmer producer organization was being envisaged from that particular piece, and they are being supported with clusters, how private sector can work with clusters and FPOs together. So that's the whole idea. Now we need to work and ensure that whatever the models being created, they go well, they are being successful, and they probably go longer duration for the country.
Right.
So we need to strengthen these existing models to work upon the identification and support to the farmers.
Okay. So yeah, I think we're just a few minutes away from the finance minister's speech in Parliament, and we will continue to get more reactions in before the budget, and then of course once she's done with her speech, we will decode it with our panel of experts. But I have a few more people I would like to talk to in the meantime. So I don't think we have much time. I think she's already started her speech. So let's get down to the speech of the finance minister.
And people over populism. We have pursued far-reaching structural reforms, fiscal prudence and monetary stability, whilst maintaining a strong thrust on public investment. Keeping Atmanirbharta as a lodestar, we have built domestic manufacturing capacity, energy security, and reduced critical import dependencies. Simultaneously, we have ensured that citizens benefit from every action of the government, undertaking reforms to support employment generation, agricultural productivity, household purchasing power, and universal services to people. These measures have delivered a high growth rate of around 7% and helped us make substantial strides in poverty reduction and improvement in the lives of our people. Today, we face an external environment in which trade and multilateralism are imperiled and access to resources and supply chains are disrupted. New technologies are transforming production systems while sharply increasing demands on water, energy, and critical minerals. India will continue to take confident steps towards Vikasit Bharat, balancing ambition with inclusion. As a growing economy with expanding trade and capital needs, India must also remain deeply integrated with global markets, exporting more and attracting stable long-term investment. As I begin part A, I want to express my gratitude to the people for standing firmly with us as we forge our way together towards becoming one of the largest economies of the world. Our aim is to transform aspiration into achievement and potential into performance as we ensure that the dividends of growth reach every farmer, the scheduled caste, the scheduled tribes, the nomads, the youth, the poor, and the women. In Vikasit Bharat Young Leaders Dialogue 2026, several innovative ideas were shared with our Prime Minister, which have inspired many of the proposals, making this a unique Yuva Shakti-driven budget. Our government's sankalp is to focus on our poor, underprivileged and the disadvantaged. To deliver on this sankalp, and given that this is the first budget prepared in Kartavya Bhavan, we are inspired by three Kartavya. Our first Kartavya is to accelerate and sustain economic growth by enhancing productivity and competitiveness and building resilience to volatile global dynamics. Our second Kartavya is to fulfill aspirations of our people and build their capacity, making them strong partners in India's path to prosperity. Our third Kartavya, aligned with our vision of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, is to ensure that every family, community, region and sector has access to resources, amenities and opportunities for meaningful participation. This threefold approach requires a supportive ecosystem. The first requirement is to sustain the momentum of structural reforms, continuous, adaptive and forward-looking. Second, a robust and resilient financial sector is central to mobilizing savings, allocating capital efficiently and managing risks. Third, cutting-edge technologies, including AI applications, can serve us as force multipliers for better governance. Reform Express. Our government has undertaken comprehensive reforms towards creating employment, boosting productivity, and accelerating growth. After the Prime Minister's announcement on Independence Day in 2025, over 350 reforms have been rolled out. This includes GST simplification, notification of labor codes, and rationalization of mandatory quality control orders. High-level committees have been formed, and in parallel, the central government is working with the state governments on deregulation and reducing compliance requirements. The Reform Express is well on its way and will maintain its momentum to help us fulfill our Kartavya. I now move to specific proposals. Under our first Kartavya, to accelerate and sustain economic growth, I propose interventions in 6 areas. 1. Scaling up manufacturing in 7 strategic and frontier sectors. 2. Rejuvenating legacy industrial sectors. 3. Creating champion MSMEs. 4. Delivering a powerful push for infrastructure. 5. Ensuring long-term security and stability. And 6. Developing city economic regions. Scaling up of manufacturing in 7 strategic and frontier sectors. Biopharma Shakti, meaning biopharma strategy for health advancement through knowledge, technology and innovation. India's disease burden is observed to be shifting towards non-communicable diseases like diabetes, cancer and autoimmune disorders. Biologic medicines are key to longevity and quality of life at affordable costs. To develop India as a global biopharma manufacturing hub, I propose the Biopharma Shakti with an outlay of 10,000 crores over the next 5 years. This will build the ecosystem for domestic production of biologics and biosimilars. The strategy will include a biopharma-focused network with 3 new national institutes of pharmaceutical education and research, popularly known as NIPERs, and upgrading 7 existing ones. It will also create a network of 1,000 accredited India clinical trials sites. We propose to strengthen the Central Drug Standard Control Organization to meet global standards and approve timeframes through and approval timeframes through a dedicated scientific review cadre and specialists. India's Semiconductor Mission 1.0 expanded India's semiconductor sector capabilities. Building on this, we will launch ISM 2.0 to produce equipment and materials, design full-stack Indian IP, and fortify supply chains. We will also focus on industry-led research and training centers to develop technology and skilled workforce. The Electronics Components Manufacturing Scheme, launched in April 2025 with an outlay of 22,919 crores, already has investment commitments at double the targets. We propose to increase the outlay to 40,000 crores to capitalize on this momentum. A scheme for rare earth permanent magnets was launched in 2025 November. We now propose to support the mineral-rich states of Odisha, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu to establish dedicated rare earth corridors to promote mining, processing, research and manufacturing. To enhance domestic chemical production and reduce import dependency, we will launch a scheme to support states in establishing 3 dedicated chemical parks through challenge route on a cluster-based plug-and-play model. Strong capital goods. Strong capital goods capability is a determinant of productivity and quality across different sectors. Towards building this capacity, I propose the following. High-tech tool rooms will be established by central public sector enterprises at 2 locations as digitally enabled automated service bureaus that locally design, test and manufacture high-precision components at scale and at lower cost. 2. A scheme for enhancement of construction and infrastructure equipments will be introduced to strengthen domestic manufacturing of high value and technologically advanced CIE. This can range from lifts in a multi-storied apartment or firefighting equipment in multiplexes, large or small, and to tunnel boring equipments for building metros and high-altitude roads. I also propose a scheme for container manufacturing to create a globally competitive container manufacturing ecosystem with a budgetary allocation of 10,000 crores over a 5-year period. For the labor-intensive textile sector, I propose an integrated program with 5 subparts. 1. The National Fiber Scheme for self-reliance in natural fibers, such as silk, wool and jute, man-made fibers, and new age fibers. Textile expansion and employment scheme to modernize traditional clusters with capital support for machinery, technology upgradation, and common testing and certification centers. 3. The National Handloom and Handicraft Program to integrate and strengthen existing schemes and ensure targeted support for weavers and artisans. Tex Eco Initiative to promote globally competitive and sustainable textiles and apparels. Samarth 2.0 to modernize the upgrade the textile skilling ecosystem through collaboration with industry and academic institutions. Further, I propose to set up mega textile parks in challenge mode. They can also focus on bringing value addition to technical textiles. I propose to launch the Mahatma Gandhi Gram Swaraj initiative to strengthen khadi, handloom and handicrafts. This will help in global market linkage and branding. It will streamline and support training, skilling, quality of process and production. This will benefit our weavers, village industries, One District, One Product ODOP initiative and also our rural youth. India has the potential to emerge as a global hub for high quality, affordable sports goods. I propose a dedicated initiative for sports goods that will promote manufacturing, research and innovation in equipment design as well as material sciences. Rejuvenation of legacy industrial clusters. I propose to introduce a scheme to revive 200 legacy industrial clusters to improve their cost competitiveness and efficiency through infrastructure and technology upgradation. Creating champion SMEs and supporting micro enterprises. Recognizing MSMEs as a vital engine of growth, I propose a three-pronged approach to help them grow as champions. Equity support. I propose to introduce a dedicated 10,000 crores SME growth fund to create future champions, incentivizing enterprises based on select criteria. I also propose to top up the Self-Reliant India Fund set up in 2021 with 2,000 crores to continue support to micro enterprises and maintain their access to risk capital. Liquidity support. With TREDS, more than 7 lakh crore has been made available to MSMEs. To leverage its full potential, I propose 4 measures. 1. Mandate TREDS as the transaction settlement platform for all purchases from MSMEs by CPSEs, serving as a benchmark for other corporates. 2. Introduce a credit guarantee support mechanism through CGTMSE for invoice discounting on TREDS platform. 3. Link GEM with TREDS for sharing information with financiers about government purchases from MSMEs, encouraging cheaper and quicker financing. 4. Introduce TREDS receivables as asset-backed securities, helping develop a secondary market, enhancing liquidity and settlement of transactions. Professional support. Government will facilitate professional institutions such as the ICAI, ICSI, ICMAI to design short-term modular courses and practical tools to develop a cadre of corporate mitras, especially in Tier 2 and Tier 3 towns. These accredited para-professionals will help MSMEs meet compliance requirements at affordable costs. Infrastructure. During this past decade, our government has undertaken several initiatives for large-scale enhancement of public infrastructure, including through new financing instruments such as Infrastructure Investment Trust (InvITs) and Real Estate Investment Trust (REITs), and institutions like NIIF and NABFID. We shall continue to focus on developing infrastructure in cities with over 5 lakh population, that is tier 2, tier 3 cities, which have expanded to become growth centers. Public capital expenditure has increased manifold from 2 lakh crore in 2014-15 to an allocation of 11.2 lakh crore in BE 25-26. In this coming year, that is financial year 2026-27, I propose to increase it to 12.2 lakh crores to continue the momentum. To strengthen the confidence of private developers regarding risks during infrastructure development and construction phase, I propose to set up an infrastructure risk guarantee fund to provide prudentially calibrated partial credit guarantee to lenders. Over the years, rights have emerged as a successful instrument for asset monetization. I propose to accelerate recycling of significant real estate assets of the CPSEs through the setting up of dedicated rights. To promote environmentally sustainable movement of cargo, I propose to 1. Establish new dedicated freight corridors connecting Dankuni in the east to Surat in the west. Operationalize 20 new national waterways over the next 5 years. Starting with National Waterways 5 in Orissa to connect mineral-rich areas of Talcher and Angul and industrial centers like Kalinga Nagar to the ports of Paradeep and Dhamra. Training institutes will be set up as regional centers of excellence for development of required manpower for these waterways. This will benefit youth in the entire stretch of the waterways to train and acquire skills. Further, a ship repair ecosystem catering to inland waterways will also be set up at Varanasi and Patna. And C. Launch a coastal cargo promotion scheme for incentivizing a modal shift from rail to road to increase the share of inland waterways and coastal shipping from 6% to 12% by 2047. To enhance last mile and remote connectivity and promote tourism, I propose to give incentives to indigenize manufacturing of seaplanes. A seaplane VGF scheme will be also introduced to provide support for operations. Carbon capture, utilization and storage. Aligning with the roadmap launched in December 2025, the carbon capture, utilization and storage technologies at scale will achieve higher readiness and in end-use application across 5 industrial sectors, including power, steel, cement, refineries, and chemicals. An outlay of 20,000 crore is proposed over the next 5 years for this purpose. City economic regions. Cities are India's engines of growth, innovation, and opportunities. We shall now focus on tier 2, tier 3 cities and even temple towns which need modern infrastructure and basic amenities. This budget aims to further amplify the potential of cities to deliver the economic power of agglomerations by mapping city economic regions based on their specific growth drivers. An allocation of 5,000 crore per CER over 5 years is proposed for implementing their plans through a challenge mode with a reform cum result based financing mechanism. In order to promote environmentally sustainable passenger systems, we will develop 7 high-speed rail corridors between cities has growth connectors, namely Mumbai to Pune, Pune to Hyderabad, Hyderabad to Bengaluru, Hyderabad to Chennai, Chennai to Bengaluru, Delhi to Varanasi, Varanasi to Siliguri. Financial sector. The Indian banking sector today is characterized by strong balance sheet, historic highs in profitability, improved asset quality, and coverage exceeding 98% of villages in the country. At this juncture, we are well placed to futuristically evaluate the measures needed to continue on the path of reform-led growth of this sector. I propose setting up a high-level committee on banking for Vikasit Bharat. High-level committee on banking for Vikasit Bharat to comprehensively review the sector and align it with India's next phase of growth while safeguarding financial stability, inclusion, and consumer protection. The vision for NBFCs for Vikasit Bharat has been outlined with clear targets for credit disbursement and technology adoption in order to achieve scale and improve efficiency in the public sector NBFCs. As a first step, it is proposed to restructure the Power Finance Corporation and Rural Electrification Corporation. I propose a comprehensive review of the foreign exchange management non-debt instruments rules to create a more contemporary, user-friendly framework for foreign investments consistent with India's evolving economic priorities. Corporate bond market. I propose to introduce a market-making framework with suitable access to funds and derivatives on corporate bond indices. I also propose to introduce total return swaps on corporate bonds. Municipal bonds. To encourage the issuance of municipal bonds of higher value by larger cities, I propose an incentive of 100 crore rupees for a single bond issuance. 100 crore rupees for a single bond issuance of more than 1,000 crore. The current scheme under Amrit which incentivizes issuances up to 200 crores only, will also continue to support smaller and medium towns. That will also continue to support the smaller and medium towns. Ease of doing business. Individual persons resident outside India, PROI, will be permitted to invest in equity instruments of listed Indian companies through the Portfolio Investment Scheme. It is also proposed to increase the investment limit for an individual PROI under the scheme from 5% to 10%, with an overall investment limit for all individual PROIs to 24% from the current 10%. Emerging technologies including AI. 21st century is technology driven. Adoption of technology is for the benefit of all people. Farmers in the field, women in STEM, youth keen to upskill, and Divyangjan to access newer opportunities. The government has taken several steps to support new technologies through AI Mission, National Quantum Mission, Anusandhan National Research Fund, and Research and Development and Innovation Fund. Our second kartavya is to fulfill aspirations and build capacities. Close to 25 crore individuals have come out of multi-dimensional poverty through a decade of our government's sustained and reform-oriented efforts. Our government has therefore decided to place a renewed emphasis on the service sector to provide a pathway to fulfilling aspirations of a youthful India with the following measures. I propose to set up a high-powered Education to Employment and Enterprises Standing Committee to recommend measures that focus on services sector as a core driver of Vikasit Bharat. This will make us a global leader in services with a 10% global share by 2047. The committee will prioritize areas to optimize the potential for growth, employment, and exports. They will also assess the impact of emerging technologies, including AI, on jobs and skill requirements and propose measures thereof. To create a range of skilled career pathways, a new range of skilled career pathways for our youth, I propose interventions in the following sectors. Health. Existing institutions for allied health professionals will be upgraded and new AHP institutions established in private and government sectors. This will cover 10 selected disciplines, including optometry, radiology, anesthesia, OT technology, applied psychology and behavioral health, and add 1 lakh AHPs over the next 5 years. A strong care system covering geriatric and allied care services will be built. A variety of NSQF aligned programs will be developed to train multi-skilled caregivers, combining core care and allied skills such as wellness, yoga, and operation of medical assistive devices. In the coming year, 1.5 lakh caregivers will be trained. Hubs for medical value tourism. To promote India as a hub for medical tourism services, I propose to launch a scheme to support states in establishing 5 regional medical hubs in partnership with the private sector. These hubs will serve as integrated healthcare complexes that combine medical, educational, and research facilities. They will have Ayush centers, medical value tourism facilitation centers, and infrastructure for diagnostics, post-care, and rehabilitation. These hubs will provide diverse opportunities, job opportunities for health professionals, including doctors and AHPs. Ancient Indian yoga, already respected in several parts of the world, was given a mass global recognition when Honorable Prime Minister took it to the UN. Post-COVID, Ayurveda gained a similar global acceptance and recognition. Exporting quality Ayurveda products helps farmers who grow the herbs and youth who process the products. To meet growing global demand, a few more steps are being taken. I propose to 1. Set up 3 new All India Institutes of Ayurveda. 2. Upgrade Ayush pharmacies and drug testing labs for higher standards of certification ecosystem and make available more skilled personnel. 3. Upgrade the WHO Global Traditional Medicine Center in Jamnagar to bolster evidence-based research, training, and awareness for traditional medicine. Animal husbandry. Livestock contributes to close to 16% of farm income, including of poor and marginal households. To scale up availability of veterinary professionals by more than 20,000, I propose to roll out a loan-linked capital subsidy support scheme for establishment of veterinary and para-veterinary colleges, veterinary hospitals, diagnostic laboratories, and breeding facilities in private sector. Collaboration between Indian and foreign institutions will also be facilitated. Orange economy. India's animation, visual effects, gaming and comics sector, AVGC sector, is a growing industry projected to require 2 million professionals by 2030. I propose to support the Indian Institute of Creative Technologies, Mumbai, in setting up AVGC content creator labs in 15,000 secondary schools all over the country and 500 colleges. The Indian design industry is expanding rapidly, and yet there is a shortage of Indian designers. I propose to establish, through Challenge Route, a new National Institute of Design to boost design education and development in the eastern region of India. Education. Our government will support states through Challenge Route in creating 5 university townships in the vicinity of major industrial and logistics corridors. These planned academic zones will host multiple universities, colleges and research institutions, skill centers and residential complexes. In higher education, STEM institutions, prolonged hours of study and laboratory work pose some challenges for girl students. Through VGF, Viability Gap Funding and capital support, one girls' hostel will be established in every district. To promote astrophysics and astronomy via immersive experiences, 4 telescope infrastructure facilities will be set up or upgraded. The National Large Solar Telescope, the National Large Optical Infrared Telescope, the Himalayan Chandra Telescope, and the Cosmos 2 Planetarium. Tourism. The tourism sector has the potential to play a large role in the employment generation, forex earnings, and expanding the local economy. I propose to set up a National Institute of Hospitality by upgrading the existing National Council for Hotel Management and Catering Technology. It will function as a bridge between academia, industry, and government. I also propose a pilot scheme for upskilling 10,000 guides in 20 iconic tourist sites through a standardized, high-quality, 12-week training course in hybrid mode in collaboration with the Indian Institute of Management. A national destination digital knowledge grid will be established to digitally document all places of significance, cultural, spiritual, and heritage. This initiative will create a new ecosystem of jobs for local researchers, historians, content creators, and technology partners. India has the potential and opportunity to offer world-class trekking and hiking experience. We will develop ecologically sustainable mountain trails in Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, and Jammu Kashmir. Also in Araku Valley in the Eastern Ghats and Podigai Malai in the Western Ghats. Turtle trails along key nesting sites in the coastal areas of Odisha, Karnataka and Kerala. And 3. Bird watching trails along the Pulikat Lake in Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu. It's on the border. Under the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, we established the International Big Cat Alliance in 2024. This year, India is hosting the first ever Global Big Cat Summit, where heads of governments and ministers from 95 range countries will deliberate on collective strategies for conservation. Heritage and culture tourism. I propose to develop 15 archaeological sites, including Lothal, Dolavira, Rakhi Gadi, Adichanallur, Saranath, Hastinapur, and Leh Palace into vibrant experiential cultural destinations. Excavated landscapes will be open to the public through curated walkways. Immersive storytelling skills and technologies will be introduced to help conservation labs, interpretation centers, and guides. The sports sector provides multiple means of employment, skilling, and job opportunities. Taking forward the systematic nurturing of sports talent, which is set in motion through the Khelo India program earlier, I propose to launch a Khelo India mission to transform the sports sector over the next decade. The mission will facilitate an integrated talent development pathway supported by training centers, which are foundational, intermediate, and elite levels. B, systematic development of coaches and support staff. C, integration of sports science and technology. D, competitions and leagues to promote sports culture and provide platforms. And E, development of sports infrastructure for training and competition. Our third Kartavya aligns with our vision of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas towards Vikasit Bharat. This requires targeted efforts for 1. Increasing farmer incomes through productivity enhancement and entrepreneurship, with special attention to small and marginal farmers. B. Empowering Divyangjan through access to livelihood opportunities, training, and high-quality assistive devices. C. Empowering the vulnerable to access mental health and trauma care. D. Focus on the Purvodaya states and the Northeast region to accelerate development and employment opportunities. Fisheries. We will undertake initiatives for integrated development of 500 reservoirs and Amrit Sarovars. 2. Strengthen the fisheries value chain in coastal areas and enable market linkages involving startups and women-led groups together with fish farmer producer organizations. Animal husbandry. To provide quality employment opportunities in rural and peri-urban areas, we will support the animal husbandry sector in entrepreneurship development through a credit-linked subsidy program, B, scaling up and modernization of livestock enterprises, C, enhanced creation of livestock, dairy, and poultry enhanced creation of livestock, dairy, and poultry-focused integrated value chains, and D, encourage creation of livestock farmer-producer organizations. High-value agriculture. To diversify farm outputs, increase productivity, enhance farmers' incomes, and create new employment opportunities, we will support high-value crops such as coconut, sandalwood, cocoa, cashew in the coastal areas, agar trees in northeast, and nuts such as almonds, walnuts, and pine nuts in our hilly regions. These, all of them, will be supported. India is the world's largest producer of coconuts. About 30 million people, including nearly 10 million farmers, depend on coconuts for their livelihood. To further enhance competitiveness in coconut production, I propose a coconut promotion scheme to increase production and enhance productivity through various interventions, including replacing and non-productive trees with new saplings or plants or varieties in major coconut growing states. A dedicated program is proposed for Indian cashew and cocoa to make India self-reliant in raw cashew and coconut production and processing, enhance export competitiveness, and transform Indian cashew and Indian cocoa into premium global brands by 2030. Sandalwood. Sandalwood is closely linked to India's social and cultural heritage. Our government will partner with state governments to promote focused cultivation and post-harvest processing to restore the glory of the Indian sandalwood ecosystem, to rejuvenate old, low-yielding orchards, and expand high-density cultivation of walnuts, almonds, and pine nuts. We will support a dedicated program to enhance farmer incomes and in bringing value addition by engaging youth. Bharat Vistar, that is virtually integrated system to access agricultural resources. I propose to launch Bharat Vistar, a multilingual AI tool that shall integrate the AgriStack portals and the ICAR package on agricultural practices with AI systems. This will enhance farm productivity, enable better decisions for farmers, and reduce risk by providing customized advisory support. She Marts for rural women-led enterprises. Building on the success of Lakpati Didi program, I propose to help women take the next step from credit-linked livelihoods to being owners of enterprises. Self-help entrepreneur, She Marts will be set up as community-owned retail outlets within the cluster-level federations through enhanced and innovative financing instruments. Empowering Divyangjan. Divyangjan Kaushal Yojana. Information technology, AVGC sectors, hospitality and food and beverages sectors often offer task-oriented and process-driven roles which are suitable for Divyangjan. We will ensure dignified livelihood opportunities through industry-relevant and customized training specific to each Divyangjan group. Divyang Sahara Yojana. Timely access to high-quality assistive devices for all eligible Divyangjan is a fundamental need. I propose to 1. Support the Artificial Limbs Manufacturing Corporation of India, Alimco, to set up and to scale up production of assistive devices, invest in R&D and AI integration, strengthen PM Divyasha Kendras, and support setting up of assistive technology marts as modern retail style centers where Divyangjan and senior citizens can see, try and purchase assistive products. Reaffirming our commitment to mental health and trauma care. There are no national institutes for mental health care in North India. We will therefore set up a NIMHANS 2 and also upgrade national mental health institutes in Ranchi and in Tezpur as regional apex institutions. Emergencies expose families, particularly the poor and vulnerable, to unexpected expenditure. We will strengthen and increase these capacities by 50% in district hospitals by establishing emergency and trauma care centers. Focus on Purvodaya states and northeastern regions. Purvodaya, I propose the development of an integrated East Coast industrial corridor with a well-connected node at Durgapur, creation of 5 tourism destinations in 5 Purvodaya states, and the provision of 4,000 e-buses. Buddhist sites in northeastern region. The northeastern region is a civilizational confluence of Theravada and Mahayana or Vajrayana traditions. I propose to launch a scheme for development of Buddhist circuits in Arunachal Pradesh, Sikkim, Assam, Manipur, Mizoram, and Tripura. The scheme will cover preservation of temples and monasteries, pilgrimage interpretation centers, connectivity, and pilgrim amenities. 16th Finance Commission. On 17th November 2025, the 16th Finance Commission submitted its report to the President. As mandated under Article 281 of the Constitution, the government is to lay the report along with the explanatory memorandum on the action taken report on the recommendations of the Commission in Parliament, which, Sir, Honourable Speaker, you've allowed me to do at the commencement of this session. The government has accepted the recommendation of the Commission to retain the vertical share of devolution at 41%. As recommended by the Commission, I have provided 1.4 lakh crores of rupees to the states for the year 2026-2027 as Finance Commission grants. These include rural and urban local body and disaster management grants. Fiscal consolidation. Government has been delivering on our fiscal commitments consistently without compromising on social needs. To strive towards accepted standards of fiscal management in Budget 25-26, I had indicated that the central government would target reaching a debt to GDP ratio of 50 plus or minus 1% by 2030-31. In line with this, the debt to GDP ratio is estimated to be 55.6% of GDP in BE 26-27, compared to 56.1% of GDP in RE 25-26. A declining debt to GDP ratio will gradually free up resources for priority sector lending and expenditure by reducing the outgo on interest payments. One of the main operational instruments for debt targeting is the fiscal deficit. I am happy to inform this august House that I fulfilled my commitment made in 2021-2022 to reduce fiscal deficit below 4.5% of GDP by 25-26. In RE 25-26, the fiscal deficit has been estimated at par with BE of 2025-26 at 4.4% of GDP. In line with the new fiscal prudence path of debt consolidation, the fiscal deficit in BE 26-27 is estimated to be 4.3% of the GDP. The revised estimates of the non-debt receipts are 34 lakh crore rupees, of which the centre's net tax receipts are 26.7 lakh crore. The revised estimate of the total expenditure is 49.6 lakh crore rupees, of which the capital expenditure is about 11 lakh crores. Budget estimates 2026 to 2027. Coming to 26-27, the non-debt receipts and the total expenditure are estimated as 36.5 lakh crore and 53.5 lakh crore respectively. The centre's net tax receipts are estimated at 28.7 lakh crore rupees. To finance the fiscal deficit, the net market borrowings from dated securities are estimated at 11.7 lakh crore rupees. The balance financing is expected to come from small savings and other sources. The gross market borrowings are estimated at 17.2 lakh crore rupees. I'll now move to Part B. Part B, direct taxes. Honorable Speaker, sir, I now present my proposals on direct taxes. New Income Tax Act. In July 2024, I announced a comprehensive review of the Income Tax Act 1961. This was completed in a record time, and the Income Tax Act 2025 will come into effect from 1st April 2026. The simplified income tax rules and forms will be notified shortly, giving adequate time to taxpayers to acquaint themselves with its requirements. The forms have been redesigned such that ordinary citizens can comply without difficulty. Ease of living. I propose that any interest awarded by the Motor Accident Claims Tribunal to a natural person will be exempt from income tax, and any TDS on this account will be done away with. I propose to reduce TCS rate on the sale of overseas tour program package from the current 5% and 20% to 2% without any stipulation of amount. I propose to reduce TCS rate for pursuing education and for medical purposes under the Liberalized Remittance Scheme, popularly known as LRS, from 5% to 2%. Supply of manpower services is proposed to be specifically brought within the ambit of payment to contractors for the purpose of TDS to avoid ambiguity. Thus, TDS on these services will be at the rate of either 1% or 2% only. I propose a scheme for small taxpayers wherein a rule-based automated process will enable obtaining a lower or nil deduction certificate instead of filing an application with the assessing officer. For the ease of taxpayer holding securities in multiple companies, I propose to enable depositories to accept Form 15G or Form 15H from the investor and provide it directly to various relevant companies. I propose to extend time available for revising returns from 31st December to up to 31st March with the payment of a nominal fee. I also propose to stagger the timeline for filing of tax returns. Individuals with ITR 1 and ITR 2 returns will continue to file till 31st July, and non-audit business cases or trusts are proposed to be allowed time till 31st August. TDS on sale of immovable property by a non-resident is proposed to be deducted and deposited through resident buyers and his or her PAN-based challan instead of requiring a TAN, which is a temporary accounting number. To address practical issues of small taxpayers like students, young professionals, tech employees, relocated NRIs, and such others, I propose to introduce a one-time 6-month foreign asset disclosure scheme for these taxpayers to disclose income or assets below a certain size. This scheme would be applicable for two categories of taxpayers, namely A, who did not disclose their overseas income or assets, and B, who disclosed their overseas income and or paid due tax but could not declare the asset acquired. For category A, the limit of undisclosed income or asset is proposed to be up to 1 crore rupees. They need to pay 30% of fair market value of asset or 30% of undisclosed income as tax and 30% as additional income tax in lieu of penalty and would thereby get immunity from prosecution. For category B, asset value is proposed to be up to 5 crore rupees. Here, immunity from both penalty and prosecution will be available with a payment of fee of 1 lakh rupees. Rationalizing penalty and prosecution. Multiplicity of proceedings are hindrance to the ease of doing business. I propose to integrate assessment and penalty proceedings by way of a common order for both. There will be no interest liability on the taxpayer on the penalty amount for the period of appeal before the first appellate authority, irrespective of the outcome of appeal process. Further, quantum of prepayment is being reduced from 20% to 10% and will continue to be calculated only on core tax demand. As an additional measure for reducing litigation, I propose to allow taxpayers to update their returns even after reassessment proceedings have been initiated and an additional 10% tax rate over and above the rate applicable for the relevant year. The assessing officer will then use only this updated return in his proceedings. There is already a framework for immunity from penalty and prosecution in the cases of underreporting. I propose to apply this framework for immunity to misreporting too. However, in such a case, the taxpayer will need to pay 100% of the tax amount as an additional income tax over and above the tax and interest due. Penalties for certain technical defaults, such as failure to get accounts audited, non-furnishing of transfer pricing audit report, and default in furnishing statement for financial transactions are proposed to be converted into fee. I propose to rationalize prosecution framework under Income Tax Act while maintaining a careful balance for deterrence in some serious offence. Non-production of books of account and documents and requirement of TDS payment where payment is made in kind are being decriminalized. Further, minor offences will attract fine only. The remaining prosecutions will be graded commensurate with the quantum of offence. They will entail only simple imprisonment with maximum imprisonment reduced to 2 years and power to courts to convert even those into fines. There is no penalty. There is no penalty presently for non-disclosure of non-immovable foreign assets with aggregate value less than 20 lakh rupees. I propose to also provide them with immunity from prosecution with retrospective effect from 1/10/2024. Cooperatives. Deduction is already allowed to a primary cooperative society engaged in supplying milk, oilseeds, fruits or vegetables raised or grown by its members. I propose to extend this deduction to also include supply of cattle feed and cotton seed produced by its members. I propose to allow inter-cooperative society dividend income as deduction under the new tax regime to the extent it is further distributed to its members. I further propose to allow exemption for a period of 3 years to dividend income received by a notified national cooperative federation on their investments made in companies up to 31/1/2026. This exemption would be allowed only for dividends further distributed to its member cooperatives. Supporting IT sector as India's growth engine. India is a global leader in software development services, IT-enabled services, knowledge process outsourcing services, and contract R&D services relating to software development. These businesses and their segments are quite interconnected with each other. All these services are proposed to be clubbed under a single category of information technology services with a common safe harbor margin of 15.5% applicable to all. The threshold for availing safe harbor for IT services is being enhanced substantially from 300 crore rupees to 2,000 crore rupees. Safe harbor for IT services shall be approved by an automated rule-driven process without any need for tax officer to examine and accept the application. Once applied by an IT services company, the same safe harbor can be continued for a period of 5 years at a stretch at its choice. For IT services companies who want to conclude advanced pricing agreement, APA, I propose to fast-track unilateral APA process for IT services and endeavor to conclude it within a period of 2 years. The period of 2 years can be extended by a further period of 6 months on taxpayers' request. I propose to extend the facility of modified returns available to the entity entering APA to its associated entities also. Attracting global business and investment. Recognizing the need to enable critical infrastructure and boost investment in data centers, I propose to provide tax holiday till 2047 to any foreign company that provides cloud services to customers globally by using data center services from India. It will, however, need to provide services to Indian customers through an Indian reseller entity. I also propose to provide a safe harbor of 15% on cost in case the company providing data center services from India is a related entity. To harness the efficiency of just-in-time logistics for electronic manufacturing, I propose to provide safe harbor to non-residents for component warehousing in a bonded warehouse at a profit margin of 2% of the invoice value. The resultant tax of about 0.7% will be much lower than in competing jurisdictions. To provide fillip to toll manufacturing in India, I propose to provide exemption from income tax for 5 years to any non-resident who provides capital goods, equipment, or tooling to any toll manufacturer in a bonded zone. To encourage vast pool of global talent to work in India for a longer period of time, I propose to provide exemption to global, non-India sourced income of a non-resident expert for a stay period of 5 years under notified schemes. I propose to provide exemption from minimum alternate tax, the MAT, to all non-residents who pay tax on presumptive basis. Tax administration. I propose to constitute a joint committee of Ministry of Corporate Affairs and Central Board of Direct Taxes for incorporating the requirements of income computation and disclosure standards, the ICDS, in the Indian Accounting Standards Ind AS itself. Separate accounting requirement based on ICDS will be done away with from the tax year 27-28. To support Prime Minister Modi's vision of homegrown accounting and advisory firms to become global leaders, I propose to rationalize the definition of accountant for the purposes of safe harbor rules. Other tax proposals. Change in taxation of buyback was brought in to address the improper use of buyback route by promoters. In the interest of minority shareholders, I propose to tax buyback for all types of shareholders as capital gains. However, to disincentivize misuse of tax arbitrage, promoters will pay an additional buyback tax. This will make effective tax 22% for corporate promoters. For non-corporate promoters, the effective tax will be 30%. TCS rate for sellers of specific goods, namely alcoholic liquor, scrap, and minerals, will be rationalized to 2%, and that on tendu leaves will be reduced from 5% to 2%. I propose to raise the STT on futures to 0.05% from the present 0.02%. STT on options premium and exercise of options are both proposed to be raised to 0.15% from the present rate of 0.1% and 0.125% respectively. We reformed the taxation landscape for corporates in 2019 by providing them a simplified regime with lower tax rate so that they could productively focus on business rather than on claim of deductions and exemptions. To encourage companies to shift to the new regime, set off of brought forward MAT credit, minimum alternate tax credit, is proposed to be allowed to companies only in the new regime. Set off using available MAT credit is proposed to be allowed to an extent of 1/4 of the tax liability in the new regime. MAT is proposed to be made final tax, so there will be no further credit accumulation from 1st April 2026. In line with this change, the rate of final tax is being reduced to 14% from the current MAT rate of 15%. The brought forward MAT credit of taxpayers accumulated till 30th March 2026 will continue to be available to them for set off as above. Indirect taxes. I shall now take up proposals related to indirect taxes. My proposals for customs and central excise aim to further simplify the tariff structure, support domestic manufacturing, promote export competitiveness, and correct inversion in duty. To continue weeding out long continuing customs duty exemptions, I propose to remove certain exemptions on items which are being manufactured in India or where the imports are negligible. Similarly, to further simplify the process of ascertaining the rate of duty applicable on a particular item, I propose to incorporate certain effective rates in various customs notifications to the tariff schedule itself. I shall now take up sector-specific proposals. Promotion of exports of marine, leather, and textile products. I propose to increase the limit for duty-free imports of specified inputs used for processing seafoods for export from the current 1% to 3% of FOB value of the previous year's export turnover. I also propose to allow duty-free imports of specified inputs, which is currently available for exports of leather or synthetic footwear, to exports of shoe uppers as well. I propose to extend the time period for export of final product from the existing 6 months to 1 year for exporters of leather or textile garments, leather or synthetic footwear, and other leather products. Energy transition and security. I propose to extend the basic customs duty exemption given to capital goods used for manufacturing lithium-ion cells for batteries to those used for manufacturing lithium-ion cells for battery energy storage systems also. I propose to exempt basic customs duty on import of sodium antimonate for use in manufacture of solar glass. Nuclear power. I propose to extend the existing basic customs duty exemption on imports of goods required for nuclear power projects till the year 2035 and expand it for all nuclear plants irrespective of their capacity. Critical minerals. It is proposed to provide basic customs duty exemption to the import of capital goods required for the processing of critical minerals in India. Biogas blended CNG. I propose to exclude the entire value of biogas while calculating the central excise duty payable on biogas blended CNG. Civil and defense aviation. I propose to exempt basic customs duty on components and parts required for the manufacture of civilian training and other aircrafts. It is proposed to exempt basic customs duty on raw materials imported for the manufacture of parts of aircraft to be used in maintenance, repair, or overall requirements by units in the defense sector. Electronics. To deepen value addition in the consumer electronics sector, I propose to exempt basic customs duty on specified parts used in the manufacture of microwave ovens. Special economic zone. To address the concerns arising about utilization of capacity by manufacturing units in the special economic zones due to global trade disruptions, I propose as a special one-time measure to facilitate sales by eligible manufacturing units in SEZs to the domestic tariff area at concessional rates of duty. The quantity of such sales will be limited to a prescribed proportion of their exports. Necessary regulatory changes will be undertaken to operationalize the measures while ensuring level playing field for the units working in the DTA. Ease of living. To rationalize the customs duty structure for goods imported for personal use, I propose to reduce the tariff rate on all dutiable goods imported for personal use from 20% to 10%. To provide relief to patients, particularly those suffering from cancer, I propose to exempt basic customs duty on 17 drugs or medicines. I propose also to add 7 more rare diseases for the purposes of exempting import duties on personal imports of drugs, medicines, and food for special medical purposes used in their treatment. Customs process. India's role and share in the global trade is poised for a major leap in line with our ambition and journey towards Vikasit Bharat. In this regard, I propose many measures for custom processes to have minimal intervention for smoother and faster movement of goods and greater certainty to the trade. Trust-based systems. I propose to enhance duty deferral period for Tier 2 and Tier 3 authorized economic operators, known as AEOs, from 15 days to 30 days. I propose to provide eligible manufacturer importers the same duty deferral facility. This should encourage them to get themselves accredited as a full-fledged Tier 3 AEO in due course. To provide greater certainty and for better business planning, I propose to extend validity period of advance ruling binding on customs from the present 3 years to 5 years. In the spirit of the whole of government approach, government agencies will be encouraged to leverage AEO accreditation for preferential treatment in clearing their cargo. Regular importers with trusted long-standing supply chains will be recognized in the risk system so that the need for verification of their cargo every time can be minimized. Export cargo using electronic sealing. Export cargo using electronic sealing will be provided through clearance from the factory premises to the ship. For import of goods not needing any compliance, filing of bill of entry by a trusted importer and arrival of goods will automatically notify customs for completing their clearance formalities. This will enable goods to be released immediately on arrival. The customs warehouse framework will be transformed into a warehouse operator-centric system with a self-declarations, electronic tracking, and risk-based audit. These reforms will move away from the current system of officer-dependent approvals and reduce transaction delays and compliance costs. Ease of doing business. Approvals required for cargo clearance from various government agencies will be seamlessly processed through a single and interconnected digital window by the end of the financial year. Processes involved in clearance of food, drugs, plant and animal and wildlife products, accounting for about 70% of interdicted cargo, will be operationalized on this system by April 2026 itself. For goods not having any compliance requirement, clearance will be done by customs immediately after online registration is completed by the importer, subject to the payment of duty. Customs integrated system will be rolled out in 2 years as a single integrated and scalable platform for all customs processes. Utilization of non-intrusive scanning with advanced imaging and AI technology for risk assessment will be expanded in a phased manner with the objective to scan every container across all the major ports. New export opportunities to support Indian fishermen to fully harness the economic value of marine resources beyond our territorial waters. The following measures will be taken. A. Fish catch by an Indian fishing vessel in exclusive economic zone or on the high seas will be made free of duty. Landing of such fish on foreign port will be treated as export of goods. Safeguards will be put in place to prevent misuse during fish catch, transit or transshipment. To support aspirations of India's small businesses, artisans and startups to access global markets through e-commerce, I am pleased to announce complete removal of the current value cap of 10 lakh rupees per consignment on courier exports. In addition, handling of rejected and returned consignments will be improved with effective use of technology for identifying such consignments. I propose to revise provisions governing baggage clearance during international travel to address genuine concerns of passengers. The revised rules will enhance duty-free allowances in line with the present-day travel realities and provide clarity in temporary carriage of goods brought in or taken out. There are honest taxpayers who are willing to settle disputes by paying all their dues. but they get deterred due to negative connotation associated with penalty. They will now be able to close cases by paying an additional amount in lieu of penalty. Honorable Speaker, sir, with this, I commend the budget to this august House. Jai Hind. One and a half hours.
आइटम नंबर 3 माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी।
Item number 2, sir.
3.
Sir, with your permission, I rise to lay on the table of the following statements under Section 3, 1 of the Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act of 2003. Medium-term fiscal policy cum fiscal policy strategy statement and macroeconomic framework statement.
आइटम नंबर 4 माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी।
Sir, with your permission, I move for leave to introduce the Finance Bill 2026.
प्रश्न ये कि विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाए। जो सदस्य इस पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए, मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में हाँ वालों के पक्ष में अनुमति प्रदान की जाती है। माननीय मंत्री जी, अब विधेयक पूरे स्थापित करें।
Sir, I introduce the bill.
माननीय सदस्यगण, आपको सूचित किया जाता है कि माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी के बजट भाषण की कॉपी पब्लिकेशन काउंटर पर ली जाती है। बजट भाषण और बजट से संबंधित दस्तावेज आपके मोबाइल फोन और मेंबर पोर्टल्स पर ही उपलब्ध है। सभा की कार्रवाई कल सोमवार दिनांक 2 फरवरी 2026 को प्राप्त 11 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
On a cluster-based plug-and-play model. Strong capital goods. Strong capital goods capability is a determinant of productivity and quality across different sectors. Towards building this capacity, I propose the following. High-tech tool rooms will be established by central public sector enterprises at 2 locations as digitally enabled automated service bureaus that locally design, test and manufacture high-precision components at scale and at lower cost. 2. A scheme for enhancement of construction and infrastructure equipments will be introduced to strengthen domestic manufacturing of high value and technologically advanced CIE. This can range from lifts in a multi-storied apartment or firefighting equipment in multiplexes, large or small, and to tunnel boring equipments for building metros and high altitude roads. I also propose a scheme for container manufacturing to create a globally competitive container manufacturing ecosystem with a budgetary allocation of 10,000 crores over a 5-year period. For the labor-intensive textile sector, I propose an integrated program with 5 subparts. 1. The National Fiber Scheme for Self-Reliance in Natural Fibers, such as silk, wool and jute, man-made fibers and new age fibers. Textile expansion and employment scheme to modernize traditional clusters with capital support for machinery, technology upgradation and common testing and certification centers. 3. The National Handloom and Handicraft Program to integrate and strengthen existing schemes and ensure targeted support for weavers and artisans. Tex Eco Initiative to promote globally competitive and sustainable textiles and apparels. Samarth 2.0 to modernize the upgrade the textile skilling ecosystem through collaboration with industry and academic institutions. Further, I propose to set up mega textile parks in challenge mode. They can also focus on bringing value addition to technical textiles. I propose to launch the Mahatma Gandhi Gram Swaraj initiative to strengthen khadi, handloom and handicrafts. This will help in global market linkage and branding. It will streamline and support training, skilling, quality of process and production. This will benefit our weavers, village industries, one district, one product ODOP initiative and also our rural youth. India has the potential to emerge as a global hub for high quality, affordable sports goods. I propose a dedicated initiative for sports goods that will promote manufacturing, research and innovation in equipment design as well as material sciences. Rejuvenation of legacy industrial clusters. I propose to introduce a scheme to revive 200 legacy industrial clusters to improve their cost competitiveness and efficiency through infrastructure and technology upgradation. Creating champion SMEs and supporting micro enterprises. Recognizing MSMEs as a vital engine of growth, I propose a three-pronged approach to help them grow as champions. Equity support. I propose to introduce a dedicated 10,000 crores SME growth fund to create future champions, incentivizing enterprises based on select criteria. I also propose to top up the Self-Reliant India Fund set up in 2021 with 2,000 crores to continue support to micro enterprises and maintain their access to risk capital. Liquidity support. With TREDS, more than 7 lakh crore has been made available to MSMEs. To leverage its full potential, I propose 4 measures. 1. Mandate TREDS as the transaction settlement platform for all purchases from MSMEs by CPSEs, serving as a benchmark for other corporates. 2. Introduce a credit guarantee support mechanism through CGT MSE for invoice discounting on TREDS platform. 3. Link GEM with TREDS for sharing information with financiers about government purchases from MSMEs, encouraging cheaper and quicker financing. 4. Introduce TREDS receivables as asset-backed securities, helping develop a secondary market, enhancing liquidity and settlement of transactions. Professional support. Government will facilitate professional institutions such as the ICAI, ICSI, ICMAI to design short-term modular courses and practical tools to develop a cadre of corporate mitras, especially in Tier 2 and Tier 3 towns. These accredited para-professionals will help MSMEs meet compliance requirements at affordable costs. Infrastructure. During this past decade, our government has undertaken several initiatives for large-scale enhancement of public infrastructure, including through new financing instruments such as Infrastructure Investment Trust (InvITs) and Real Estate Investment Trust (REITs), and institutions like NIIF and NABFID. We shall continue to focus on developing infrastructure in cities with over 5 lakh population, that is tier 2, tier 3 cities, which have expanded to become growth centers. Public capital expenditure has increased manifold from 2 lakh crore in 2014-15 to an allocation of 11.2 lakh crore in BE 25-26. In this coming year, that is financial year 2026-27, I propose to increase it to 12.2 lakh crores to continue the momentum. To strengthen the confidence of private developers regarding risks during infrastructure development and construction phase, I propose to set up an infrastructure risk guarantee fund to provide prudentially calibrated partial credit guarantee to lenders. Over the years, rights have emerged as a successful instrument for asset monetization. I propose to accelerate recycling of significant real estate assets of the CPSEs through the setting up of dedicated rights. To promote environmentally sustainable movement of cargo, I propose to 1. Establish new dedicated freight corridors connecting Dankuni in the east to Surat in the west. Operationalize 20 new national waterways over the next 5 years, starting with National Waterways 5 in Orissa to connect mineral-rich areas of Talcher and Angul and industrial centers like Kalinga Nagar to the ports of Paradeep and Dhamra.
And welcome back to this continued coverage of the Union Budget 2026 on Indian Express and Financial Express. And what a budget speech it has been. I think it was a little beyond our expectations, the way she rolled out different proposals over a 90-minute period. But I think the most interesting part of the budget, and which will probably affect all of you and all of us, are the direct tax proposals. And for that, I have with me Mr. Pramod Batra, who's the direct tax expert at Deloitte India. What's your quick take on the direct tax proposals that Nirmala Sitharaman outlined?
I think on an overall basis, the focus has been more on ease of compliance, which is a commitment which this government has made over the last several years, and reduce litigation. That's what I would say, and this is really commendable that some of the proposals which we really have been seeking for a number of years, she has picked up this time and done it. For example, very simple for an individuals when we are buying properties from non-residents, there was a huge compliance burden which was required. Now that has been done away with, and it has been made on parity with the when you are buying a property from residents as a PAN-based compliance rather than making applications for withholding tax numbers, etc., etc. So that's a big relief for the resident individuals to purchase the property.
Okay, I think that was a general theme in the budget, is to try and make it easier to do business. We will come to that side, I mean, on MSMEs and all of that. But sticking with the direct tax proposal, there was small things for individuals as well. You know, she said, I mean, we haven't seen the forms yet, but the forms have been redesigned so individuals can file income tax directly without having to depend on a CA for filing your tax returns. And also interest, which was awarded by the Motor Accident Claims Tribunal, is now going to be exempt from
tax. That's right.
I mean, I don't know. Personally, I see that as a kind of a double-edged sword. It just goes to show how many motor accident claims we have in our...
Nobody wants to wish for that, but at the end of the day, I think the objective seems to be that there shouldn't be any litigation around all those issues, because at the field level, the tax authorities were challenging these propositions to say that they are taxable, but she has at least put to rest that controversy. So that's a welcome step. And I think on an overall basis, because last year the government took a step to come up with the new income tax code to simplify the language while keeping the structurally the policy at the policy level the same. The one thing which we were doubting, because so far the rules and the forms had not been notified, and we were worried whether the new income tax act, which is government promise that will be in effect from 1st April 25, whether it will be there or not. But she had reassured that it will be in place from 1st April 25, but the rules and the forms will likely to be notified very soon. So maybe in the coming days, we're going to see a lot of action on that front.
Yes, and she's also reduced the tax rate or the tax credited at source, the TCS rate.
That's right.
For several things. Can you just outline those for me?
So the couple of things on that. One is the TCS on the overseas tours.
Yes.
When we were buying it from the tour operators and all, that has been brought down to 2%. And from 5-20% to 2%. And then also on the TCS on remittances under the liberalized remittance scheme has been brought down to 2%. So that's a welcome step. There were already certain exemptions in respect of TCS applicability when you are buying it from a domestic loans and all, but I hope they remain there in place as such.
I think this would probably encourage overseas education now. You'll see more people going abroad.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, while we are, it is not a question of encouraging, it is a question of that if you as an individual are already paying taxes, you are able to afford an overseas education and you are paying tax paid money, this TCS was a burden on the cash flow, plus what it was entailing, it was a refund process.
Right.
So therefore, at least you are done away with that process and it mitigates that risk. At the end of the day, the government's objective by introducing TDS and TCS provision is to track the payments so that nobody gets untaxed.
Right.
Everybody remains. But the objective would have been, rather we would have been more happy if the government had introduced certain provisions disincentivizing overseas overseas education by bringing in more universities into the country, and to say that let them come to India and operate in India for the Indian students rather than Indian students traveling abroad.
You raise a very
That's
interesting
a different
point
perspective altogether.
on this, and I think there were some proposals in the previous budget for this, for universities to set up campuses in India.
That's right.
But we don't know where that has.
It's a long process. It's not something, if you will take steps today, it will take 2 years to really set up or establish campuses. Plus you have to convince the overseas faculties to come to India and teach in India, because you want the same level of education to be there in India.
Okay. Then she's also reduced the penalties for non-disclosure of foreign assets.
That's right.
What are the key takeaways of that?
Yeah, that's a very welcome move, because, for example, in the context, if I were to give you an example, which is quite often faced by all of us and which we have seen in our, I would say, routine, that Indian employees, when they are for example, have got foreign assets in the form of ESOPs and all, they were not aware of, the awareness is not there whether they have disclosed, whether they are required to disclose, they are not required to disclose, but if they are receiving any dividend income or any other income, they were making disclosure of those income. So now the finance minister's speech clearly indicate that there are two categories where there is a foreign asset, but you have not disclosed neither the asset nor the income. There is a foreign income, but you have disclosed the foreign income but not disclose the foreign assets. So she has brought a scheme wherein you are able to do the disclosures. If you have not disclosed the foreign income, then there are special taxes, and there is a disincentive also, disincentive in the form of penal tax, I would say. If you have disclosed the income but not disclosed the asset, then there is a nominal fee of, I think, 1 lakh rupees.
A limit of up to 1
lakh rupees.
No, that is of course immunity from prosecution.
Immunity for prosecution and penalty, with a small nominal fees probably that probably would be there.
So I mean, this is for people who genuinely forget to add that they have certain foreign assets in their income.
And we were all going through quite a complex litigation process in that, because the tax officers were raising that you have not done these disclosures and all. So it's a very welcome move.
Right, and given the fact that we are now in a globalized economy and there's exchange of services across various countries.
Absolutely.
And a lot of Indian talent is traveling to other countries and working there and earning income in both countries. So it just simplifies the process.
It simplifies the process. Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely. I think one of the interesting ones is long outstanding demand has been on the revision of the tax returns. Again, it's a step towards ease of doing business.
Yeah.
So For example, in the case of individuals, your return filing date is 31st July, 31st December was the outer limit for revising of the returns. Then the period kicks in for filing of the updated returns after April. But now with this revision of returns being extended to 31st March, there's a lot of burden taken off the companies, individuals, and all the taxpayers for that matter. Plus, it also gives them the flexibility to have the foreign tax credits, because if I'm filing a foreign tax return, which is usually January to December period, I have information by 31st of March to revise my return and make additional claims. So again, I think the overall theme seems to be ease of compliance, reducing litigation, and bringing in measures wherein taxpayer feels comfortable.
Right. So, and in the IT services sector also, she had made a few more announcements.
That's right.
That?
Yeah, so that's a very welcome move. In fact, there was a lot of controversies around, and under the current, there are safe harbor rules, which allows companies up to certain threshold, and the outer limit was up to 300 crores or so for IT sector, ITS sector. Then there is a classification issues around KPO sector, knowledge process outsourcing, etc. So that seems to be, while we'll have to read the fine print to figure out what really comes in there, and the rates were 17% and upward, 17% in some one category, then 18% for another category, software development center, then R&D center goes to 24%. But looks like I didn't hear about the R&D center, but for ITS sector, there seems to be I would say a reconciliation towards, because that has been a long outstanding demand, that to bring down the rates which are competitive with some of the global markets, and that has been reduced to 15.5%. Plus, the threshold for safe harbor has also been increased from 300 crores to 2,000 crores, which is quite significant. And plus, there seems to be an acceleration towards the APA programs as well, in terms of accelerating the unilateral APAs. Yeah. So, just to give a context, companies sitting in India with their principal companies outside of India can enter into a bilateral APA as well as a unilateral APA. Bilateral APA involves the tax authorities on both the sides, while unilateral APA is something which is within the domain of the Indian tax authorities. Right. Now, she has assured that we will conclude. She has provided a time frame. Under the current regime, there is no time frame for conclusion of the APAs. So, since unilateral APA is within the control of the Indian government, Indian tax authorities, they have provided a time frame of 2 years with an extension of 6 months only at the request of the taxpayer. Right. So that means there will be a pressure, and she is putting the responsibility on the Indian tax authorities that you must complete this exercise in 2-year period time. So
just making it a lot more efficient.
Very much efficient, absolutely.
Now, another thing that she tweaked was the STT on the capital market.
Yes.
So it went from 0.1% from 0.15%. STT on futures has gone from 0.02% to 0.05%. What sort of impact do you see that having?
See, in fact, we were all expecting that STT should really be done away with.
Right.
Because STT as an overall basis does not contribute very significantly to the tax revenues. But it's a process, and it involves a lot of compliance. Yeah. So we expected that to happen, but unfortunately that has not happened. Rather, they have reduced I could not follow much on that, but our expectation largely was on abolition of STT altogether.
Okay, no, because she's raised the STT on futures.
Yeah, the futures is the reason is because futures is an option because it is leading to a speculative market. Yes. And the intent was that people should not be indulging in the speculative behavior because it is leading to a lot of losses and probably impacting the household significantly.
Yes. Last year also she had a provision.
Very recently, in fact, they changed the norms for also to prohibit the futures trading.
Yes. Yep. By individuals.
By individuals. That's right.
That's right.
Yeah.
And then the other thing that she talked about was tax buyback by all shareholders.
Absolutely.
Treated as just capital gains tax. That's a simplification there.
So last year's budget was more on the front of that they introduced a law relating to buyback taxation. Buyback taxation was the proceeds on the buyback were taxed as dividend income.
Okay.
Instead of taxing it as capital gains. That was the old regime. So they modified in fact, now this was creating a lot of confusion because challenges and inefficiencies from a taxpayer's shareholder's perspective, because if I bought a share at a premium price and company goes for a buyback, I will not be able to get the loss on account of the cost of acquisition of those shares. So this was, I would say, a very inefficient mechanism. So fortunately this year they have recognized it and reintroduced the buyback taxation to be taxed as capital gains. But because this is something misused by the promoters as alleged by the finance minister, but looks like whether it is right to say that it is a misuse or it is a proper use, that's a question of a debate. But they have introduced a special tax for the promoters.
Okay.
So while it's a very welcome step, because she specifically made a reference to the minority shareholders, which is well taken as well, because minority shareholders do not have any such controls over the companies, and they were subjected to a higher tax for no fault of theirs when they don't have the control over the processes.
Right. And then overall, what are the highlights that you see from this budget, like on a general basis?
Yeah, I would say that it looks like to be on overall basis a very good budget, where there is a lot of emphasis on, for example, development of central economic regions, medical tourism, medical hubs, centers over there. Plus seems to be, I would say, on the skill development as well, where she has talked about, I don't exactly recall that, but I think one of the important aspects which really we were all looking for was on the development and the growth of the data centers. With so much of capacity is being built up, and there are a lot of tax litigation around taxing of the cloud services. Hopefully with the new norms coming in, and we will have to see through the fine print around that, with the new tax policy around giving incentives to the data centers, there may be, I would say, a good amount of litigation for the multinational companies done away with that. So that therefore it's the focus seems to be, if I were to put it from an economic point of view, overall seems to be a growth oriented budget with a lot of emphasis on the capex, increased capex, development of the regional centers, and plus giving a push to the manufacturing as well. There is a recognition which in fact the government has started because of the changed overall dynamics across us. On the recognition on semiconductors, we have come up with the semiconductor policy. Now there is a revamp and there is a push towards that direction that we should now be moving to the next phase of that. So great budget that way.
I guess, I mean, that was what we expected also, that there would be a manufacturing push, and this budget will drive us on the road to Viksit Bharat. And of course, I think what I found very interesting was the tax holiday for companies that provide data center services to Indian companies specifically, any foreign company, which means all cloud services getting a complete tax holiday. I think that just helps Indian companies absorb technology and acquire technology faster, and also incentivizes more companies to move to the cloud.
Absolutely. In fact, the incentive seems to be that if you provide cloud services to global customers using India data centers, will give you the tax holidays. So that seems to be quite an interesting development, and we'll have to read through the fine print on that.
And that will of course encourage setting up of more data centers in India.
Absolutely.
And, I mean, as we were looking at new avenues for employment, I think employment generation was one of the things that she spoke about. In the age of AI and technology, we need to have fresh skilling coming in, and these are the areas that we will be looking at fresh skilling. Okay, in fact, while Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman was presenting in the Union Budget 2026, she described it as a Yuva Shakti driven budget, anchored on three kartavya: accelerating growth, fulfilling aspirations, and building capacity with access for every sector. To accelerate and sustain this economic growth, the Finance Minister announced various interventions across 6 different areas. These include like scaling up manufacturing in several strategic sectors, rejuvenating legacy industries, creating champion MSMEs, boosting infrastructure. So here's more on that from the Finance Minister.
With our Prime Minister, which have inspired many of the proposals, making this a unique Yuva Shakti driven budget. Our government's sankalp is to focus on our poor, underprivileged and the disadvantaged. To deliver on this sankalp, and given that this is the first budget prepared in Kartavya Bhavan, we are inspired by three Kartavya. Our first Kartavya is to accelerate and sustain economic growth by enhancing productivity and competitiveness and building resilience to volatile global dynamics. Our second Kartavya is to fulfill aspirations of our people and build their capacity, making them strong partners in India's path to prosperity. Our third Kartavya, aligned with our vision of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, is to ensure that every family, community, region and sector has access to resources, amenities and opportunities for meaningful participation. This threefold approach requires a supportive ecosystem. The first requirement is to sustain the momentum of structural reforms, continuous, adaptive and forward-looking. Second, a robust and resilient financial sector is central to mobilizing savings, allocating capital efficiently and managing risks. Third, cutting-edge technologies, including AI applications, can serve us as force multipliers for better governance. Reform Express. Our government has undertaken comprehensive reforms towards creating employment, boosting productivity, and accelerating growth. After the Prime Minister's announcement on Independence Day in 2025, over 350 reforms have been rolled out. This includes GST simplification, notification of labor codes, and rationalization of mandatory quality control orders. High-level committees have been formed, and in parallel, the central government is working with the state governments on deregulation and reducing compliance requirements. The Reform Express is well on its way and will maintain its momentum to help us fulfill our Kartavya. I now move to specific proposals. Under our first Kartavya, to accelerate and sustain economic growth, I propose interventions in 6 areas. 1. Scaling up manufacturing in 7 strategic and frontier sectors. 2. Rejuvenating legacy industrial sectors. 3. Creating champion MSMEs. 4. Delivering a powerful push for infrastructure. 5. Ensuring long-term security and stability. And 6. Developing city economic regions. Scaling up of manufacturing in 7 strategic and frontier sectors. Biopharma Shakti, meaning biopharma strategy for health advancement through knowledge, technology and innovation. India's disease burden is observed to be shifting towards non-communicable diseases like diabetes, cancer and autoimmune disorders. Biologic medicines are key to longevity and quality of life at affordable costs. To develop India as a global biopharma manufacturing hub, I propose the Biopharma Shakti with an outlay of 10,000 crores over the next 5 years. This will build the ecosystem for domestic production of biologics and biosimilars. The strategy will include a biopharma focused network with 3 new national institutes of pharmaceutical education and research, popularly known as NIPERS, and upgrading 7 existing ones. It will also create a network of 1,000 accredited India clinical trials sites. We propose to strengthen the Central Drug Standard Control Organization to meet global standards and approve timeframes through and approval timeframes through a dedicated scientific review cadre and specialists. India's Semiconductor Mission 1.0 expanded India's semiconductor sector capabilities. Building on this, we will launch ISM 2.0 to produce equipment and materials, design full-stack Indian IP, and fortify supply chains. We will also focus on industry-led research and training centers to develop technology and skilled workforce. The Electronics Components Manufacturing Scheme, launched in April 2025 with an outlay of 22,919 crores, already has investment commitments at double the targets. We propose to increase the outlay to 40,000 crores to capitalize on this momentum.
So that was Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, and you were specifically watching what she outlined as the Yuva Shakti driven budget and the various kartavyas that she was focusing on. And earlier we were talking about direct taxes with Pramod Batra of Deloitte. And now I have his colleague who's going to speak to me about indirect taxes. I'd like to welcome Krishnan Agarwal here into the studio. And there were a lot of proposals on indirect taxes, and in fact, indirect taxes of late in various budgets we've seen don't get highlighted that much because most of it, the GST has taken it away, and it's a decision of the GST Council, which happens outside the budget. But this time there were some specifics on indirect taxes, and she spent a lot of time on it. So can you give me the highlights?
So from indirect taxes, as you rightly mentioned, that most of the GST related amendments happens through GST Council meeting. Yeah. There was a big bang reform in September 2025. Right. So there were certain law related changes which were expected based out of 56 GST Council meeting, which has clearly come out in this budget. From custom side, if you see, the focus was mostly on support. The government's focus is to support domestic manufacturing, boost exports, correct duty inversion, and as well as simplify the tariff structure. I think these were the 4 different framework under which Finance Minister did her speech today in the Parliament. So this is broadly what it is there from custom side. Now, if you see, there are few important changes which she has announced from custom side. One of the important changes she announced was to increase the time limit from deferment of customs duty from 15 days to 30 days for AO Tier 2 and Tier 3 status holders. I think this is very, very important and welcome move, I would suggest, because this will help the importers, particularly facing working capital constraints, and this will help the overall
little more liquidity in the system, little more time.
Absolutely. Second important amendment which she announced was basically the validity of customs ruling from 3 years to 5 years. This is again provide certainty to the taxpayers over a period of time and reduce multiple litigations on the same issue. That is got it's expected from advance ruling perspective.
Right.
Third important point which she mentioned also was a kind of concessional rate of customs duty for removal of goods from SEZ to a domestic tariff area. This was one of the important asks because the exporters in the SEZ domain were facing a lot of export crunch in export demand. So this, I think, will help the exporters from in fact the SEZ's holder special economic, the companies who are registered under the special economic zone will help to create more demand in the market.
Okay. And then she made some specific announcements for like leather goods, for example, nuclear power projects, reduction in duty till 2035, and biogas. So where do you see these exemptions, the kind of role that they play for these sectors?
I think the government is continuously focusing on these sectors. Even she announced on the capital goods for lithium-ion batteries, the cancer drugs.
Right.
She had reduced the customs duty or exemption on 17 different cancer drugs. So I think the focus is mostly on healthcare. The focus is on automotive sector, the EV sector, and this is going to help the industry overall.
Right, and I mean, she also mentioned like exemption of basics custom duty on parts for microwave ovens, for example, parts manufactured for aircraft, because I think these are the sectors where she wants to see India emerge as a manufacturing hub for global companies.
Correct, absolutely.
Right. The other thing that she did mention was goods for personal use also. The basics customs duty has been brought down from 20% to
absolutely.
10%.
Absolutely.
How do you see that impacting us as consumers?
See, I think the government focus has been towards Make in India, the Viksit Bharat by 2047.
Yeah.
I think that towards that government is putting a lot of focus, and even they have increased the outlay of up to 40,000 crores in case of electronic manufacturing components scheme, PLI scheme basically. So
Right.
all that is towards Make in India, and this is going to certainly help create India as a manufacturing hub for the global markets, and now we are already the 4th largest economy in the world, and we should be soon be 3rd largest economy over the period of time.
Okay. I mean, we also saw that the budget did cater to the states that are going in for elections this year, right? When she mentioned the rare earths permanent magnets corridor, that Orissa, Kerala, Andhra, Tamil Nadu to get rare earth corridors, so that there's more focus on making these equipments over there. She also mentioned a special scheme for container manufacturing, 10,000 crore over a 5-year period, and I assume that would also help importers with domestic manufactured containers reduce their costs overall?
Absolutely, it will reduce the cost, and this will help this particular segment of the industry group.
Okay. And overall, so how did you see the budget overall from a lens of indirect taxation? What were the announcements in line with what you expected? What else could have been done?
See, again, to reiterate, from GST side, 3 important changes. The intermediary done to do away with the intermediary provision. This was the decision which was taken in the 56th GST Council meeting, and this is a very, very welcome move from the service exporters perspective. This will provide certainty to the service exporter community. India is becoming a larger and larger market for global capability center hubs. So yeah. I think this will create clearly this is a welcome move for the service exporter communities, and I think this will reduce significant amount of litigation over the time. Second, if I see this post-supply discount, which again I want to reiterate, there were a lot of litigations under the GST law. Now I think this will provide certainty to the taxpayers if they don't need to corroborate with whether there was an agreement before the time of supply, to corroborate with taking the benefit of post-supply discount. So all this is a very, very welcome move. Now, if you see the collections of GST over the period of time, it is increasingly going up. Even the January collection was 6% more than the December collection. So I think GST 2.0 rationalization has helped the country to move ahead. Now, from customs side, I think there were several requirements from rate rationalization perspective, which Finance Minister has already announced, and I think we have to go through the fine prints to see more details what is there.
Yeah.
I think the budget is very good. One more thing which could have Finance Minister could have announced in the budget documents was that simplified litigation, basically the amnesty scheme from customs perspective. So this request has been going from the industry side to the government for last several years, but we have not heard much around that.
Okay. Since you spoke about GST, and you've probably been tracking the sector very closely, 5%, 18% and 40%.
Correct.
Right, are the new rate slabs that we have. And it's been only about 3 months since this has rolled, 4 months now. In these last 4 months, have you seen a problem with compliance, or has it been easy?
What I would, what we have been interacting with the various companies and advising overall. So the industry sense is, yes, the reduction of customs duty, GST rate from 12% to 5%, or the other side. So I think this is the overall compliance is very, very smooth. Industry is not facing that much challenge. That is what I would say. Yes, initial setup issues were there at one point in time, but overall the industry has coped up very well in a very short span of time.
Okay. Right. So, Krishnan, thank you for your inputs on indirect taxes. And now I just wanted to quickly get back to something Finance Minister said in the budget speech. The Union Budget 2026 announced a major push for rare earth minerals, and we were just talking about it, right? Orissa, Andhra, to get this corridor. 7 mineral-rich states at the center of the government strategy to strengthen domestic supply chains and reduce import dependence. The Finance Minister outlined plans to support these mineral corridors, promote processing and value addition, and encourage downstream manufacturing of rare earth magnets, which are critical for electronics. And now, since we have this whole boost towards electric vehicles and so many more things that will require rare earth magnets, we do not want to be constrained by global supply problems, right? So this is what Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman said about the rare earth magnet strategy.
Correct.
A scheme for rare earth permanent magnets was launched in 2025 November. We now propose to support the mineral-rich states of Odisha, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu to establish dedicated rare earth corridors to promote mining, processing, research and manufacturing. To enhance domestic chemical production and reduce import dependency, we will launch a scheme to support states in establishing 3 dedicated chemical parks through challenge route on a cluster-based plug-and-play model. Strong capital goods. Strong capital goods capability is a determinant of productivity and quality across different sectors. Towards building this capacity, I propose the following. High-tech tool rooms will be established by central public sector enterprises at 2 locations as digitally enabled automated service bureaus that locally design, test and manufacture high-precision components at scale and at lower cost. 2. A scheme for enhancement of construction and infrastructure equipments will be introduced to strengthen domestic manufacturing of high value and technologically advanced CIE. This can range from lifts in a multi-storied apartment or firefighting equipment in multiplexes, large or small, and to tunnel boring equipments for building metros and high altitude roads. I also propose a scheme for container manufacturing to create a globally competitive container manufacturing ecosystem with a budgetary allocation of 10,000 crores over a 5-year period.
And that was Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman talking about the entire rare earth strategy which she outlined in this budget. And I think that's something that will drive India on the path to Viksit Bharat, because we're going to have a lot of demand for rare earth minerals. Now I have back in the studio with me Mr. Pramod Batra, who's partner with Grant Thornton. Prasad Unikrishnan, I'm so sorry. Mr. Prasad Unikrishnan, who is a partner with Grant Thornton. And Prasad, we were talking before the budget on the various expectations from the budget. Did the budget meet your expectations?
Absolutely. I would say yes.
On all counts?
Almost all counts. I'll just tell you why also. Okay.
right.
So when we spoke, one of the key points that you requested me or you asked me is whether there will be change in the income tax structure so that the consumption-based demand goes up and that sustains the development and the growth in the country. But I told consumption-based is not the way to go forward over a period of time. And that is a strategic shift which I've seen in this budget. The reason being it's a long-term growth architecture.
Okay.
But in a long-term growth architecture, multiple levers working together to make the next generation vibrant Bharat by 2024, 2040, Vikasit Bharat. So that is the basics of this particular thing. Typically, any budget is like a short-term pill for a specific problems. Like they are looking at a larger vision. So that's the biggest change in this entire budget. That's very, very important. I'll just put out the points here.
Sure.
The one is about the discipline which we mentioned when we started in the morning. We told the fiscal discipline is very important. So they really mentioned that fiscal deficit they will bring down to 4.3% of the GDP. Right?
That was FY27.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's a bold statement which they have made, and that too without reducing their expenditure. That's the underlying thing. When we see the detailed document, we'll have to look at it. And it actually signals productivity-led growth.
Okay.
This is the most credible thing. And that's not a short-term push. It's a long-term push. That's a very important thing. Second thing is about exactly what we mentioned in the morning, manufacturing reboot.
Yes.
Okay, they have given so much of emphasis on manufacturing. And all sectors cutting across. They have addressed almost all sectors they could do, both in the traditional as well as in the core sectors. The primary thing is one of the things they want to, you asked which are the sectors they will actually excel in.
Right.
One, they mentioned they want to be India semiconductor mission, India wants to be self-reliant. Second is biopharma, which is very important. Third, rare earth corridor, which we have already spoken about, rare earth corridor. Now, legacy industries, they are not leaving out. They are taking them because Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas messaging was very clear in the message. So they are doing it. MSME, revival. Self-reliant India Fund, they are mentioned. Then 2,000 crores targeted micro enterprises.
Right.
Shift towards champion enterprises. So that's how they are talking about. Okay, and then the high-speed rail corridor, which is primarily connectivity, is improving.
Between 7 cities.
Therefore, logistics, much enhanced logistics. The most important thing is coastal logistics, which they have mentioned about. That's a very important point, which will actually reduce the cost of transportation. At the same time, it is economically viable and environment friendly. That was the push when Nirmala Sitharaman mentioned that. That's a very important thing. Other thing is about the growth corridor cities, tier 2, tier 3 cities. They mentioned a specific term for that. And that is very, very important because if cities are going to be the growth engine for the next Vikasit Bharat, then they have to focus on it. And they have mentioned that as a very important aspect of it. And it's a services-led growth which they are looking from that perspective. So overall perspective, I would say it's a very well thought out, not a short term, but a very long term budget. And this is not a, I would say, well sequenced growth budget, which I would say.
Okay. And we were talking about, maybe they will have specific outlay for states which are going for elections. But I didn't see too much of an emphasis on state-specific, like, only for the state. Yes, in Kerala, they did mention the whole coconut promotion scheme to enhance productivity.
Yeah.
So that's a direct benefit there. But otherwise, I didn't see anything very...
I also mentioned to you, right, in the very beginning. So the budget is for all the states in the country, right?
Yeah.
But one thing I think you should take it into consideration. As per 16th Finance Commission, the vertical devolution of 41%, they have maintained it. Right. They have not changed it. So that's a good sign. Because I told you, states are the endpoints where an implementation has to happen. However, how is that horizontal devolution going to happen? That we need to see the details. Okay.
Right.
Otherwise, maintaining 41% is a right messaging they have given to that aspect, which we discussed in the morning.
Okay.
Yeah.
The other thing Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman mentioned in the budget was the push on tourism.
Yeah.
Now, both medical tourism in India and development of new healthcare centers.
Yes.
You had mentioned that also in the morning.
Exactly.
That will happen. And employment generation as well.
Yes.
With upgrading 10,000 guides in 20 tourism spots to train them. Then also setting up a digital knowledge grid for cultural, spiritual and heritage tourism sites.
Absolutely.
All of that.
Yeah.
Of course, trekking and hiking experiences in Himachal, Uttarakhand, Jammu and Kashmir. I think overall this year we're seeing more of a push in tourism than previous budgets. Would you say that?
Yes, see, at the end of the day, service industry-led growth is something which I have seen when they mentioned about this tourism and MSME and other things primarily. But the perspective is like tourism cannot be only considered as a service-led industry.
Right.
That requires core infrastructure to be developed, right? So while she has mentioned about the various locations or places where this has to be developed. So Northeast, Buddha's related corridor and other things she mentioned. So it actually pushes infrastructure development on one side, which requires good roads, amenities, wayside amenities. I mean, there are a lot of things included. Well, tourism is a sector when a common man feels, oh, it's a service industry, I'll go and see the place. And it's beyond that. It has to be the entire infrastructure, which is the wayside amenities, the roads, rails, connectivity, etc. To the private sector will have a boost because they will develop good hotels and other facilities, all those kind of things. Therefore, it's infrastructure development also. It's a service industry also, it generates jobs also, and it is going to give a good 3x, 4x kind of a thing into the back to the market. So that's the push they are talking about.
Okay. No, and also she did mention, along with the tourism industry, that this year they're going to be hosting the International Big Cat Summit in India.
Yeah.
And I must mention that, the Project Tiger in India has been one of the success stories that we've had. From the tiger population went from less than 2,000 to over 4,000 something tigers that we have right now.
True.
So I think that's another good thing to look at.
Absolutely.
Then, of course, the heritage tourism, she made mention of 15 archaeological sites, Dholavira, Sarnath, Hastinapur, Leh, all of these to be made cultural destinations.
Absolutely.
So this goes with the whole promoting India as a tourism destination, not just for recreational tourism, but also medical tourism, where she did mention setting up of new facilities in different states. Which are the states that will benefit from this?
See, almost all states have been covered if you see. Okay, I say the Northeast. And the specific places she mentioned, she mentioned in the budget, primarily the Northeast states and the hilly states in the north and the states down south. All the states will actually be benefited. We'll get to the details. We'll get to know the details where the budget is actually allocated. I just wanted to add one more thing here. While she mentioned about tourism and medical-led tourism, health-led tourism, there's another aspect, which is sports.
Yes.
Okay. India now is one of the largest countries which is actually generating revenue on sports. And seeing that, government has proactively invested in sports. If you have seen that.
The Khelo India mission that you mentioned.
So basically that's another way of bringing in new dynamics into the entire thing. Sports has never been giving so much of a focus in a budget. So that's another thing which is related to the same thing.
Right. So training for coaches and support staff using science and technology and putting out a full talent development pathway.
Basically, it's like making India a destination for all those big things which is happening across the globe, right? Assuming that we'll have the Olympics in India in a very few years. So these are all the steps towards all those kind of larger plans. Okay.
Right. She also did mention about Bharat Vistar, which is this virtually integrated multilingual AI tool.
Absolutely,
right?
Yes.
Using AI systems for agriculture packages for farmers, providing advisory support, all of that this tool can do.
Yeah.
And another significant thing she did mention in the budget was to help women become entrepreneurs with Shima.
Yes.
Community home, the innovation in finance for women.
Yes.
All of that.
Yes.
So was this also an expectation?
Absolutely. I'll tell you one thing. So when you look at the overall demographics of Indian population, say for example in 2050, India would be around 166 crores, of which women population, who was a working population, would be a majority. So we cannot leave out women as a section of people outside any budgeting exercise.
Okay.
So keeping that in mind, they have already started this. Previously, she was the self-help groups. Now they are saying SHG ko SHE, self-help entrepreneurs, self-help entrepreneurship.
Right.
So that's the right move, wherein they are supporting them through credit or whatever schemes. Let the details come out.
Yeah.
So there will be entrepreneurs in the market who will be supporting the things. Okay, so larger marketplace. So that is the way they have actually looked at this kind of a initiative.
Okay. If I was to ask you about the larger numbers, now the debt to GDP ratio at 55.6, was that within expectations, or you expected it to be lower?
No, basically, if you ask me how this works, etc., there are a lot of dynamics to it. What they are saying is that they have a direction wherein they are saying that they will reduce it to 51% plus or minus something which they mentioned by 2031. If they are able to maintain it, then that's the right direction they are going ahead.
Okay. She didn't make much mention of the borrowings this time in the budget, but do you think she should have elaborated on that?
She has mentioned a different way of looking at it. That's what I told you, private capital as a word I used. Okay, and I like that. what she mentioned is all those Indians outside, right? The Indian origin people outside the country. She has made certain announcements in the budget wherein that capital can flow into the country for investments. That's another way of looking at how, when you ask the question, how will they fund the various schemes and things which they are talking about. That's the most important thing I found out to be a very genuine effort to bring in private fund back to India, and people are happy to invest because the investor mentality in the country is much higher than any other previous regimes. So if this continues, I think that's the best way to actually look at it.
Right. She did mention that for individuals from abroad can now directly invest in Indian equities.
Yes.
And I think that will boost our capital markets.
Absolutely.
But the stock markets don't seem to have taken that very well. Is this because it's a trade-off with the STT that they were not expecting?
No, I mean, I am not the right person to comment on that, but let's wait and watch for some more time how the market sees about it. Like in general, the market has not gone down also, if you ask me. Right?
Okay.
It's pretty much maintaining the same level.
All right. Which are the other sectors, in your view, that she made a pretty good push for in this?
MSME?
MSME, yes.
Agriculture?
Okay.
Yeah. Bio, anyway, I already mentioned to you. Tourism, I already mentioned to you. Then specific, I told you, specific sectors you will pick up. Like the certain kind of agri products like coconut, arecanut, and the sort of areas which you have spoken about. So these are all the areas where they are actually talking about at this point of time.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. She also mentioned about waterways, use of waterways now, and India will go from like 6% to 12% of its transport to be used by waterways.
Absolutely, absolutely. She mentioned actually about 55 new waterways.
Right.
Number is maybe around 55 new waterways.
Yeah, but in the overall transport mix, it will be
absolutely. I'll tell you why. Because I already mentioned to you, the waterways is going to be a cheaper mode of logistics transport in the country. And if India is connected crisscross and along the coastal lines through waterways, that will be the best way to ensure both climate friendly, eco-friendly and cost reduced method of transportation in the country. This will reduce the load on both rail cargo as well as the road cargo.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So in the national logistics plan, this will be an economic booster for the entire thing.
Yeah. And also it will boost employment along these waterways.
Exactly. But it requires a lot of investments. Okay. So what she has mentioned, the waterways require a lot of investments along the coastline and internally. So maybe over a period of time they'll find how the funding is. It's only a bold statement she has made. So over a period of time it requires a lot of investments, and therefore there'll be different ways to actually find out.
And that is where our India-made construction equipment, which she mentioned, tunnel boring machines and all of this will come into play when we have to build the infrastructure for these waterways as well. So that was Prasad Unnikrishnan giving me an update on what he thinks this budget was all about. And yes, the finance minister has made the right announcements with a long-term view in mind, is what Prasad has said.
Sure.
And one of the things that she did outline was boosting India's semiconductor ambitions. So Nirmala Sitharaman mentioned the launch of the India Semiconductor Mission 2.0 while presenting the budget. The upgraded mission aims to strengthen the entire semiconductor ecosystem, from chip fabrication and packaging to design, capital goods, and skilling the entire workforce also for semiconductor manufacturing. The move is expected to reduce import dependence, which of course right now we are largely dependent on imports from China, from Taiwan, from Vietnam, especially when it comes to semiconductors. And support strategic sectors such as electronics, defense, electric vehicles, and of course AI-driven technologies. More on what Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman said is here.
India's Semiconductor Mission 1.0 expanded India's semiconductor sector capabilities. Building on this, we will launch ISM 2.0 to produce equipment and materials, design full-stack Indian IP, and fortify supply chains. We will also focus on industry-led research and training centers to develop technology and skilled workforce. The Electronics Components Manufacturing Scheme, launched in April 2025 with an outlay of 22,919 crores, already has investment commitments at double the targets. We propose to increase the outlay to 40,000 crores to capitalize on this momentum. A scheme for rare earth permanent magnets was launched in 2025 November. We now propose to support the mineral-rich states of Odisha, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu to establish dedicated rare earth corridors to promote mining, processing, research and manufacturing. To enhance domestic chemical production and reduction import dependency and reduce import dependency, we will launch a scheme to support states in establishing 3 dedicated chemical parks through challenge route on a cluster-based plug-and-play model. Strong capital goods. Strong capital goods capability is a determinant of productivity and quality across different sectors. Towards building this capacity, I propose the following. High-tech tool rooms will be established by central public sector enterprises at 2 locations as digitally enabled automated service bureaus that locally design, test and manufacture high-precision components at scale and at lower cost. 2. A scheme for enhancement of construction and infrastructure equipments will be introduced to strengthen domestic manufacturing of high value and technologically advanced CIE. This can range from lifts in a multi-storied apartment or firefighting equipment in multiplexes, large or small, and to tunnel boring equipments for building metros and high altitude roads.
So there you have it, Nirmala Sitharaman outlining what she's doing for the semiconductor industry and how India can become self-reliant when it comes to manufacture of semiconductors, so that we can get on the path to Viksit Bharat. And now I have with me Saurabh Bararia, who is a partner on indirect taxes with Grant Thornton, and he's been closely following the whole budget speech with all of us while Nirmala Sitharaman was delivering it. So Saurabh, your first take on this budget overall. Just give me an outline. What did you think of the budget in terms of, I mean, this is her 9th budget, in terms of how she presented it overall? Was it to your expectations, or what did she miss?
No, absolutely. It was to expectations. I think the 3 kartavyas which she highlighted in terms of sustained growth, sabka saath, sabka vikas, and of course augment capacity, they are most important for getting India on the level playing field from an export competitiveness standpoint. So we are already seeing what is happening globally in terms of tariff measures. How do you reduce the entire tariff burden for Indian exporters? How do you look at export competitiveness? Yeah. And most importantly, how do you simplify structures and correct inversion of duty? So that is something which is at the core of this budget. And of course, the fact that protracted litigation needs to be reduced to a large extent. So overall, a good budget, something in lines of expectations. While we were not expecting much on the taxes front, but she did outlay on these aspects to improve India's positioning from a manufacturing and services side globally.
Okay. She has notified, the basics customs duty being brought down in certain areas. Was this to your expectation that these are the sectors that needed to be focused on?
Yeah, I think the export areas or sectors which she is focused on largely is textiles. Yeah. Okay. Then there are other sectors such as leather. Where she has clearly said that, there will be a lot of promotion of these products in the global supply chain, and then bringing in, exemptions on raw materials for certain key sectors, which will boost, manufacturing of for energy, batteries, rare earth minerals, nuclear power plants, etc. Those I think are very, very critical from an overall thing. And I think she did mention aviation also. We all know what India is grappling currently. We saw in the economic survey also a big boost to the aviation sector. So bringing down the BCD on critical components is, I think, a very, very welcome move for these sectors. She also mentioned about reduction of duty on manufacture of ovens in India and, importing of certain critical things. This goes on to showcase one thing, that India is now poised to become a manufacturing economy and also a global services economy. So, the entire spread which she talked about, education to employment and giving thrust, professional services, how to increase the base. And of course, on the services sector, one critical thing which she mentioned was 10% India will hold in the overall value chain by 2047. Clearly outlines a mission for a Viksit Bharat.
Yes, and especially aviation, you mentioned, basics custom duty exemption for aircraft components and parts, and making those parts in India. That's actually very interesting, because we've been seeing the kind of pain that the aviation sector has been going through, where India actually is one of the largest customers for the global aviation sector. I mean, we have the largest order of aircraft from the two large players in India. Both Air India and Indigo have back orders with Airbus and Boeing, extending to many years. And whenever some of the planes are grounded, the spares and inventory, that takes so much of time, and that puts stress on the entire aviation sector. So yes, it would probably boost the sector having more aviation components being made in India itself.
Absolutely. I think that entire move on the Adani-Embraer partnership also, which she has highlighted, which was there and which the government is now looking at, and the areas, they are making Dholera and other places manufacturing hubs in Gujarat, that will not just boost Indian aviation industry, but the problems today of high customs duty being suffered on import of aircrafts, leasing of aircrafts, and of course manufacture of parts, spare parts, which are not being done today, that will be something which the government is looking at very, very closely, not just to support the aviation industry, but India, as you likely said, is one of the largest economies, 1.4 billion people, 140 crores, and a large part of the economy today, after the entire Indigo, low-cost airlines things which came into play, India is using that. So definitely a big boost from a custom standpoint.
Yes, and I think in the last budget and the budget before that, they did mention the setting up of several new airports and airport infrastructure across the country. This budget, she hasn't made any mention about airport infrastructure, because I think that's already an ongoing project.
Yes, absolutely. That was also covered as part of the economic survey, when she did mention that, the infrastructure and a lot of airports are coming into play. We are already seeing, a lot of cities having multiple airports. She did say there's a focus on the tier 2 and tier 3 cities. So it will be very interesting to see what times tell on the infrastructure side at least.
Correct. And in tier 2, tier 3 cities, specifically those with a 5 lakh plus population, are the ones which are going to see a boost.
A rapid change. Yeah, absolutely. See, what I want to say is, from an individual standpoint and from a corporate standpoint also, what she has done as part of indirect taxes in the budget, she has focused more on procedures. She has given individuals, a chance to pay lower customs duty when imports are happening, through reduction in the bag and baggage rules, which we will see in the fine print. And while the corporates wanted a customs amnesty scheme, she has not technically bought that, but a small way of doing it is for individuals, where she said that if you pay an upfront additional fee, all your past matters, you will get relief from penalties which are there. So that's, I think, a huge boost to the ease of compliances.
Right. Okay. We've also seen that, when it comes to personal use, the duty reduction from 20% to 10%, all of this is keeping in line with India becoming more of a global player, and a lot of travel happening between India and abroad. So that will just help the ease of doing business.
Absolutely. Not just ease of doing business, but also augment capacity for domestic manufacturers. I think one point I would like to bring in here is the talk about the entire, imports for critical items such as drugs and other stuff, which will have simplified procedures, risk-based clearances based on AI, then, automation of shipping bills, etc. All these go on to show India's actual, future orientation on how you look at global competitiveness in this tariff war which is happening currently globally.
Okay. Yeah, she did mention, of course, the reduced dependence on officers and customs officers and all that. So that would probably make it easier to do business in India.
Absolutely.
Because I think that was always a pain point.
Yeah.
Mera maal customs mein fasa hua hai. That's like a standard thing that most importers would say. And also, of course, the containers are going to be made in India now. There was a scheme for making of containers in India. So that will probably reduce the cost for importers as well.
Absolutely. So I think CAPEX, 12.2 lakh crore, huge push. I think one of the largest CAPEX announcements, manufacturing for containers in India, which you rightly mentioned, is another big boost which they have mentioned. Then of course you mentioned on the point that customs mein maal fasa hua rehta hai. So what she is trying to say as part of this budget is India should become, every importer in India, be it a corporate, they should become accredited to the AEO scheme. I think that is a very, very welcome move from her side, because the AEO scheme is seeing an extension of duty deferral from 15 to 30 days and also bringing in eligible importers based on their track records to get this duty deferral. So the entire pain which we see today in terms of, cargo being held up, high paying of rents, etc. in private and public warehouses, all that will become simplified. That will help importers to understand and to look at imports in such a way that they can utilize it for faster production in India.
Right. Now, budget, we normally don't expect so much of announcements actually in the indirect tax segment anymore, because most of it has been taken out of the budget, especially with the GST Council and all of that. And we saw these changes in the GST Council in September. The slabs changed. They were rationalized to 5%, 18%. There were a lot of people before this budget expecting some more rationalization in GST. Do you think that will be delivered? Because there was no mention of it in the budget.
But the fine print does have, two very, very important aspects from a GST standpoint. While there were no announcement per se in her budget speech on GST, because we all are aware that it is governed by the council meetings and their recommendations. I think the 56th council meeting, which was held in September 2025, did give his recommendations. The fine print talks about two very, very crucial changes from a GST standpoint. One is the linkage in agreement for post-supply discount. Okay. So, all these FMCG companies, all these retail companies, when they give post-supply discount, it had to be originally linked to in their original agreements with the dealers. Now, that was a trade issue. That was an issue which was not helping this industry per se, because it is based on volume, cyclical demands, changes which happen in terms of seasons, etc. So what she's cleverly done as part in the fine print is she's removed that linkage under section 15, and section 34, which talks about credit note, will also be amended to include post-sale discount. I think this is a real boost to the entire FMCG industry. And I think second and the last important thing from a GST standpoint, which is again a big boost to services, is the removal of intermediary provisions for place of supply. Okay. So earlier the place of supply provisions under IGST laws clearly said that for intermediary, the place of supply will be location of the service provider. Right. Now they have actually got it under the default rule, where it is the location of the recipient. I think the entire litigation in the country around export of services will now be settled in a larger way, because GST department used to come back very heavily on exporters, saying that you are technically an intermediary. So that I think is a big relief.
Okay, so that is, of course, a huge relief for exporters. But again, staying with exporters, I mean, there was a lot of uncertainty in the last few months because of this whole tariff variation, especially with countries like the US. And then India has also been signing free trade agreements now with the EU, with UK, with Japan. So how do you see that playing out now? Because these kind of would it bring relief to the exporters here?
Of course. I think, see, what we are seeing today is not announcements on budget day, but the finance ministry working through, and the commerce ministry, I would want to highlight, throughout the year to bring in recommendations. I think the EU-India FTA, it's all over social media, the mother of all FTAs signed. I think that's a huge boost. Not just it brings down the duty on lot of imports, but I think overall 99% goods there is tariff elimination as part of the FTA. So that signals that India is a preferred trading partner, not just to EU, to Japan, to other ASEAN countries. And what we are seeing from a geopolitics standpoint also, which is impacting trade, these FTAs will go a long way to boost our export competitiveness and to help Indian exporters get the right products. So, oils, biscuits, auto components, textile products, imported liquors, all of them will see significant reduction, something which the EU focuses on. And there are a lot of items which we export as part of India, which will also see a significant trade boost. So all in all, a very, very welcome move, and I think very well thought throughout the year.
Yeah. And I had to ask you this question also, since we're talking the EU-India FTA. What does it do to our trade with the US? Because there we have still not reached a decision or a proper FTA with the US. It's still in negotiation. What do you expect from that?
See, I'm expecting some good negotiations to happen. US has always mentioned that India is a friend and India is an important trading partner. We are hearing that the ministry is working on these things. We are expecting that the trade with US also opens up. I cannot comment on the geopolitics side of it, because of course that is something which we leave to the governments to do. But yes, if the US does not open up with India on the entire tariff side, you will see a lot of manufacturing being shifted to India. Okay, that will impact other economies. So I'm hopeful that it will come through in terms of the overall trade, and we will definitely see some sort of reduction in this entire tariff thing with the US.
Another mention she made in the budget was, of course, one was on nuclear power projects for small. And the Shanti bill recently had also encouraged private players to get into nuclear power projects. The other one was on lithium-ion cells specifically, the basic customs duty being reduced not just on cells but now to entire energy storage systems, which means the whole battery. Earlier it was only on the cell. Now it's the whole battery. How does that impact players in India? Because there are players in India who are importing cells and creating battery packs here. So how does it impact them?
See, I'll tell you two things here. One is the defense sector is one of the most prioritized sectors. So nuclear for nuclear energy, the idea to create big powerful stations in India is something which has been India's vision for a very, very long time. So I think this reduction of duty on critical components which are used for manufacture and produce nuclear power is a boost.
1 second. We have a reaction from the Commerce Minister, Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav. He's talking about the budget. Can we just listen in?
एक ताकत बनेंगे देश की, जिससे कि दुनिया भर को नई सर्विसेज और भारत के लिए नए एम्प्लॉयमेंट और एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप के नए रास्ते खुलेंगे। तो डेटा सेंटर्स पे जो टैक्स हॉलीडे दिया, इसके लिए मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को और माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी को धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा। साथ ही साथ ऑरेंज इकोनॉमी जो हमारी क्रिएटर्स इकोनॉमी है, इसमें 20 लाख एम्प्लॉयमेंट नए बनाने के लिए क्रिएटर्स इकोनॉमी में IICT मुंबई के साथ मिलकर 15,000 स्कूल और 500 कॉलेजेस में क्रिएटर्स लैब बनाने के लिए बजट में प्रोविज़न किया गया है। और साथ ही साथ रेलवे के लिए 7 नए हाई स्पीड कॉरिडोर्स, चेन्नई से बेंगलुरु, चेन्नई से हैदराबाद, बेंगलुरु से हैदराबाद, मुंबई से पुणे, पुणे से हैदराबाद, दिल्ली से वाराणसी और वाराणसी से सिलीगुड़ी। एक तरीके से साउथ इंडिया में सदर्न ट्रायंगल बनेगा, चेन्नई, बेंगलुरु, हैदराबाद का हाई स्पीड रेलवे का, बुलेट ट्रेन का। वैसे ही दिल्ली, वाराणसी, सिलीगुड़ी का एक नया हाई स्पीड कॉरिडोर बनेगा और साउथ वेस्ट को साउथ से जोड़ने वाला मुंबई से पुणे, पुणे से हैदराबाद का एक बहुत बड़ा मेजर कॉरिडोर बनेगा। साथ ही साथ आज बजट में एक नए डेडिकेटेड फ्रेट कॉरिडोर जो कि बंगाल में दांकुनी, वहाँ से गुजरात में सूरत, इसको जोड़ने वाला, ईस्ट को वेस्ट के साथ जोड़ने वाला नया DFC भी सैंक्शन हुआ है। मैं इस बजट के लिए जो कि युवा शक्ति से प्रेरित है, जो कि विकसित भारत की एक मजबूत नींव बनाता है, कि समाज के हर वर्ग के लिए और देश के हर क्षेत्र के लिए विकास का एक नया माध्यम बना है, इसके लिए मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी का अभिनंदन करता हूँ।
With our Prime Minister, which have inspired many of the proposals, making this a unique Yuva Shakti driven budget. Our government's sankalp is to focus on our poor, underprivileged and the disadvantaged. To deliver on this sankalp, and given that this is the first budget prepared in Kartavya Bhavan, we are inspired by three Kartavya. Our first Kartavya is to accelerate and sustain economic growth by enhancing productivity and competitiveness and building resilience to volatile global dynamics. Our second Kartavya is to fulfill aspirations of our people and build their capacity, making them strong partners in India's path to prosperity. Our third Kartavya, aligned with our vision of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, is to ensure that every family, community, region and sector has access to resources, amenities and opportunities for meaningful participation. This threefold approach requires a supportive ecosystem. The first requirement is to sustain the momentum of structural reforms, continuous, adaptive and forward-looking. Second, a robust and resilient financial sector is central to mobilizing savings, allocating capital efficiently and managing risks. Third, cutting-edge technologies, including AI applications, can serve us as force multipliers for better governance. Reform Express. Our government has undertaken comprehensive reforms towards creating employment, boosting productivity, and accelerating growth. After the Prime Minister's announcement on Independence Day in 2025, over 350 reforms have been rolled out. This includes GST simplification, notification of labor codes, and rationalization of mandatory quality control orders. High-level committees have been formed, and in parallel, the central government is working with the state governments on deregulation and reducing compliance requirements.
So that was Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, and you're listening to the highlights of her speech where she's talking about the kartavyas that she outlined in the budget, and especially the reforms express, as she calls it, over 350 reforms that the government had outlined, and also about accelerating growth, rejuvenating industries, creating champion MSMEs, and then the boost for infrastructure, and also creating city-specific economic regions. Before that, we also saw the Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnaw commenting on the budget and about the 7 high-speed corridors that will give a boost to rail infrastructure in this country, connecting the major cities. This budget also had a good push on agriculture and animal husbandry. And before the budget, I was speaking to Chirag Jain of Grant Thornton and asking him about his expectations from the budget. So now that we've heard Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's budget speech, Chirag, what is your take? Did she meet your expectations or exceed it?
So for me, it's a yes budget, right? So I would say so which largely focused towards high value agriculture and allied sector. And we, in the morning, we also discussed that, what has been the focus area for the government. They wanted to leverage the strength in the ecosystem, right? They don't want it to really create something new out of it, but they wanted to leverage, what is the private sector strength which already existing. And they wanted to top up on that particular strength. So if you say overall from the agriculture perspective, the GVA, 38% only contributes from allied sector, which is animal husbandry and fisheries. Now when we contribute this particular sector, they both are growing at a significant growth rate about 7 to 8% year on year, compared to the crop, which is about only growing at about 3 to 4% year on year. So they want to top up on the particular segment of growth which is already happening. And if you see this particular growth sector, the larger focus about how we can really enhance in terms of the export opportunity when we can create about it. When we talk about animal husbandry sector, it also talks about how we can really modernize some of the skill initiative around some of the resources which we are available at the ground level. How we can create modernization equipments, how we can create farmer producer organization in the animal husbandry sector, which was never thought about it. So they are going to take up these particular areas to ensure that we grow better.
Yeah, and this itself will give a boost to farmers to add different areas to not just crop produce, but now to also bring in poultry farming, dairy farming, all of that into their daily systems.
Absolutely, and just to talk about from the ministry itself, ministry is now working on very large program which constitutes each important component, so that not only we have these farmer produce organization which produces poultry, animal husbandry activities, they also get into further small level processing as well. So all these initiatives would help in terms of improving farmers' income from the allied sector perspective, because government has also seen that the growth per se in the farm sector has taken time, so better to also focus towards some of the activities which are growing better and larger.
Okay, so we saw, we were talking about states getting specific incentives, given that there are states going for elections this year. I didn't see too much of that happening in the budget. It was actually a budget that painted something for the entire country. But yes, there were some things like coconut promotion scheme to enhance productivity, which would probably benefit states like Kerala. And then there was fisheries, which we saw some incentives increased over there. Then there was for cashew and cocoa, enhance exports. And then she also spoke about sandalwood. Government will partner with states to restore sandalwood ecosystem. And this is actually targeting Karnataka, because that's the largest producer of sandalwood in the country. So then she also spoke about walnuts, almonds, pine nuts, expand cultivation. Which are the areas that will benefit from these?
So you rightly said that it's a budget which is for across the country, and these value chain which has been talked about, I'll tell you probably from the each value chain perspective. Coconut, in the last about a decade and a half, the productivity has been decreased by 50%. So that's a clear challenge which we have for the coconut. Probably after a couple of decades, you will find that we might need to import coconut in case we are not able to address the situation which currently is. And the reason is that we have the old plantation which has been running for almost multiple decades. So there is a rejuvenation which is required from the coconut perspective, and there is definitely a program required which needs to enhance the crop ecosystem, rejuvenation of new plantations, so on and so forth. And this is a great initiative. Additionally, if you see about the potential of coconut is significantly higher. We are only exporting somewhere around 4,000 crore of exports of coconut. However, if we just give us some kind of push, we can be a global exporter, global hub for exports for the coconut itself. It can go up almost 3-4 times itself. While we talk about the cocoa, we are producing only about 20,000 metric ton of what we require, while the demand is 1,20,000.
So we're importing cocoa?
In various formats, we are importing. We are only contributing only 20%, approximately 20% what we require as a consumption in the country. So 80% is being imported in different formats. And there is a huge potential. There are large players which are already working into the ecosystem, which we can make it a global hub of cocoa production in the world.
It's interesting you mention that, because this is also related to tourism, right? Because when you travel in India and you go to various hill stations, one of the things you find being produced locally in the hill station is chocolates.
Yes.
But the cocoa that is coming for the chocolates is not really being grown in that hill station. It's being imported. So this is an anomaly that needs to be fixed, isn't it?
Absolutely, and most of these, and you would be surprised to know that these all are intercropping crops. So the moment farmers are able to take it in a significant manner in terms of expression.
I'd like to interrupt you here. I think the Prime Minister has started his speech, and we'd like to listen in on what he has to say about the budget.
Sure.
इसमें देश की नारी शक्ति का सशक्त प्रतिबिंब झलकता है। महिला वित्त मंत्री के रूप में निर्मला जी ने लगातार 9वीं बार देश का बजट प्रस्तुत करके नया रिकॉर्ड बनाया है। ये बजट अपार अवसरों का राजमार्ग है। ये बजट वर्तमान के सपनों को साकार करता है और भारत के उज्जवल भविष्य की नींव को सशक्त करता है। ये बजट 2047 के विकसित भारत की हमारी ऊंची उड़ान का मजबूत आधार है। साथियों, आज भारत जिस रिफॉर्म एक्सप्रेस पर सवार है, इस बजट से उसे नई ऊर्जा, नई गति मिलेगी। जो पाथ ब्रेकिंग रिफॉर्म्स किए गए हैं, वो एस्पिरेशन से भरे हुए भारत के साहसिक, टैलेंटेड युवाओं को उड़ने के लिए खुला आसमान देते हैं। ये बजट ट्रस्ट बेस्ड गवर्नेंस और ह्यूमन सेंट्रिक अर्थरचना के विजन को साकार करता है। एक ऐसा यूनिक बजट है जिसमें फिस्कल डेफिसिट कम करने, इन्फ्लेशन कंट्रोल करने पर फोकस है और इसके साथ ही बजट में हाई कैपेक्स और हाई ग्रोथ का भी समन्वय है। साथियों, ये बजट भारत की वैश्विक भूमिका को नए सिरे से सशक्त करता है। भारत के 140 करोड़ नागरिक फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी बनकर ही संतुष्ट नहीं है। हम जल्द से जल्द दुनिया की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बनना चाहते हैं। ये करोड़ों देशवासियों का संकल्प है। दुनिया के एक ट्रस्टेड डेमोक्रेटिक पार्टनर और ट्रस्टेड क्वालिटी सप्लायर के रूप में भारत की भूमिका लगातार बढ़ रही है। हाल में जो बड़ी बड़ी ट्रेड डील्स भारत ने की है, मदर ऑफ ऑल डील्स, उसका मैक्सिमम बेनिफिट भारत के युवाओं को मिले, भारत के लघु और मध्यम उद्योग वालों को मिले। इस दिशा में बजट में बड़े बड़े कदम उठाए गए हैं। साथियों, इस बजट में मेक इन इंडिया और आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान को नई रफ्तार के लिए महत्वाकांक्षी रोड मैप प्रस्तुत किया गया है। इस बजट में नई उभरती इंडस्ट्रीज यानी सनराइज सेक्टर्स को जिस मजबूती के साथ समर्थन दिया गया है, वह अभूतपूर्व है। बायो फार्मा शक्ति मिशन, Semiconductor Mission 2.0, Electronic Component Manufacturing Scheme, रेयर अर्थ कॉरिडोर का निर्माण, क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स पर बल, टेक्सटाइल सेक्टर में नई स्कीम, हाईटेक टूल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को बढ़ावा, चैंपियन एमएसएमईज तैयार करना, ये फ्यूचरिस्टिक है, देश की वर्तमान और भविष्य की आवश्यकताओं का ध्यान रखती है। एमएसएमईज को, हमारे लघु और कुटीर उद्योगों को जो समर्थन इस बजट में मिला है, वो उन्हें लोकल से ग्लोबल बनने की नई ताकत देगा। साथियों, बजट में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को मजबूत करने के लिए कई बड़े कदम उठाए गए हैं। डेडिकेटेड फ्रेट कॉरिडोर, देश भर में वाटरवेज का विस्तार, हाई स्पीड रेल कॉरिडोर, टियर 2 और टियर 3 शहरों के विकास पर विशेष ध्यान और शहरों को मजबूत आर्थिक आधार देने के लिए म्युनिसिपल बॉन्ड्स को बढ़ावा। ये सारे कदम विकसित भारत की यात्रा की गति को और तेज करेंगे। साथियों, किसी भी देश की सबसे बड़ी पूंजी उसके नागरिक होते हैं। बीते वर्षों में हमारी सरकार
Data science and analytics are not the trends of the future.
लीडर्स, इनोवेटर्स और क्रिएटर्स तैयार होंगे। मेडिकल हब्स के निर्माण से, एलाइड हेल्थ प्रोफेशनल्स के माध्यम से, ऑरेंज इकोनॉमी यानी ऑडियो विजुअल गेमिंग को बढ़ावा देकर, पर्यटन को प्रोत्साहन देकर और खेलो इंडिया मिशन के माध्यम से युवाओं के लिए नए अवसरों के द्वार खुलेंगे। भारत को दुनिया का डेटा सेंटर हब बनाने के लिए टैक्स में बड़ी छूट की घोषणा भी की गई है। मैं भारत के युवाओं को विशेष तौर पर इस बजट की बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, क्योंकि इससे एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन को बड़ा बूस्ट मिलेगा। मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि इस बजट में टूरिज्म और विशेषकर नॉर्थ ईस्ट में टूरिज्म को बढ़ावा देने के लिए भी ठोस कदम उठाए गए हैं। भारत के अलग अलग राज्यों को ताकतवर बनाकर संतुलित विकास की नींव भी इस बजट में मजबूत की गई है। साथियों, हमारे देश में 10 करोड़ से ज्यादा महिलाएं सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप से जुड़ी हैं और बड़ा सफल अभियान रहा है। महिलाओं द्वारा निर्मित, महिलाओं द्वारा संचालित सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप्स का आधुनिक इकोसिस्टम बने, बजट में इसे प्राथमिकता दी गई है। कोशिश यही है कि हर घर लक्ष्मी जी पधारे। हर जिले में छात्राओं के लिए नए हॉस्टल बनाने का अभियान भी शिक्षा को सुलभ बनाएगा। साथियों, भारत की कृषि, डेयरी सेक्टर, फिशरीज, इन्हें हमारी सरकार ने हमेशा सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता दी है। इस बजट में भी नारियल, काजू, कोको और चंदन की पैदावार से जुड़े किसानों के लिए अनेक अहम कदम उठाए गए हैं। भारत विस्तार एआई, इस टूल से किसानों को उनकी भाषा में जानकारी मिलने से उन्हें बहुत मदद मिलेगी। फिशरीज और पशुपालन में उद्यमिता, उसको बढ़ावा देने से गांव में ही रोजगार और स्वरोजगार के और ज्यादा अवसर बनेंगे। साथियों, ये बजट एम्बिशियस भी है और ये बजट देश की एस्पिरेशन को भी एड्रेस करता है। मैं एक बार फिर निर्मला जी और उनकी पूरी टीम को इस फ्यूचरिस्टिक बजट के लिए, संवेदनशील बजट के लिए, गांव, गरीब, किसान का कल्याण करने वाले बजट के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
So that was the Prime Minister commenting on the Union budget delivered by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, and he called it a futuristic budget. And he also said that it puts India on a high-flying path to Viksit Bharat and gives it the speed to get there. He talked about the path-breaking reforms, and he talked about the reforms express that Nirmala Sitharaman outlined. He said it brings together a human-centric vision and trust-based governance, which is there, and of course puts India on the path to becoming the third largest economy. We are, in fact, one of the fastest growing economies in the world. And he also spoke about making a brief mention about the mother of all deals, the EU FTA, and how it will benefit our youth and give them new opportunities. He spoke about the Make in India opportunity for everyone and the push that's there in the budget, especially in sunrise sectors, in semiconductors, rare earth, textile sectors, electronic components, and also how the MSME sector is coming into focus, and also about the new rail corridors that are being set up to ease transport between big cities, and building tier 2 and tier 3 cities infrastructure, as also the orange economy, which is gaming, audiovisual, coming in to give more employment opportunities to our youth. Chirag, what was your take on the Prime Minister's comments on the budget?
Absolutely. Probably if you see, I think PM stated that it's a futuristic budget and also catering to the current requirements of the country. I would definitely say it's a futuristic. Some of the points that from dedicated freight corridors, some of the high speed rail network. Just to give you an example, that dedicated freight corridors, when we talk about the logistics space, for exports, dedicated freight corridors play a very important role. Unless our logistic cost is not under 10%, we may not be ever workable with other competitors. So it would be very effective that we have a dedicated freight corridor which reduces the actual logistics cost for the country and some of the products which we wanted to export.
Right.
So some of these initiatives eventually lead us to be a journey, in terms of a Viksit Bharat journey, and these are the milestones which we need to set up now.
Right. So before we heard the Prime Minister's comments, we were talking about the agriculture sector.
Yeah.
And we were talking about the push on states like, sandalwood, for example. This was something that you were expecting to come?
So sandalwood has been, to be, I think when we talk about it, it's a surprise, right? Because when we talk about in the corridors of the Ministry of Agriculture and some of those, there are push, and there are dedicated institutions also for cocoa, there are institutions around cashew, there are institutions about, fisheries and animal husbandry sector. There is significant work being done. But sandalwood, the major important purpose, I think, which ministers and FM has realized that the women farmers, those who are involved into the sector, the small and marginal farmer, those who are part of the the whole practice.
Right.
So they need to be rejuvenated. They need to really get into the whole loop of getting the ecosystem which is more probably professional and workable for long-term ecosystem development of the country. Another important piece which actually being highlighted is the Vistar program.
Yes.
I really wanted to
The
talk
Bharat
about
Vistar,
the Bharat Vistar program. So this enable that it's a junction, right? It's a local advisory platform which will be communicated. The moment, as you're talking about on the WhatsApp, you will get to know all the advisory in your own language with a very quick point of time. So these tools will be very helpful for the working out create new opportunities for our farmers to get a advisory which is real time in nature. So these are very important tools which has been set up.
No, this is interesting that you mentioned this, because a lot of things farmers are not aware of. For example, those who are selling crops which have a variable price day to day, they do not know where to go for the authentic data on crop prices. But something like this would solve that problem, right? Because you get updated price information on the app.
Absolutely. So these are, because government has already done AgriStack and some of those platforms. Now we need to take those platforms in the natural language farmers understand, and at a matter of point, in terms of very quick as well. So these real-time app information and the platform will able to get the advisory, get real-time information on the market intelligence, price discoveries, and so on and so forth. So these are very important tools for setting up the base for the future of the farmers as well.
Okay. You were also mentioning women entrepreneurs, women in the workforce, right?
Yeah.
Especially with sandalwood and all of
Absolutely.
that. Now, sandalwood as an industry, I think, also had this whole poaching problem and all of that, which is why it majorly died down.
Yes.
Because almost every sandalwood tree that was there in the entire Karnataka, Tamil Nadu belt was chopped down by Virappan and his gang back in the 90s, right? So you think now it's time to bring that back, and what safeguards you think would be there for that industry?
That's how we got to biggest hits as well, RRR, because of the sandalwood itself. So idea is that, this challenge is not only for sandalwood per se, but this is a very common challenge in the ecosystem of forestry, that, there is a struggle in terms of, the marginal farmers are there, it's been there for long duration, and there is no rejuvenation, nothing has been happening in terms of security or really safeguarding those products, and as well as any utilization of the per se as well. The commercial cropping, the concept called commercial cropping, and Prime Minister also talked about that, how we can have whatever the forest produce out there, how we can really help them to get into a commercial production as well.
Right.
Instead of just everything dependence on the forest and getting out of it. So some of the commercial cropping pattern would be very, very useful, and government has started this initiative would be really helpful in terms of commercial cultivation as well as helping the rejuvenation of the older plantation which has been there, and also safeguarding some of the support ecosystem which is required to safeguard these trees and the sandalwood as well.
Another focus that the country has been having is on sustainability, but this budget didn't really mention too much about sustainable agriculture as such. Were you expecting more in that direction?
See, if you see the bifurcation itself, the Krishnoti program, which is already is a umbrella program, and Krishnoti program itself has, the budget itself from 6,000 crore they have increased to 12,000 crore. There are existing initiatives that are already there. I think the focus has been on talking about some of the initiative which has been left out and not been discussed for some of the time. So just to give an example on women entrepreneurship, so we have about somewhere around 10 crore women in the ecosystem of SHG network with about 90 lakh SHGs which are there. Now they have moved from savings ecosystem to producer group to production ecosystem. The major challenge which they have been facing is about how we can create entrepreneurs, how we can really have a better share in the consumer rupee, which can only come when they have B2C connect, they have C2, those kind of connects which are there. So these marts which government initiative probably to develop, so they are going to bring more closer to the consumer and they can get a fair price as well.
Right. So you're watching continued coverage of the Union Budget on Financial Express and Indian Express, and that was Chirag Jain from Grant Thornton giving his inputs on the agricultural sector and on the budget overall. Let's quickly go back and see what the Prime Minister said on the Union Budget. He called it a historic budget and reflects on the empowered presence of the nation's feminine strength. That's what PM Modi said. India's role as a trusted democratic partner and a trusted quality supplier is continuously increasing. Recently, big trade deals like the EU FTA, is what he mentioned, were signed, and this budget has taken steps to ensure that maximum benefit is reaped by the youth and the MSME sector. Let's just listen in to our Prime Minister, and thank you so much for joining me.
सशक्त प्रतिबिंब झलकता है महिला वित्त मंत्री के रूप में निर्मला जी ने लगातार 9वीं बार देश का बजट प्रस्तुत करके नया रिकॉर्ड बनाया है। ये बजट अपार अवसरों का राजमार्ग है। ये बजट वर्तमान के सपनों को साकार करता है और भारत के उज्जवल भविष्य की नींव को सशक्त करता है। ये बजट 2047 के विकसित भारत की हमारी ऊंची उड़ान का मजबूत आधार है। साथियों, आज भारत जिस रिफॉर्म एक्सप्रेस पर सवार है, इस बजट से उसे नई ऊर्जा, नई गति मिलेगी। जो पाथ ब्रेकिंग रिफॉर्म्स किए गए हैं, वो एस्पिरेशन से भरे हुए भारत के साहसिक, टैलेंटेड युवाओं को उड़ने के लिए खुला आसमान देते हैं। ये बजट ट्रस्ट बेस्ड गवर्नेंस और ह्यूमन सेंट्रिक अर्थरचना के विजन को साकार करता है। एक ऐसा यूनिक बजट है जिसमें फिस्कल डेफिसिट कम करने, इन्फ्लेशन कंट्रोल करने पर फोकस है और इसके साथ ही बजट में हाई कैपेक्स और हाई ग्रोथ का भी समन्वय है। साथियों, ये बजट भारत की वैश्विक भूमिका को नए सिरे से सशक्त करता है। भारत के 140 करोड़ नागरिक फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी बनकर ही संतुष्ट नहीं है। हम जल्द से जल्द दुनिया की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बनना चाहते हैं। ये करोड़ों देशवासियों का संकल्प है। दुनिया के एक ट्रस्टेड डेमोक्रेटिक पार्टनर और ट्रस्टेड क्वालिटी सप्लायर के रूप में भारत की भूमिका लगातार बढ़ रही है। हाल में जो बड़ी बड़ी ट्रेड डील्स भारत ने की है, मदर ऑफ ऑल डील्स, उसका मैक्सिमम बेनिफिट भारत के युवाओं को मिले, भारत के लघु और मध्यम उद्योग वालों को मिले, इस दिशा में बजट में बड़े बड़े कदम उठाए गए हैं। साथियों, इस बजट में मेक इन इंडिया और आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान को नई रफ्तार के लिए महत्वाकांक्षी रोड मैप प्रस्तुत किया गया है। इस बजट में नई उभरती इंडस्ट्रीज यानी सनराइज सेक्टर्स को जिस मजबूती के साथ समर्थन दिया गया है, वह अभूतपूर्व है। बायो फार्मा शक्ति मिशन, सेमीकंडक्टर मिशन 2.0, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक कंपोनेंट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग स्कीम, रेयर अर्थ कॉरिडोर का निर्माण, क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स पर बल, टेक्सटाइल सेक्टर में नई स्कीम, हाईटेक टूल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को बढ़ावा, चैंपियन एमएसएमईज तैयार करना, ये फ्यूचरिस्टिक है, देश की वर्तमान और भविष्य की आवश्यकताओं का ध्यान रखती है। एमएसएमईज को हमारे लघु और कुटीर उद्योगों को जो समर्थन इस बजट में मिला है वो उन्हें लोकल से ग्लोबल बनने की नई ताकत देगा। साथियों, बजट में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को मजबूत करने के लिए कई बड़े कदम उठाए गए हैं। डेडिकेटेड फ्रेट कॉरिडोर, देश भर में वाटरवेज का विस्तार, हाई स्पीड रेल कॉरिडोर, टियर 2 और टियर 3 शहरों के विकास पर विशेष ध्यान और शहरों को मजबूत आर्थिक आधार देने के लिए म्युनिसिपल बॉन्ड्स को बढ़ावा। ये सारे कदम विकसित भारत की यात्रा की गति को और तेज करेंगे। साथियों, किसी भी देश की सबसे बड़ी पूंजी उसके नागरिक होते हैं। बीते वर्षों में हमारी सरकार
Data science and analytics are not the trends of the future.
लीडर्स, इनोवेटर्स और क्रिएटर्स तैयार होंगे। मेडिकल हब्स के निर्माण से, एलाइड हेल्थ प्रोफेशनल के माध्यम से, ऑरेंज इकोनॉमी यानी ऑडियो विजुअल गेमिंग को बढ़ावा देकर, पर्यटन को प्रोत्साहन देकर और खेलो इंडिया मिशन के माध्यम से युवाओं के लिए नए अवसरों के द्वार खुलेंगे। भारत को दुनिया का डेटा सेंटर हब बनाने के लिए टैक्स में बड़ी छूट की घोषणा भी की गई है। मैं भारत के युवाओं को विशेष तौर पर इस बजट की बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, क्योंकि इससे एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन को बड़ा बूस्ट मिलेगा। मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि इस बजट में टूरिज्म और विशेषकर नॉर्थ ईस्ट में टूरिज्म को बढ़ावा देने के लिए भी ठोस कदम उठाए गए हैं। भारत के अलग अलग राज्यों को ताकतवर बनाकर संतुलित विकास की नींव भी इस बजट में मजबूत की गई है। साथियों, हमारे देश में 10 करोड़ से ज्यादा महिलाएं सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप से जुड़ी हैं और बड़ा सफल अभियान रहा है। महिलाओं द्वारा निर्मित, महिलाओं द्वारा संचालित सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप्स का आधुनिक इकोसिस्टम बने, बजट में इसे प्राथमिकता दी गई है। कोशिश यही है कि हर घर लक्ष्मी जी पधारे। हर जिले में छात्राओं के लिए नए हॉस्टल बनाने का अभियान भी शिक्षा को सुलभ बनाएगा। साथियों, भारत की कृषि, डेयरी सेक्टर, फिशरीज, इन्हें हमारी सरकार ने हमेशा सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता दी है। इस बजट में भी नारियल, काजू, कोको और चंदन की पैदावार से जुड़े किसानों के लिए अनेक अहम कदम उठाए गए हैं। भारत विस्तार
Hi, it's wonderful to get back to our annual conversation on the budget. I'm Vaidyanathan Iyer. With me is Udit Mishra.
Hi. Vaidi, another budget. What do you make of the first sense from the speech?
I thought it was a budget in the context. If you look at just the background context is of a global turmoil. We all know what's happening with U.S. tariffs, and we immediately in the immediate past, we concluded an FTA with the EU, European Union, which was, some people called it the mother of all deals, but it does send a, kind of a good feeling to the outside world that both EU and India are trying to explore markets. So in that context, the budget addresses some of the issues, but it still doesn't give me a very broad, big picture of that. Could there be 3-4 big things done?
Yeah.
What is your sense? What is your key takeaway from the budget?
Yeah, I mean, one way to look at it is that the economy is growing at a rapid pace. The official data says that we are growing at roughly 7.5%. And for the next year also 7% is what the chief economic advisor talked about. And I was looking at the data from the budget. The nominal GDP growth is is penciled in at around 10%.
Yep.
So if you say keep 3% for inflation, then 7% growth is something that I think most people are expecting. And given those numbers, one would say that India is doing much better than most countries in the world, especially given the turmoil and also given the fact that we are doing fiscal consolidation. Like the government is not actually actively going out to boost the economy, as it were, because it's curtailing its borrowings. So within that framework, it seems like, well, we've not been doing anything terribly wrong, so just keep doing it. And, one or two things that sort of stood out to me was that, if the fact that our economy in nominal terms didn't grow that fast, it was roughly 8%, it was expected that government's revenues might take a hit, and the data from the budget at a glance is showing that, on our tax revenues, we've taken hit across the board, like gross tax revenues, from income tax, from GST, across the board, many places we seeing fewer revenues. And that further just shows that it's a great accomplishment that the government has been able to manage the fiscal deficit reduction, which was the commitment, that it doesn't borrow as much. And again, if you drill down further, you'll find that it has happened by cuts in many ministries and many departments like health, education, social welfare, urban development, for example, I think saw almost a 50% cut. So there have been cuts, and because also the government has had to deal with higher subsidies on fertilizer, more outgo on pensions, defense. So it's been a tough year at one level, but nothing fundamentally has changed in that sense. The only one macro thing that I could see was that in the past 2-3 budgets, the government has actively gone out to give tax relief to consumers in a bid to boost consumption expenditure, consumption behavior. This time the focus has been on boosting supply. So that is the switch, I think, because I think the government realizes that we need to have a boost on manufacturing, and that MSMEs are struggling.
Correct.
So that bit has definitely changed.
One thing which I was also the numbers which suggest that the government continues to kind of think that it has to step in terms of expenditure on infrastructure or capital expenditure, as we call it.
Yeah.
So, for instance, in the next financial year, they have budgeted at almost more than 10% increase in capital expenditure. So, implicit in that, is there an assumption or is there a thought that the government has to do the heavy lifting going further, or do you think that there are enough measures peppered through the budget, in at least the part B in the taxation measures, where there are incentives for the private sector to come in and invest?
Yeah, I think since 2019 we've seen in particular, because I think the first term was largely about setting the house in order in terms of getting the banks to sort of clean up their NPAs and stuff. And the larger focus has been since 2019 that, we would be an economy which would be private sector led, and the government would essentially focus on just sort of crowding in the private sector involvement, and do that by addressing the massive infrastructure gap that is there in the economy. I mean, it is just a matter of the fact that we are a smaller economy and we don't have as much money, but otherwise the infrastructure needs of this country are huge.
Right.
So the government has tried to continue on that path. Although having said that, if you look at the data for like the current financial year, the fact that government had to meet fiscal deficit requirement and was not getting enough revenues had an impact also on the capex, the capital expenditure the government spent, because revised estimates are showing just 4%, less than 4% increase
compared with the previous year.
To the previous year. So this year it has taken a bit of a hit because there was not enough revenue. But I think for next year again, which signals that the government is basically telling the private sector that, barring a scenario where, we are not having as much nominal growth, or because of global turmoil, if we are not able to raise enough money, then maybe it gets hit. But otherwise, we are committed to long-term sustained investments towards infrastructure,
Right.
something that the Chief Economic Advisor also mentioned, that these things cannot be episodic.
Correct.
They have to continue, and you have to build a trust in the private sector that this will continue happening. And the private sector essentially keeps asking this thing that, bring down the costs for us, and the costs will come down when, say logistical costs are lower, travel costs, transportation costs are lower, and so to that extent government stays committed in the larger
So in the same context, where the Chief Economic Advisor did also talk about a strike of foreign capital, which seems to be the biggest worry. It seemed to be the biggest worry in the economic survey just 2 days back. So net FDI has reduced for the last 3 months or so. FII inflows, there has been outflows actually, pulling out of FIIs. So in the budget, do you see that, and the rupee has also been on sustained pressure, 5 to 6% kind of lower depreciated rupee in the last 12 months. So in the budget, do you see measures specifically to attract global capital? Do you think that current account, do you see that issue being addressed in the budget?
See, I think there are two ways to look at it. One is to say that the government should do something specifically targeted towards rupee. But, as we've written so many times in our editorials also, rupee is basically a shock absorber. It is heavily politicized, this whole rupee exchange rate. It has genuine issues with how it impacts the economy in different sectors. But targeting a level of rupee just aggravates the problem. Once you start targeting, people can take a bet against you. So it is better to address the whole issue in a structural manner, which is to say that the demand for rupee is low because the demand for Indian commodities is low globally. So address that issue, export more, do better at home so that people want your goods. And when they want your goods, they will have to buy Indian rupees, and the rupees exchange rate will improve.
Right.
That is the typical, the understanding that we have, that if your goods are more desired, then your currency will strengthen.
Correct.
So the way to boost rupee or support rupee in a more structural manner is to say, well, be better at what you do, produce things that the world wants. So I think this government has continued to be on that path, like many of these things that have been announced today in the first part of the budget, where the finance minister detailed a lot of smaller schemes talking about credit availability to MSMEs, some kind of help in terms of, say, even capabilities of how to run a business. Essentially, our government's way of saying that, listen, we'll help you be better, compete at a global level, and the customs duty cut, where they're saying essentially that let's cut the intermediate, the duties on intermediate goods. So purchase things from the rest of the world which you require for your exports at a cheaper duty, and then use that and be better, and then hopefully export and earn the forex.
Yeah.
I think the approach is more structural, which means that within a month or two we'll not perhaps see any change.
Yeah.
But if we do well, then over the years this can be addressed.
Right. So it is in this context that you see, say about 8 old trade agreements being signed by India in the last 4 years. The EU deal, which came, almost talks concluded now.
Yeah.
And then, of course, India is talking to the US also for a trade agreement. So kind of now you are fixing the nuts and bolts, so to say, so that, you lift the India manufacturing kind of.
Yeah. I think we have one of the guests with us. Sandeep is there. Hi, Sandeep.
Hi.
Yes, Sandeep, you track the markets closely, you track the corporate sector. What is it that you are attributing this sharp fall in the markets during the budget, and now also I think markets are still down? What is it that you attribute this to? Is it just the STT, Securities Transaction Tax?
I think, it's largely the STT, the announcement that came, that 2.5 times increase in futures transaction and 50% jump in the options. So that, because you see, when the announcement came, it went for a sharp dip. The markets saw a sharp dip. But then it recovered a bit. But overall, the sentiment, as Udit was pointing, the measures that we see are more of long-term sort of thing, rather than something that immediately is going to benefit. Last year, we saw the personal income tax came as a huge thing. I mean, and the consumption boost was there, which sort of lifted companies, stocks, and the markets overall. This time, it's more of a structural sort of thing, where we see on the industrial side how we see that. They are looking to push for capital goods industry, where as Udit pointed, reducing custom duty on these equipments that you have to build, for which you need some imports and all that. And but the important thing here is on the manufacturing side, the industrial side, how the entire ecosystem is sort of being covered in terms of the supply chain, the raw material procurement. So your own mining and metals and mining industry getting a sort of boost in terms of rare earth corridors being developed, the other industrial corridors being built up, and so these will sort of maybe reduce our, going forward over the years, reduce our import dependence upon other countries, and maybe we'll have our own manufacturing ecosystem which is capable to cater to our requirements. So these are long-term things which maybe the market will take time to sort of, and once it starts showing up on the ground, we'll see benefits of that. But yes, there is no immediate in terms of something that market can take away in terms of sentiment right away to rise. So there was nothing of that sort that could have led. Yeah.
Right. In the last 4-5 years, you have seen, one, big corporate tax rate cut that happened, and then, you saw that income tax rate cuts happened, where, to boost consumption, and corporate rate cut probably to see that, corporates start investing, get back into the investment mode. Now we are at a point where there are so many external headwinds that India faces. So basically, you would suggest that it is time to do all the small things which are required to boost the manufacturing sector, be it handlooms, textiles, be it leather, be it capital goods also. So these are the things that the government is trying to fix in this budget. Is that the sense that you get?
Yeah. I think that is what is largely being done, because both from the supply side and the demand side, things have been done. Industries, the investments are happening. It is not that the private sector is not coming in. They are coming, but they are coming in places where the demand is there. Say you'll see a lot of investment happening in cement sector. In other services sectors, you'll see that happening. So it is not like the entire ground is ready for, and there's a huge consumption demand that we see. So auto sector we are seeing. So that the investments are happening where the demand is there. But of course there is. I mean, it's not like there's a huge economic boom going on. Also because there is a subdued global environment. There's concern on the global growth front also. So some things that we cater to certain countries. Yeah. So all that is leading to some impact in our growth as well.
So essentially, how do you ascribe the market movement in the last 1 year, Sandeep? We have seen that the markets have more or less remained flat. Rupee has been under pressure. Do you think that, it was time probably to some very bold measures like, say, disinvestment or say privatization of banks? Do you think that, those were things the government could have thought about in this budget, or do you think it's?
I think it's a very tricky subject because markets I think have over the last 1.5 years have been more subdued because of external factors. Say the tariff overhang that is there. I mean, it's a huge nagging element on the market's psyche, so as to say. I mean, 50% sort of. That brings down the industry in one go. Their competitiveness goes for a toss right away. Also, there are so many the geopolitical concerns on various countries that we see, which has an overhang on all these aspects. So rupee, yes, so when your exports get impacted, also your FPI inflows don't happen. Rupee is, and we need to do our own imports. I mean, what we need to import, we need to import. So then rupee will be under pressure. The measure that they have announced in terms of, I mean, the only measure that I think has been announced in terms of helping the rupee's cause is on the PROI scheme where they have raised the limit for investment for entities and individuals, so that there is less pressure on the outflow, and also it helps resurrection in the rupee slide. So that is a but yes, it's largely global factors that have been playing the markets. Whenever we see some geopolitical issue or some positive on tariff front, suddenly we see markets sort of taking a breather, and there is some, but it has been in that range since 2023 September to now. It has been in the range of mostly 75,000 to 85,000. That is where it has been. Yeah.
So tell me, Sandeep, two things I would ask you. One is, what is the most significant measure that you see in the budget, and say, what is the biggest opportunity lost in the budget? What they could have done and what they have done, which you think is the best thing in the budget?
I think the best I still think is the point that I mentioned on the industrial sector push. I mean, to while there have been talk of manufacturing for the world, I think there is a significant step being taken to sort of cover your own supply chain, cater to your own manufacturing sector needs in terms of your equipments, in terms of your capital good requirements, which is a long-term step. I mean, over the 5 years, if we see all being implemented well, I mean, we could have a buzzing manufacturing sector. Also, the important, but the focus remains on the services-led growth, as there are talks of there have been measures on this healthcare and training and things in the healthcare and tourism industry. So the focus is there as well. In terms of lost opportunity, I won't say a lost opportunity, but I would say maybe there was no need, I mean, for the STT hike right now. The SEBI had already taken the measure, and the weekly options were limited. Certain measures had already been taken, and I think the futures trading from the retail side is already on a sort of has declined. So maybe and a 2.5% rush to sort of when the markets are already weak, and they are looking for breather, this comes as a shocker. So maybe it wasn't as desperate need to sort of bring this in. It could have they could have waited, seen, and at an opportune time, if it was needed, it could have been done.
You want to push him? Yeah, just wanted to know. So, does that mean slightly modest outlook for the markets given these trends?
No, it's just a knee-jerk reaction. Yes, it will lead to some. See, there's this huge trading segment, yeah, in our country. I mean, so many brokerages, so many proprietary tradings, and all that. So they all are. It's also an economy in its own way. So there is a dampener there. I mean, trading will be impacted. It has been done with a focus on retail investors, obviously, that they don't lose money, as was pointed out in SEBI reports and all. But as you saw, that the knee-jerk reaction immediately got from 2,200 point down. It is at around 700 points that I last saw. So it will have some dampener, but I don't think it is something that will have a very long-term sort of impact. If people recover from these, so many times we have seen all these STTs and other taxes being imposed, market adjusts to it, yeah, and then moves forward. It comes as a dampener for now, but then obviously you come out of it and you do what you have to do.
Thank you, Sandeep.
Thanks.
Udit, I just wanted to get you in on one thing. That, see, in the budget, across the speech, it seems there are many things which the finance minister is doing or announcing for jobs, for upgrading skills, from, say, setting up a, committee. On,
okay. I think Nirmala Sitharaman's press conference has started. Let's cut to it.
For greater productivity or better logistics, whatever. So, technology for benefiting every common man. And above all, with all this, inclusive development. Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, and that is why you heard me bringing in schemes which have good allocations for bringing better health facilities, creating a cadre of people, not cadre in that sense, but a bulk of people who can come in as health workers, paramedics and so on, and also making sure we are able to provide dignified opportunities for Divyangjan. Mental health has also received a lot of attention. So these are the side for Vikasit Bharat and making sure Sabka Vikas hoega. But the idea is the advantage and the momentum that we gained since after COVID by increasing public capital expenditure will continue. We've announced that 12.2 lakh crores are coming through public expenditure this time. It is 4.4% of the GDP. I'd like you all to please notice that, which is the highest, at least in the last 10 years. It could even be highest if you were to take data earlier. No increment in capital expenditure, sustained fashion, has happened ever before. This one marking 4.4% of the GDP. Then what are the kind of things which will happen through it? You will have dedicated freight corridors. I've named Dankuni in the east, Surat in the west. Then I've also highlighted that 20 new national waterways, not national highways, national waterways are being planned. And again there, those are going to pass through some of the critical mineral areas. Orissa, where the mineral-rich state, you have the waterways taking it to the port, and the two ports have been identified, Paradip and Dhamra. Similarly, we are also making sure that the coastal cargo movements will be enabled through a cargo route, so that through the coastal area we are able to cut down on cost of movement of goods. City economic regions, developing them is a very big new measure that we are coming up with. And for that, an allocation of 5,000 crore per city economic region. Imagine the amount, 5,000 crores in 5 years. 1,000 crore per year per city is being given, and the emphasis is going to be largely on tier 2, tier 3 cities. And then talking of infrastructure further, with the capital expenditure coming with the big number, you're having also the high-speed rail corridors. 7 of them announced, and the destinations are clear, so that they become the bridge for all these economical robust centers. So those are for making sure that the infrastructure and the capital expenditure are getting tied up, and the country benefits from the ripple effects that these can bring in. The 7 strategic and frontier sectors in which we've highlighted that will increase productivity and also have new investments come in and give emphasis for India's own brand on those things is on the biopharma sector. I think that's going to be a big change in the way in which we are looking at giving capacity for those who are able to research, who are able to undertake research and development. So 10,000 crore initiative again over 5 years for domestic biologics and biosimilar production. This is a clear message and backed with enough substance that India's lead in the pharmaceutical sector should be kept intact, but at the same time bring in newer ways of helping the pharma sector, and also because it has an impact on human health. Semiconductor mission had 2 major announcements that will improve the India stack and also the IP related matters. Electronic components manufacturing scheme for 40,000 crores is a major encouragement for electronics to become self-sufficient. We have also announced establishing rare earth corridors so that India can face and be able to meet its own requirements with its materials. So once we identify and are able to explore these minerals and process them, make them available for us, our dependency on external sources for bringing in the rare earths will be lesser, and we've identified the states where we want to establish this rare earth corridors. They are going to be in Orissa, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu. So these are very important developments, and they are going to have multiple decadal impact on the Indian economy. Our dependence on magnets and rare earths will be brought down. 3 dedicated chemical parks, again for reducing our import dependence. High-tech tool rooms for research, that will be set up in 2 locations. Very important thing is about the construction equipment being imported. That could be for building tunnels or metros or high energy and also heavy duty equipments which we are relying on imports. We want to manufacture them in India, and that is why I said, how does it affect a common man? It affects because firefighters today have novel, new, big ticket and small, very small firefighting tools and weapons or equipment. We don't have them in this country. That's why if there is a fire accident in some very congested area, our equipments are not able to reach those points, whereas there are equipments which today are produced abroad, which can navigate those small corridors and go save people's lives. Whether they or huge ones, all of which we want to make sure that we will have production in this country itself, whether they are tunnel boring or anything else, from small to big, we want to bring in those very impactful infrastructure into India. So we'll support domestic manufacturing. Then container manufacturing is another which we'll support. I think I've gone in detail talking about the textile support in various forms. One very important announcement was made, Mahatma Gandhi Gram Swaraj initiative, which will make sure khadi, handloom, handicrafts will all be brought in, and one district, one product will all be brought in this initiative, and we'll be able to support rural artisans, rural workers and handloom weavers in those areas. Legacy industrial corridors have got saturated. Manufacturing happening there is now very constricted because they are not able to bring in newer robotics and others. So we want to upgrade these legacy industrial clusters so that they become cost competitive and efficiency comes into these places. Even more important is the champion MSMEs, small and medium industries, entrepreneurs, MSMEs, who are going to be given all the supports, and three-pronged approach is being taken up there. We are giving equity support, we are giving also liquidity support, above all professional support for them, so that MSMEs, the equity support is supported by a 10,000 crore SME fund, growth fund. Above all, we are also topping up the Self-Reliant India Fund with 2,000 crores. So MSMEs should not feel any dearth of resources for equity. Similarly, they shouldn't feel any difficulty for liquidity in their hands, because the TREDS platform will now be treated almost as a backed up, security backed up instrument with which they'll be able to discount and get their monies. For professional support, we're working with the Chartered Accountant and Cost Accountant institutes so that they can create corporate mitras who can help these MSMEs in filing their returns, doing their accounts, and so on. Above all, for youth and training, there's so much. You've heard the speech, so I won't want to take your time on it. High-powered education to employment enterprise, standing committees being formed so that they can recommend measures for service sector as a core driver of Vikasit Bharat. Part B concentrated a lot on tax and related concessions that are being offered. More importantly is the process simplification which has been announced. So elaborate measures have been taken. You will be able to also seek clarification if you want. New export opportunities for fishermen who can go into the economic India's zones, high seas, and also assess and access the global markets. The one very touching, and I really was moved by this proposal, is where we have identified 17 drugs or medicines which are going to be basic custom duty exempt, which are important for cancer patients. Similarly, 7 more rare diseases are added to the import exemption list of the import duties. Baggage clearance and personal items which you bring in when you travel are all being given enhanced duty-free allowance. Besides that, there are quite a few direct tax and indirect tax proposals. Decriminalizing the penalty proceedings and support to the IT sector are some of the high points. As an opening remark, I'll conclude here. I'm sure you'll be able to ask questions and seek clarification. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll start this question, taking the questions. First question is 17.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Shishir here from Hindu Business Line. Ma'am, my question is that under the miscellaneous capital receipt, the provision is 80,000 crore rupees. And last year, the provision was 47,000 crore, which has been reduced to 37,000 crore rupees now. Does this mean that there will be more equity monetization this year, or there will be more focus on the asset monetization of CPSEs?
So you've got it rightly. The intent is that we will have a very strong asset monetization plan in place. Last year, ma'am had announced in the budget that there will be a pipeline prepared, which is being done. So we hope to reap the dividends from that.
238.
Ma'am, Timsi Jaipuria, this side from CNBC TV 18. I just wanted to know the rationale behind the hike in STT in futures and options.
So, first of all, I believe some confusion. In fact, the question that you have asked rightly reflects the announcement itself, that the only change made in STT is in the future and options. All the other STT rates remain the same. The primary objective of raising the tax rates on STT has been that it is felt that when you look at the volume of transactions in futures and options, it whether you compare it to the size of GDP or size of the underlying securities market, it is largely in the realm of heavy speculation, which results in losses to small, retail, unsophisticated investors. And the government's intention is to discourage speculative tendencies, and the increase in rate is essentially in that direction. So it is meant to essentially handle the systemic risk in derivative markets. Even after this increase, however, the rates of STT will remain modest compared to the volume of the transactions that is happening there. This is the reason.
54.
मैम तरुण शर्मा फ्रॉम जी बिजनेस। मैम आपने पूरा बजट जो है वो न्यू एमर्जिंग सेक्टर पे बड़ा फोकस रखा है। मैम मेरा सवाल आपसे दो हैं यदि आप अलाउ करें। एक मैम आपने जो एक्साइज ड्यूटी का कैलकुलेशन किया है वो पिछले बजट एस्टिमेट से इस बजट एस्टिमेट में तकरीबन 22% की ग्रोथ देखने को मिली है। दूसरा मैम जो आपने एमएसएमई के लिए कहा कि जो ट्रांजैक्शंस होंगे उसके लिए आप एक्सचेंज प्लेटफॉर्म का यूज़ करना होगा, तो क्या मैम ये सीपीएसईज के लिए कंपलसरी होगा जो डिस्काउंट ट्रेडिंग की जो बात है? थैंक यू।
I'll take the second question, ma'am. So, हाँ, ये CPSEs के लिए मैंडेटरी होगा कि डिस्काउंटिंग एज वेल एज नॉन डिस्काउंटेड बिल्स दोनों को ही ट्रेड्स पे करना होगा ताकि वो 45 दिन में भुगतान एमएसएमई को कर पाएँ, और ये हर तरह से चेक कर लिया गया है कि ये हो सकता है। सो वी वांट टू मेक CPSEs एज पायनियर्स. We hope, like ma'am has said in her speech also, that other corporates will also follow.
On excise?
Increased by 22%, sir, from last year B to this year B.
Because there is from 1st of February, all the tobacco products have come back into excise, and all those revenues will account for the increase of the next year.
209.
Ma'am, Prakash Predashi from ET now. The budget has announced restructuring of PFC and REC. What will this restructuring look like? And does this also mean that these NBFC will be merged going forward?
What is the later part of your question? That these NBFCs are not going to
merged going forward?
Yeah, I've said we are rationalizing it. You'll get to know as we go forward. We want to streamline it, and therefore we'll be taking some steps. We'll let you know the moment we decide how to go about it.
234.
Hello, ma'am. Harsh Kumar from Business Standard. Ma'am, two questions. One is, you said that a high-level committee will be formed on the banking reforms in order to 2047. Are we going further for any kind of merger or something, since government is continuously saying that we need at least two of the big banks, in at least of the top 20 banks. So are we going towards that?
No, first of all, when I say that it's going to be a high-level committee which is going to look into it, the terms of reference will be prepared, and we are looking at committee to go into the entire expanse of the banking sector so that they come up with recommendations which help us to plan for banking for 2047. We need, by the time we become a Vikasit Bharat, 2047 is our goal. We need to understand what are the other steps that we need to take in the banking area, and based on the recommendations, we'll go forward. But we have the Secretary, Department of Financial Services. We'll ask him to also give us, please.
Ma'am, I think you have rightly responded. There are large number of aspects relating to the banking requirement. For example, the credit to the GDP, commercial credit to the GDP ratio low, and the expansion of the banking network, and what kind of procedure currently we have that is impeding both the deposits as well as credit. All those aspects will be looked at by an expert panel, a committee, and we will definitely have TUR, and then also consult the all the stakeholders. And the government will take a view on how to lay strong foundation for 2047 Viksit Bharat.
Ma'am, one more question. 229. Left side, yes.
Ma'am, Premanshu from Anandabazar Patrika. Ma'am, have you consciously avoided announcing any bonanza for the poll-bound states? And secondly, can you elaborate on this East Coast corridor, industrial corridor you announced?
See, the industrial corridors are very critical for supply chains. We need a predictable mineral, rare earth and magnet related products to be made available for India's manufacturing. Whether it's lithium ion, whether it's automobile sector, whether it's the new age solar, you need these rare earths to be processed and be made available. We have enough raw materials. The coastal areas are rich in these minerals. And therefore, states also felt, I mean, I must credit that the interaction that I had with the finance ministers pre-budget, many states felt that there are rare earths which they can utilize. We then sat up in the budget group that we have, Revenue Secretary, DFL, Secretary DA, and thrashed out, talking with the states. What are the kind of things that we can do so that their capacities to extract these minerals, process them, make them something which the industry can benefit from. So India can be less dependent on imports of these materials. That is where, having spoken to states, we thought it's very important to recognize the corridor and give a policy for it so that industries can invest, private sector can come in, governments, state and center can come together on it. That is where these corridors were announced. And looking at the success of the defense corridor, I can confidently say these rare earth corridors will make that big a difference to the Indian economy. The first question, I think there's enough to cover all the election states. If I do, you will ask me, why have you done it only for the election states? Now I've done it for election and non-election states as well. You want me to spell out what has been done only for the election states? I'm quite happy to do it.
262, front. At the front, please. Here, front side. Front row.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Sapna Das here from CNBC TV 18. Two quick questions. Just wanted to understand the gross borrowing at over 17 lakh odd crore. Would the government look at it as being on the higher side? Just asking that. And within that also, if you look at your net tax revenue stream, of course, B to RE it's higher. And a lot of concessions have been given away both on direct and indirect taxes. But the trend seems to be a bit flat, around 28 lakh odd crore. So if you could explain to us, how is this entire thing looking? And second, ma'am, in terms of the disinvestment aim, 80 odd thousand crores, would this also include IDBI stake sale sometime in FY27, ma'am? Thank you very much.
So you've covered a number of secretaries all at one go. So on the borrowings, no, we don't think it's on the higher side because the net market borrowings are in the range of 11.73, which is been plus around that number for the last couple of years. The larger number is because we have 5.5 lakh crores which have to be repaid this year. So to that extent, we don't think that it's a large number. We have a plan how to manage this. And according to that plan, which also gets released from time to time, the markets would also know, as well as all of you want.
4. Okay.
So, on the tax stream, because of some concessions that were given this year, there has been some course correction. But if you look at the next year, the direct tax is growing at 11.4%. and continues to be 3.1% of the GDP. The total collection would be 6.9%. The indirect tax excise is growing very healthily because of the base correction, the base which has got added. Customs too is showing a decent buoyancy. So on the tax revenue, I think we are looking up. And even GST, as you would have seen the collection figures today, after rate rationalization, the buoyancy which we had expected, and in this hall we had discussed about it, you can see that coming back on that tax.
Hi, ma'am. Meghna Mittal from Money Control. The fiscal deficit target that we have set for next year from 4.4 to 4.3 is being seen as very, very gradual. Is there a specific reason, or is it because of the global uncertainties as one of the major factors for being such a gradual fiscal consolidation path?
I would have thought you'll appreciate it being gradual. Because particularly fiscal, drastic changes don't go down well. One or the other section gets hurt. We will have to be gradual, but yet keep it well within that band which gives confidence. And to show that we care for fiscal prudent management. There's no point in me dropping it to, let's say, 4. It has to be steady so that the economy goes in a steady speed. So it is a responsible number and realistic number. It's not as if I wanted it to be so gradual. It is a responsible number. We should achieve it and equally not bring in any kind of turbulence anywhere.
Thank you. From the center flank, 190.
Thank you, and congratulations on a very comprehensive budget.
Before you start, I was going to look at PIB and say, this side is being ignored.
Yes.
But good that he called you.
Thank
Come.
you. I'm Aprajita Saxena from CNBC International in Singapore. I'm very curious because you started talking about tech, and I want to ask a question about the ISM 2.0. There are those on the outside who say that India sort of lags when it comes to AI innovation, especially innate innovative LLMs. Is the strategy of ISM 2.0 to sort of become part of the global value chain, or are you more positioning towards India creating its own native LLMs? Thank you.
I think Ashwini Vaishnav, the minister, has been speaking extensively about this. There are several aspects of it. We want to be sure that in the semiconductor domain, we have every expertise for all those 5 major chip or modeling or, the infrastructure, design, every aspect of it. So he is talking about creating capacities within the country to be able to have that kind of a infrastructure well laid out within the country. And similarly, if you're looking at the way in which our startups are working, using AI, and very clearly we have also shown a path that it is not just the large language models, but also smaller ones, medium-sized ones, which can serve the requirement of your economy. So AI in India, particularly when you have a huge demographic dividend, will have to give us results to ensure that our people have work and also the opportunities are going to be enticing enough for the youth. It cannot replace human efforts. So we are at the same time redefining for ourselves, if I may use that expression, on how to use AI. What is the capacity that we have to create, the kind of infrastructure that we have to lay in the ground for it. Equally, the products which come out of it will have to benefit our people, because our youth are revving to do more and new. For them to do something new and for them to do something more, we have to create benefits out of AI rather than push along with AI unthinkingly that it doesn't serve our people. So I think these many different factors play in making a decision on semiconductor. And that is why semiconductor ISM 2.0 looks into these aspects as well. And I'll ask the CEA to speak a bit on it, because he spent a lot of time so that he could write effectively capturing what's happening down. Ananta, you want to say anything on it?
Actually, we have to see the semiconductor mission and the announcements related to the rare earth corridor, which ma'am talked about a few minutes ago. All of them as part of the framework that we presented a couple of days ago here on the strategic resilience part. So, in fact, many elements of this ma'am's budget speech focus both on equipping us to handle the AI-related technology as well as skilling the population in areas where they can be immune to some of the AI-related impacts as well. So it covers both dimensions, and therefore the semiconductor mission the rare earth corridor, and also some of the Part B announcements ma'am made about the various electronics and manufacturing sectors were all part of the initiatives to make sure that we make ourselves strategically resilient in a very fraught global environment.
138 at the back side.
I'm Rishabh with NDTV Profit. Just wanted to ask on the buyback tax, the rationale behind it, because was it essential to do it now? Because in 2025 there were a lot of companies that came out with significant share buybacks. Also because, and also do you foresee some sort of a reduction in buybacks? And secondly, on pollution related schemes, the outlay has been very stagnant, but pollution as a problem remains. Is this not a policy priority for the government now?
On the buyback, I'll have Revenue Secretary brief us.
So first of all, on the buyback, I'd like to clarify. I hope that the point was clear enough in the speech also, that it is in fact a relief. It's not a tax, additional tax. It is a relief. Buyback tax system was changed to make it as a dividend income, which is income at the applicable income tax rate at the hand of the shareholder. It has been corrected now, and we have put the tax to be in the hands of shareholder as a capital gains tax, which long term, for example, will be only 12.5%. So there is a correction and a relief which has been given to the shareholders. All that has been done is, the whole objective of doing that change at that time was misuse of a tax arbitrage by promoters. So the change made for promoter is that additional buyback tax on them, which again keeps things status quo for them. So even today, the marginal rate at which they would have been paying the tax as a dividend, which is at their respective income tax rates, we have kept it at 30 and 22. If it is a corporate, 22. If it is an individual, 30. So as far as promoters is concerned, it is status quo. As far as the other shareholders is concerned, it is actually a very big relief. So that is probably what may make the point a little clearer, the announcement itself clearer.
76 at the front side. Pollution.
So pollution is a priority with government, and not everything has to appear at the budget speech is how I would put it, ma'am. So we are working with many state governments on projects related to air pollution, even water pollution. There is a significant budgetary outlay on sewage control as well as drainage. And as it was noted, you would have seen the Finance Commission recommendations also. A large portion of the Finance Commission grants to the local bodies, urban and rural, is tied to water and sanitation, particularly I would say sanitation. So pollution of all kinds remains a top priority, and there are different ways in which we are trying to tackle it.
Hello, ma'am. Ma'am, I am Monica from Business Standard. Ma'am, I have two questions. Ma'am, I am here. Ma'am, I have two questions with regard to customs. Ma'am, in your budget speech, you said that honest taxpayers will be able to close their case and they can pay the additional amount in view of penalty. So I want to know whether this is a customs amnesty scheme, and if you can just provide the contours of this scheme. And also, ma'am, Economic Survey flagged the need for convergence between transfer pricing, which comes under income tax law, and customs valuation. But there was no mention in your budget speech. So is there any such proposal being considered by the government?
Both on the direct tax and the indirect tax, this is not an amnesty scheme. This is essentially an offer given to the honest taxpayer who would otherwise, when he gets to know that he has to pay the duty, he will like to pay it. But because our laws require him to also pay a penalty on that, the negative connotation associated with being penalized, which he has to obviously disclose at some point of time, does create a situation for him or an incentive for him to rather dispute the duty, even though he may not want to do it. So the window that we are giving to the taxpayer is that you will, if you are willing to pay your tax or whatever is the duty, instead of penalty, the same amount you can pay in the form of an additional amount. So it will not be either a relief or an amnesty. At the same time, this amount that you pay will not be treated as a amount which you have paid as a penalty, and therefore that negative connotation will go away. You may have seen that there is another announcement of a similar nature on the income tax side, where when it comes to the cases of underreporting today, there is a provision under which you have to pay tax, interest on tax, and a 50% penalty. If you are willing to accept the demand and not go on appeal, you need not pay the penalty of 50%. You can go ahead and pay your tax and interest, and the matter is closed. What we have done is expanded this window and included even misreporting cases, where penalty is otherwise 200%. But there again, we are telling him that you can settle it by paying the tax, the interest on tax, and this 200% get reduced by half. You pay 100% as an additional income tax. The idea here is that if you are an honest taxpayer, accept the fact that you have to pay the duty. We will not like to brand you by using the word like penalty. That is these two windows are essentially meant to take care of those situations, which is why reference to an honest taxpayer. Yeah, we are examining that separately.
194. Left side, yes, back.
Ma'am, this is Amitod Singh from CNBC International. Congratulations to you and your entire team. I have two questions. The first is around foreign investors. There were a number of expectations that, taxation structures would be changed, particularly when you think about things like withholding tax. So what we want to understand is whether that was even discussed within the government. And my second question is 15% defense spend increase. How much of that has to do with global uncertainty?
Revenue Secretary can answer on the first question. See, global uncertainty is something which definitely occupies all the officials' mind when we are preparing for the budget. But I won't attribute it to be the cause for any one step. Across the board, we kept that in mind. So it's not the cause for any one thing that we've done or one thing which we did not do. That's kept in our mind. Our macroeconomic fundamentals are strong. You heard the CEA speak that despite you having a macro sound economic foundation, you're still sort of facing a world which is uncertain. And therefore, when currency, Indian rupee versus the dollar becomes an issue, you have done everything within the country to make sure your fundamentals are fine. But uncertainty globally is affecting on many grounds, and we are seized of it for everything that we do, not for one particular thing, but ours.
Yeah, I think today we need to look at what has been announced in the budget. So we would rather focus on that, because there would obviously be many of the issues which would be discussed and deliberated. But what has come out for you before in the budget is what is there, and we should probably focus on that. And if you saw that there are many announcements, especially which are addressing the needs for attracting investment in India, bringing more certainty, both for the residents who interact with their related parties as well as for the non-residents who otherwise do business here. There's a whole host of those announcements. You'd appreciate that what, for example, has been done in IT services is a change which is completely, and it's a fully comprehensive change, which practically will take care of just about 30 companies need to now sign APAs. The rest, all 11,000 odd, will be covered under one or the other system of certainty of taxation, either through safe harbor rules or through the APA agreements. So this has been a major change. In specific sectors where we felt that the residents needed certainty, we have provided that, whether it is in the data center, whether it is in manufacturing, electronics, even for the expats, if they are going to stay here, the experts for a longer time. On the data center, I just thought I'll take this opportunity to clarify, because there was some speculation about what has been done. The thought process in this is that a global entity which is providing kind of cloud-based data services uses data centers all over the world to provide services to the customers. So it is very difficult to connect one-on-one as to which data center has resulted in what type of revenue. So the international entity of this nature would like to set up data services centers in India, which is a net economic plus for us, because it adds to that scale and level of economic activities. It has strategic purpose too. So the arrangement we have done is Just because that entity will set up data service centers and will use this as one of the many to provide services globally, should not become a cause of uncertainty for it that its global income will get taxed here. So that is the certainty which we are giving to it. Quite naturally, the data service center, which is located in India, will be taxed depending on the way it is positioned. And that entity will be selling its services to customers in India through a reseller entity, which again gets taxed. What we are excluding from taxation is this global entity, which is essentially doing cloud-based services, using data services centers across, and we do not want it to be deterred from enhancing its business footprint in India to provide such global services.
I'll just come in to add to that point on foreign investors, to point out one or two points on the Part A side also, which are important. One is that this was this ask from AIFs for a very long time, that most AIFs in our country are formed as trusts. Their request had been for a pretty long time to consider if the LLP Act can be modified and amended to align it with the functional requirements of AIFs. So that has been announced today, which is a very big move forward, as it will allow them to, the amendments are going to be of such a nature that by becoming LLPs, first of all, the liability will get limited. And then there are going to be amendments which will also allow for document filing rationalized for entry and exit of partners, and similar such things to make it easy for the AIF partners. So that's one of the announcements today. The other was the announcement on the PROIs and the relaxations given therein of how much they can invest in a company individually and together. So those limits have been significantly enhanced, and all of it has been rationalized in line with OCIs and NRIs. Other than that, the FEM NDI rules, we intend to review it for two things. One is, again, we are continuously in touch with investors. There are asks over there. So instead of doing it one by one, this shows the intent of the government to actually reach out and address the world which is interested in investing in India and make it easy for them to do so.
214.
मैम मैं आलोक प्रियदर्शी हूँ CNBC आवाज़ से। मैम मेरा सवाल यही है कि जो सवाल STT से रिलेटेड है, सिक्योरिटी ट्रांजैक्शन टैक्स से, मैम यहाँ पे मैम जो पॉलिसी है फ्यूचर एंड ऑप्शन को लेकर सरकार की क्या पॉलिसी है, थोड़ा सा स्पष्ट करें। और दूसरा कि जो STT बढ़ाया गया है, बहुत ही जैसे रेवेन्यू सर ने कहा कि बहुत मामूली बढ़ोतरी की गई है, तो क्या इससे जो सरकार की पॉलिसी कि रिटेल इन्वेस्टर्स को ऐसे जो बहुत हाई रिस्क की इंस्ट्रूमेंट है उनमें निवेश से एक तरह से कॉशन करने की पॉलिसी है, तो क्या इससे ये मकसद हासिल होता है क्या?
I'll ask the Revenue Secretary to go into the details, but आपका विषय जो मकसद के ऊपर बात कर रहे हैं ना, मैं पिछले बजट के समय में भी इसका एक्सप्लेन भी की। We are touching only the futures and options. STT otherwise बाकी सब का ट्रांजैक्शन के ऊपर कोई नहीं किया, मगर जहां स्पेकुलेशन, हिंदी में सट्टा बोलते हैं, स्पेकुलेशन ज्यादा और समटाइम्स हाईली रिस्की, क्योंकि हमें मैसेज आता है लोगों से कि इधर बहुत लॉस भी फेस कर रहे हैं लोग जिनके हाथ में इतना एक्स्ट्रा पैसा भी नहीं है जिससे वो स्पेकुलेट कर सकते हैं। सो दिस नॉमिनल इंक्रीज इज प्योरली एम्ड एट हाई स्पेकुलेशन, ओनली टू डिटर देम। मकसद बोल रहे हैं, हाँ, उनको थोड़ा डिस्करेज करने के लिए। हम इसके खिलाफ नहीं है, जरूर एक्टिविटी जो होता है उसका रेस्पेक्ट करते हैं, मगर इतने लॉस और इतने छोटे छोटे लोग का लॉस को सरकार देखकर कैसे आप चुप रह सकते हो? डिटर करो थोड़ा उसको पीछे हटने के लिए, बस उतना ही।
So the tax is only one element of kind of supplementing or supporting that policy, which is what I explained before. In as far as the rest of what and how this market has to be regulated is probably for the market regulator to respond better on that aspect of it.
67 from the center.
I'm Pallavi from CNN News 18. Little political question, because the reactions are coming in from the opposition parties. Rahul Gandhi specifically says that the budget has failed to go in for a course correction and that it's not addressed the real concerns of the country.
With due respects, I don't know what course correction he is referring to. economy and its fundamentals are strong. Global uncertainty is facing many of our sectors, for whom we have brought in so many different schemes for those small and medium enterprises, for textiles, for leather, for shoe uppers, for people who are working in the rural areas, schemes for benefiting them, for even the farmer and value addition, for women entrepreneurs who are chote groups, self-help entrepreneurs, the she marts that we've come up with. These are ways in which we are reaching out to the common small people to make sure that they don't have to face big changes in their life because of any volatility coming from outside. They could be contributing to exporting small things, but different uncertainties can affect them equally. Many of them have been shown as successful because you see when you go there, Lakpati Didis is a fantastic difference made to women in the rural areas. Now we are bringing them together to sell their wares. Are these not measures through which we are reaching out for the poor, the small, those in a difficult terrain or in rural areas? And with all this, the fundamentals of the economy remain strong. And that has come out even in the economic survey. So, well, politically you want to criticize, you're welcome, please do it. But if you want to give me the facts on which you're basing your argument, I'm willing to hear and willing to reply to that.
16 at the center, yeah, on left side.
Ma'am, I am Bani Kinkar Patnaik from the Economic Times. Ma'am, I think probably one of the most important features of this budget is that for the first time in probably many years, your effective capital expenditure at 4.4% of GDP is going to be slightly higher than your fiscal deficit, projected fiscal deficit for the next year. So it means, I mean, in other words, you will be using more than your entire borrowed resources. You will be deploying that in productive spending. So I wanted to ask you that, whether it is going to be the new normal in the coming years. And ma'am, one clarification I needed. This VV Jiramji scheme, you have allocated more than 95,000 crore. At the same time, I see that, Narega has also got 30,000 crore. So is it going to be on top of that, or because Jiramji scheme is supposed to replace this Narega scheme?
I'll ask the Expenditure Secretary to respond on that.
Yeah, on the new scheme, the Jiramji, the budget provision has been provided exactly as what you would have seen when the bill was being presented and the act was there. So we have gone exactly whatever is required has been provided. Now on the old scheme also having some money, in fact it's a legacy of the inefficient way in which the scheme was, the MG Narega was being implemented by the state. So there is some carryover of liabilities, 30,000 crores. So that we have taken the responsibility of verifying and fulfilling it. So that's why we have kept that, but otherwise fresh implementation will be on the new provisions.
I would say that the fact that we have an annual budget means that we review everything annually. So I will leave it at that time. We have done our fiscal math, and I think we come with a certain credibility on the fisc that we are confident of meeting, and while adhering to our commitment to higher capex. And fiscal deficit financing, as we have always done, is through a mix of market borrowings as well as NSSF. So that will continue. So there's not many major changes like that. Thank you.
37 at the back, yeah.
Hi ma'am, this is Shrimi Chaudhary from NDTV Profit. Just wanted to understand that this one-time foreign asset disclosure scheme, how that will be different from the similar scheme in the past, and if you could elaborate a contour of that, and also is there any estimation of undisclosed foreign assets being done by the department?
So this scheme is meant, first of all, for small taxpayers. There is a ceiling of the amount that can be disclosed. This window was provided for the first 3 months when the Act was brought in, the BMA Act, and that time people utilized it. What has been found is that there are many small taxpayers who, because of their ignorance, etc., have not been able to do proper disclosures. So this window is being given as a one-time 6-month window for such small taxpayers, the list of which some idea of who they are has been given in the budget speech also. So there are two streams in this window. One is of the people who have paid their tax, the income is disclosed and is quite transparently known. All that they failed to do is they were not able to disclose the asset, foreign asset that they had because of that. Which means they will be able to prove that the income was put to tax. However, the asset was not, just the only thing they did not do is did not disclose it in their returns to the income tax department. So this is the window B, where we are saying that if you have a foreign asset of up to 5 crores, you can pay a fine of 1 lakh rupees, which today under the Act would have entailed them a fine of 10 lakh, a penalty of 10 lakh rupees and prosecution. So you will get both immunity from penalty and prosecution, and you can declare those assets. This is category B. There would also be category of people who may not have been able to or have not properly disclosed their income. This is the category A, for which the limit is 1 crore rupees. So 1 crore rupees of foreign asset or income, if they have not disclosed, then they can disclose it during this window. In this case, however, they will have to pay the tax as well as 30% tax and then 30% additional tax on top of that, and a certain amount of interest. Again, they will get immunity from penalty and prosecution. The idea is to essentially help those NRIs, returning NRIs, students, some professionals, people who have gone out, people who may have got ESOPs, any kind of such assets that they may have outside. They'll be able to disclose it and be able to protect themselves against penalty and prosecution and come clean. And it has been structured in a manner that it addresses only small assets, and secondly, it is something which will be helping them to also, get away from all the procedural problems of penalty and prosecution.
25.
Hello, ma'am. Ruchika Chitravanshi from Business Standard. Ma'am, while you have stated that global uncertainty was playing on the minds of officials across the board, if I may ask you, what was the one challenge that you were trying to address, or economic concern that you were trying to address in this budget?
And we said global uncertainties play in the minds of all the officials. It is a truth that all of us are watching that global uncertainties are really of the magnitude that we've never seen before. So naturally, we had to assess for ourselves the various ways in which these uncertainties are playing out. So all of them are equally important.
243.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Kriti Ambe from Informist Media. Ma'am, this year's nominal GDP projection, the projection of 393 lakh crore, does it take into account the upcoming base year revision, or is it possible that this number would undergo further revision when MOSPI releases the new base year and releases its estimates based on the new base year by the end of February?
Let the CEA and the Secretary EA answer that.
The 393 lakh crores or 10% nominal GDP growth was arrived at based on the existing GDP base year and the methodology.
Ma'am, if I could follow up on that, back in 2015 when the base year revision had happened, the previous year's 14 and 13 numbers went up, nominal number went up by odd 9 lakh crore. So if FY26 number goes up by that sort of magnitude, or even if not from 357 it goes to 360, your fiscal deficit estimate would come down even further. So do you think there is possibility?
You began your question with the if, right? No answers from my side for ifs.
Sure, thank you, ma'am.
45. I think Center.
Hello, ma'am. This is Pushpita Dey from the New Indian Express. So, a lot of custom duty reductions have been introduced. So, how do you see the impact on the revenue, and also, particularly for the consumer goods, like 50% duty reduction? Will there be any measures to ensure there is no dumping after the reduction happens? And also, not particularly related to the budget, after the recent Tiger Global Tax Supreme Court verdict, do you see there will be any impact on the foreign investment for India? Thank you.
Customs duty, the reductions, etc., which have been given, have a logic for that sector, the need for those items to be brought into India, and customs duty not to add cost to it. So there is an economic logic of why it has been done. And if you have seen, most of them are meant to essentially enhance either manufacturing or value addition within India, or help the cause of exporters who are using those imported items to export items from out of India. So this is a very conscious sectoral call. For each sector item, the value chain has been analyzed, based upon which decision on whatever moderation or whatever calibration of duties were to be done have been done. The second part, in terms of revenues, etc., is concerned, what you would have seen is there are a lot of custom process reforms that have been proposed. And the idea is essentially to enhance the volume of international trade, which should fetch us more revenues rather than playing on the rate itself. So we do hope that these process reforms will encourage more people to kind of, export, in the process probably the part of global value chain, more imports, and duty or revenues will be a result of that buoyancy.
I just want to add one additional point to what my colleague Revenue Secretary said. If you look at many of the customs duty reliefs given in Part B, you have to read them in conjunction with the announcements made in Part A on manufacturing. So you look at electronic component manufacturing and you look at the concessions given in Part B, there is a certain logic, alignment and synergy between the two. So that's exactly what you need to focus on.
So actually, the fear of dumping there, will you be monitoring it? We are looking at only those sectors where we need to have our production capabilities improved, and raw materials shouldn't be a constraint on those items which are necessary for us. So it is a very calibrated way in which we've done that.
39, the front.
Thank you, sir. Congratulations, ma'am, and everybody. Karishma from Business Today. Ma'am, I just want to also continue the question on the rural employment scheme. A couple of states have shared skepticism and apprehension if they'll be able to fiscally absorb it and if they have the appetite on the cost sharing for the scheme. Ma'am, second, just a follow-up question, if there could be an update given on IDBI disinvestment.
I think the Agriculture Minister has spent a lot of time interacting with states to tell them what actually is Vikasit Bharat Gram, the G Ramji program is about. It is not about money. We have continuously given. That's why you heard Expenditure Secretary say, Manrega, balance which has to be carried forward, had to be provisioned for, we had to pay them back. Although inefficiently spent, we have to still give them, though we made the provision. And Vikasit Bharat Ji Ramji, as was at the time of the act getting passed, whatever was predicted was going to be provided, we provided for that. So I think there need not be any doubts in the minds of what is going to happen about Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme. In a way, the new scheme actually understands how efficiently it can function in the ground. Inefficiencies have been removed from it, and the money allocation proves that we have put the money where we spoke about. So that's fine. All disinvestments which have been approved by the Cabinet earlier, that list will continue to be before us, and we will carry forward every such. And on specific, if you want to know, we have our Deepam Secretary. Please do tell.
I think one thing we must keep in mind is that we follow a composite strategy. And disinvestment and closure have to be seen together as part of that composite strategy, which enhance or increase the participation and efficiency of the private sector. As part of that strategy, as Honorable FM said, whatever in principle approvals we have obtained for both disinvestment and closure, say about 50 of them, half of them have already been completed, which means about 12 closures and 13 strategic disinvestment transactions. The other ones are on track. That is why we keep aspirational targets, because we are fully on track and fully committed to completing each one of them and taking to a logical conclusion. Thank you. Yes.
81, backside.
नमस्ते, मैं कृष्ण मोहन शर्मा, भारत एक्सप्रेस से। मेरे दो छोटे छोटे सवाल हैं। एक तो मुझे याद है कि दीपावली के दिन मैंने पूछा था कि फार्मास्यूटिकल सेक्टर में क्या करेंगे, तो आज आपने पिटारा खोल दिया उसके लिए। आई एम वेरी हैप्पी। दूसरा सवाल मैम ये है मैम कि यूनिवर्सिटी टाउनशिप बनाने की आपने 5 बात की, क्योंकि डेवलप्ड इंडिया के लिए बहुत ज़रूरी है। लेकिन प्राइमरी एजुकेशन और सेकेंडरी एजुकेशन, जो कि हमारे बैकबोन है ग्रोथ का भारत के लिए, उसके लिए इसमें क्या है? और दूसरा, अभी मैं एक शो करके आया हूँ, उसमें लोग पूछ रहे थे कि मिडिल क्लास के लिए बजट में क्या है? बजट में क्या है?
हायर एजुकेशन के लिए जब हम 5 यूनिवर्सिटी हब्स बनाने जा रहे हैं, इट इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टू रिकग्नाइज दैट आज प्राइवेट सेक्टर में यूनिवर्सिटीज़ बहुत आ रहे हैं। स्टेट्स का मन लग रहा है कि और हायर एजुकेशन सेंटर्स ज़रूर होना चाहिए। इन सब को सुनने के बाद हम हायर एजुकेशन में और ऑप्शंस ले आ रहे हैं, जिससे हर तरह का कोर्स उस हब्स में बने। और स्टूडेंट्स डोंट नीड टू गो आउट इन केस उनको वीज़ा नहीं मिला और बोरोइंग करके जाना है। उस क्वालिटी का एजुकेशन भारत में ही हो, इसीलिए जितने भी स्टेट्स वो क्या बोलते हैं, चैलेंज मोड में आकर के बोलेंगे कि हम ज़मीन देने के लिए तैयार है, मल्टी स्पेशलिटी हॉस्पिटल जैसे बनाते हैं, ऐसे universities with different types of courses can all come and set up, and this will also mean partnering with universities abroad. So higher education में जो flexibility के साथ function करना है और हमारे students जो बाहर जा रहे हैं उनको उसी क्वालिटी के एजुकेशन इधर देने का, ये नहीं कह रही हूँ मैं कि हमारे यूनिवर्सिटीज़ में क्वालिटी नहीं है, मगर एस्पिरेशनल लोग को कुछ और सर्टिफिकेट जब चाहते हैं, वो सर्टिफिकेट क्यों ना भारत में ही ना मिलना, why don't we provide for it? And इसीलिए वो स्कीम ले आए. So it does not immediately mean that we are not going to be spending on primary and secondary. Primary and secondary में इतनी सारे स्टेट्स के साथ कोलैबोरेट करते हुए पीएम श्री स्कूल हो, नवोदय विद्यालय हो, प्राइमरी से लेकर हायर सेकेंडरी तक बहुत सारे कदम पिछले 5 साल में उठाया गया. न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी आने के बाद उन सबको अभी भी सपोर्ट मिलेगा सेंटर से. हम कम नहीं कर रहे हैं बजट को.
22 the front.
Hello ma'am, good afternoon. This is Surbhi from Business Today. Ma'am, firstly I wanted to understand the impact of your tax proposals both on the direct and indirect tax side and as well as the net implication. Ma'am, secondly a very basic question in terms of your new fiscal anchor on central government debt reduction. What are the measures that will be followed on that? Thank you.
So on the new fiscal anchor, we, like it has been announced, the glide path will be continued, and fiscal deficit, in other words, shall be the operational target to attain the debt to GDP. So it's not that we are going away from the fiscal deficit, it's not going to be the monitorable target. The target will be the debt to GDP that we are going to be monitoring. But both do work in tandem, and that is understandable. That's the way we are anchoring this.
So I have already explained the growth rates for the tax the next year. So if you look at the buoyancy, for example, for tax, we are taking the buoyancy would be around 1.14. So which shows that we expect that with all these reforms, the tax growth should become and would be growing at a rate faster than that of the economy itself. So we do expect the tax income, the tax revenues to be sufficiently buoyant in the coming year.
46, this side, left.
Ma'am, this is Priyansh from Money Control. I have two questions. One is on the GST. So the GST numbers that the target for FY27 is 2.5% lower than this year's target. So although there has been, this is due to the reduction in rates, but when can we expect the growth to be in the positive territory? And second question on the nominal GDP number, have you taken under consideration the conclusion of the trade deal with US on the nominal GDP? And if it is concluded, can it be higher?
So the nominal GDP, as the CA explained, has been calculated on an as-is where-is basis, which includes the US-India trade deal as-is where-is. When things change, we will see how the data shows up.
249.
GST revenues, what is the question? Can you repeat the question? No. You will have to account the fact that compensation cess is not going to be there the next year. So you'll have to exclude that, which is why you would see our monthly figures are showing other than compensation cess. That is the right number to look at.
Hello, ma'am. This is Priyoshmita from Informist Media. Ma'am, since you mentioned that gross borrowing for FY27 is not particularly high, can we expect more buybacks this year as well to bring down subsequent repayments? And secondly, are you looking to switch bonds with the RBI as well to manage your repayments? You did this this year in May after a gap of 2 years. Thank you.
So the reason we do buybacks and switching is basically to reduce our repayment burden and to mitigate the bunching up effect, and also to manage the costs. So we did a significant switching of high coupon securities this year. Next year, this 5.5 lakh crore which needs to be repaid, as they keep coming up, we will be taking decisions closer to those, while work is continuously going on this in one division of DEA.
24. Mike, please.
Yes, ma'am, this is Rajesh Singh from ANI. My question, could you clarify some measures in the budget to boost savings? Because there was some demand by bankers for FDs to be linked with like equity benefit, or NPS scheme were demanding some kind of tax benefit. Because we need greater savings for greater growth.
We need greater savings for greater role, all right, and the banks know how to do it.
9. Please,
Hi, this is Adrija from Money Control. I had two questions. One was on the fact that the economic survey had also raised some concerns about states' fiscal health and their borrowing, putting pressure on the sovereign borrowing rates also. I just wanted to understand, has the center thought about how do we want to tackle this with the states, because we are targeting a debt to GDP ratio. But we know overall debt to GDP ratio is the anchor that most global agencies look at and, ideally needs to be looked at. Second, my question was on the FEMA rule changes. I just wanted to understand with the interaction with the investors or, the stakeholders, globally, what are the kind of demands or what are the kind of requests that are coming in, especially amid the status when it comes to foreign investor outflows. So what are we looking at, if you've thought about anything yet?
Talking with states about their borrowing can only be done as a nudge conversation. Beyond that, the center cannot do. Equally, if you look at it, the center is also under Article 293(3), duty bound to make sure that the borrowings of the states are also monitored in a way. We can't curb them, but beyond their FRBM, we can sit with them and have a conversation. But that's about where it is, and I think largely states understand their duty under the FRBM Act. So I leave it there, you understand. But on this question, the next question, that NDA rules.
So on the NDI rules, there is a whole bunch of suggestions that we've got, but it's not like a review has started and a serious public consultation in a structured way has started. So there have been, I don't remember from the top of my head, but some things on the definition of FDI itself, some investors have raised. And there are other such things, but when we like ma'am has announced today that a review will be taken place. So when we start the process formally, there will be formal interactions with investors and we'll take it forward.
237, the third row. Yeah. इसके बाद दो लोग बचे हैं. Last two questions after this.
I'm Nikunj Johri from Reuters. Ma'am, I have two questions. One on your announcement on exempting foreign companies that provide capital assets or equipments to contract manufacturers. They have been given a 5-year exemption. So will that help the likes of Apple and Samsung that have been ramping up production in India but face some tax uncertainty? And second, on the tax holiday for data centers, would that be extended to existing companies that have existing foreign companies that have data centers? And lastly, there was a suggestion in economic survey. I want to ask you whether the government would look at implementing it on diluting government stake in listed public sector companies. It suggested that you amend the definition of a government company through Companies Act and then lower your stake. So will that be given a serious thought? Thank you.
See, the contract manufacturing, that is the toll manufacturing exemption that has been given, essentially is for the companies which will give their capital goods. There will be no transaction, there will be no sale, no lease. It's just given because they have some reason to do it, business reason to do it, and it is utilized by the entity here to manufacture. So this will be in a bonded zone, customs bonded zone. Therefore, we are saying that if you bring your machine, and that machine is used by a local manufacturer to produce something, we will not consider this to be a PE connection to India, and we'll exempt you for 5 years. I mean, for 5 years, the possibility of it being PE because its machine is being used here is something we are giving him certainty by saying that we'll be exempting him for 5 years. So there'll be, for example, if a big company sends its proprietary manufacturing, testing, or some tools and machines here, and because of which its global income gets into the risk of being taxed, is what we are giving certainty on, by saying that for 5 years we'll be exempting it.
The second part of your question, if you read the economic survey carefully, it talked about two alternatives. One is that we change the definition of a government company and bring it down from 51 downwards. And the second is we bring the equity below 51 following a strategic path, which could mean we look for a strategic partner, which could also mean a consortium or a joint venture approach where it may not be a government company, but it will still be a public or a government controlled company, which gives it more flexibility to operate. And as you know, economic survey is an ideation document. Once we consider that in the policy framework, we also have the Atmanirbhar Policy 21, which is doing very well. We will weave it all together. It is policy in evolution. And we will consider all these aspects before taking a step forward. Thank you.
11.
Ma'am, this is Anup Roy from Bloomberg. So your nominal GDP assumption is pretty conservative even this year. Given that CA has given a growth rate of 7.2%, so are we assuming inflation at 2.8% for the year? And is does that show that inflation is structurally down in India?
Inflation is down in India and it is remaining there for some time. And inflation is just not the only one which is a deflator, but however, largely you depend on that. And I think therefore the assumption of the nominal GDP is realistic. So we cannot, for the reasons well known that you want a nominal GDP to be a higher number, cannot bring in factors which are beyond the usual calculation.
I think one more question we can take. 137. Take the mic.
I'm Rakesh Kumar from New Indian Express. My question is around the electronic manufacturing, as you allocated 40,000 crore rupees. So just want to know, does it include the ISM 2.0 amount? Also?
Does it include what?
Indian Semiconductor Mission 2.2.
That's a separate now. ISM 2.0 is separate.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You already asked. Thank you very much.
Saath Sabka Vikas, and that is why you heard me bringing in schemes which have good allocations for bringing better health facilities, creating a cadre of people, not cadre in that sense, but a bulk of people who can come in as health workers, paramedics and so on, and also making sure we are able to provide dignified opportunities for Divyangjan. Mental health has also received a lot of attention. So these are the side for Vikasit Bharat and making sure Sabka Vikas hoega. But the idea is the advantage and the momentum that we gained since after COVID by increasing public capital expenditure will continue. We've announced that 12.2 lakh crores are coming through public expenditure this time. It is 4.4% of the GDP. I'd like you all to please notice that, which is the highest, at least in the last 10 years. It could even be highest if you were to take data earlier. No increment in capital expenditure, sustained fashion, has happened ever before. This one marking 4.4% of the GDP. Then what are the kind of things which will happen through it? You will have dedicated freight corridors. I've named Dankuni in the east, Surat in the west. Then I've also highlighted that 20 new national waterways, not national highways, national waterways are being planned. And again there, those are going to pass through some of the critical mineral areas. Orissa, where the mineral-rich state, you have the waterways taking it to the port, and the two ports have been identified, Paradip and Dhamra. Similarly, we are also making sure that the coastal cargo movements will be enabled through a cargo route, so that through the coastal area we are able to cut down on cost of movement of goods. City economic regions, developing them is a very big new measure that we are coming up with. And for that, an allocation of 5,000 crore per city economic region. Imagine the amount, 5,000 crores in 5 years, 1,000 crore per year per city is being given, and the emphasis is going to be largely on tier 2, tier 3 cities. And then talking of infrastructure further, with the capital expenditure coming with the big number, you're having also the high-speed rail corridors. 7 of them announced, the destinations are clear, so that they become the bridge for all these economical robust centers. So those are for making sure that the infrastructure and the capital expenditure are getting tied up, and the country benefits from the ripple effects that these can bring in. The 7 strategic and frontier sectors in which we've highlighted that will increase productivity and also have new investments come in and give emphasis for India's own brand on those things is on the biopharma sector. I think that's going to be a big change in the way in which we are looking at giving capacity for those who are able to research, who are able to undertake research and development. So 10,000 crore initiative again over 5 years for domestic biologics and biosimilar production. This is a clear message and backed with enough substance that India's lead in the pharmaceutical sector should be kept intact, but at the same time bring in newer ways of helping the pharma sector, and also because it has an impact on human health. Semiconductor mission had two major announcements that will improve the India stack and also the IP related matters. Electronic components manufacturing scheme for 40,000 crores is a major encouragement for electronics to become self-sufficient. We have also announced establishing rare earth corridors so that India can face and be able to meet its own requirements with its materials. So once we identify and are able to explore these minerals and process them, make them available for us, our dependency on external sources for bringing in the rare earths will be lesser, and we've identified the states where we want to establish this rare earth corridors. They are going to be in Orissa, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu. So these are very important developments, and they are going to have multiple decadal impact on the Indian economy. Our dependence on magnets and rare earths will be brought down. 3 dedicated chemical parks, again for reducing our import dependence. High-tech tool rooms for research, that will be set up in 2 locations. Very important thing is about the construction equipment being imported. That could be for building tunnels or metros or high energy and also heavy duty equipments which we are relying on imports. We want to manufacture them in India, and that is why I said, how does it affect a common man? It affects because firefighters today have novel, new, big ticket and small, very small firefighting tools and weapons or equipment. We don't have them in this country. That's why if there is a fire accident in some very congested area, our equipments are not able to reach those points, whereas there are equipments which today are produced abroad, which can navigate those small corridors and go save people's lives. Whether they or huge ones, all of which we want to make sure that we will have production in this country itself, whether they are tunnel boring or anything else. From small to big, we want to bring in those very impactful infrastructure into India. So we'll support domestic manufacturing. Then container manufacturing is another which we'll support. I think I've gone in detail talking about the textile support in various forms. One very important announcement was made, Mahatma Gandhi Gram Swaraj initiative, which will make sure khadi, handloom, handicrafts will all be brought in, and one district, one product will all be brought in this initiative, and we'll be able to support rural artisans, rural workers and handloom weavers in those areas.
And welcome back to our continued coverage on the Union Budget 2026 on Financial Express and the Indian Express. And if you remember, before the Union Budget was announced, Shamalda and Shobhana, Mr. Shamal Majumdar, who's the editor of Financial Express, and Shobhana Subramanian, who's the deputy managing editor of Financial Express, had shared their views with me on what to expect from the Union Budget. And now that the budget speech has been done, I'd like to pick their brains on whether the budget met their expectations, and I'd like to start with you, Shamalda. Did it meet your expectations, and how would you rate this budget?
Thanks, Roshan, thanks. You know, if we have to use one sentence for this budget, it will be that the finance minister has chosen stability over spectacle. You know, I understand there is a disappointment in the markets, because I think there was a realistic expectation also that she will come up with some headline grabbing big announcements on tax giveaways, which is a totally unrealistic expectation after what she has done in the last budget and the GST. There was also expectation that she will do something really big, because the budget is being done in a time when there is a tremendous external uncertainty. So people expected her to come out with some big bang announcement. That has not been done. But at the same time, we have to see that the nuts and bolts of the budget is essentially looking at how to push the growth momentum, which is already there in the economy, and maybe through small measured steps. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. So I think she has opted for, if you look at the number of sectors, the detailing that the budget has done, for example, this, for biopharma, for semiconductors, for electronics component, for rare earth magnets, capital goods, you name it, and she has something or the other. One of the most important thing in the budget, I think, which is a very welcome thing, is for MSMEs. Usually, the budget gives this, capital guarantees, etc., procedural issues easing. This time, she has put the cash on the table. She has given 10,000 crore for MSMEs, which I think may not be as big bang as the market was expecting, or many of us were expecting, but they are very stable, very consistent steps. It's a continuity budget.
Okay, it's a continuity budget, is what Shamalda says, and there's something for everyone. Before we went into the budget, we were expecting that she might do something for the states. There are 5 states that are going in for elections. There's Assam, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, West Bengal, and Pondicherry. But while she did give a few specific measures for certain states, like, for example, promotion of coconuts, there was nothing specific statewide like we've seen in other budgets. Like last year we had Bihar and Andhra in focus. This year it was actually across the country. Shobna, you want to take that?
To be honest, I wasn't really expecting anything because, the Finance Commission report is out today and they have accepted the recommendation of the 41% devolution.
Yeah.
I think that's a big thing for the states. Yes, like you pointed out, some measures have been taken. I think we need to assess this budget against the backdrop of all the constraints that the FM is working with. And I would like to highlight the fact that the gross tax collections, the estimate, the increase is just 8%. The nominal GDP assumption is 10%, which might be a little bit optimistic. So the FM has had only that much to spend. And she has spent, I think, very wisely. She's relying on more market borrowings, a slight increase in the net borrowings. I think that the market will take well, though the gross level borrowings have really gone up sharply, which we are expecting the RBI to do something about. I think you have to assess her expenditure plans vis-a-vis the revenues that the FM can collect. And if you look at it from that perspective, I think she spent the money really wisely. The allocations are, all for growth plans, champion, MSME, biosimilars. And I think look at all the infrastructure, the freight corridors. By the way, one is from Dankuni to Surat. Dankuni is in West Bengal.
Yeah.
So,
very subtly she's put these things
Yes. I think, and Northeast. So I think the money has been spent really, it's a very well thought out expenditure plan, given that the expenditure itself is just 7.5%.
Right. Shamalda, your take on the push for the states?
I think she has done it, not maybe in your face kind of announcement that these states are going to polls. But if you see in the budget, she has made quite a few references to some of the states which are going to polls. Dankuni, Shobna mentioned, that is also a poll-bound state. She has mentioned about Tamil Nadu quite a bit. So she has given. But what she has perhaps restrained herself in this budget and not gone for those big kind of giveaways for the simple reason that she realizes that she is constrained. So she has to maintain fiscal discipline, which she has. And I mean the fiscal deficit, if you see, from 4.4 has come down to 4.3. So it is clear that she worked within the limitations she has. And she has also given, if you see this, she has also kind of linked efficiency with grants or giveaways to states, which I think is a continuation of what the central government has been doing. So in that sense, she has maintained a balance between poll giveaways and cold economic logic.
Okay. The capital markets don't seem very happy with this union budget. And why is that? Is it got to do with the securities transaction tax, which has gone up for futures trade?
It's simple. It's the market hasn't got anything much, which was fine. I mean, if she can't give, what can she possibly give? Some big bang announcement for the budget. There were a lot of expectations around capital gains, which in hindsight looked very unrealistic. Capital gains tax will be reduced, etc., etc. But at a time when the market is not doing well and has not been doing well for quite some time, I think she has brought in this unnecessary STT, which has kind of spooked the market. I think it was a step better avoided. I know the logic. Logic is that retail investors, small,
getting into futures trading,
were anyways making huge losses. So the rich are making money. So why not use it as a sin tax and tax the rich guys further? But I think that is one step she should have definitely avoided. She could have avoided. And there was, because there is this huge global uncertainty. FPIs are going out. They're voting with their feet against India. So why unnecessarily bring in a step which poops the parties totally?
Right. And in the midst of these global uncertainties, she has given a certain boost to exports this time. Marine, leather, textiles, a lot of these places she has given a boost. Shobna, what's your call on that? Was that the right call? Could she have done more?
Yeah, I think the best measure for the exports was allowing the SEZ players to sell in the DTA. I think for some reason that's not been highlighted, but that's a very big measure and I was expecting it. Because to give relief to the SEZ units, they should be allowed to sell in DTA subject to certain caveats, which is there in the fine print. But I think that was an excellent measure to help the exporters. And in addition, there in the customs duty, if you see, there are a lot of pain points that have been eased. Right. So that also will help exporters. And there's a 10,000 crore allocation, if I'm not mistaken, for the container.
Yes, that manufacturing of container.
And then the FM also spoke about, ports. Some expenditure at ports to declog them, make it generally easier for exporters. So I think there is an export package. It may not have come out as a package, but I think there are several measures there if you look a little closely to give relief to exporters, and that was entirely warranted.
Right. I think one major theme of this budget is that on jobs. The fact that jobs are becoming a critical and a crisis area has been there for some time. This time, by doing these small steps and giving to a lot of labor-intensive industries, it may not create a revolution kind of an impact, but it should have some impact on jobs in the economy. Also, the steps budget has taken on data centers, GCCs. Yes. The fact that for highly skilled workers also, you've heard reports about IIT students also not getting adequate jobs. For them, I think she has opened this avenue. A lot of foreign companies may be interested in this tax holiday thing and come. So jobs has been one of the major themes. Right. One disappointment I personally had is I thought she should have definitely rationalized the customs regime a bit more. She has given some reliefs here and there, but the broader picture is very tentative government and doesn't really know what steps to take. I think that is where she had an opportunity and the government should have done something about it.
Okay. I think she still wants to protect local industry. You see, at a time when there's so many global challenges and this whole tariff issue is still hanging over our heads, and the many FTAs we've signed, they'll get time, it will take at least 10 months for everything to be implemented. I think for some time, the protection for the domestic players the government wants to sort of leave intact.
Okay. And of course, I mean, she did play around a little bit with basics custom duty for sectors like aviation, aircraft parts, electronics, and then drugs. 17 drugs that were there for cancer patients.
Life-saving,
life-saving drugs. And then she had one mention of goods for personal use. I mean, we'll have to look at the fine print. 20% to 10%. So, I mean, that seemed a little out of place there, but otherwise there was some lowering of
That's, I think, the only step to boost consumption this time.
Okay.
I mean, direct step. I think,
direct
the editor mentioned, all these schemes should create jobs and push up aggregate demand, especially the services space, which she focused on and especially mentioned, So that should create more jobs.
Speaking of job creation, I think one mention she did make in the budget was the setting of these university townships, where you have allied subjects being taught at these universities, which are next to industrial corridors.
Yeah.
You think that would be a good move in the long term?
Well, it's a great move. Kind of steps the government has taken on this education, which you mentioned, Roshan. Also in health.
Yes.
These townships, for example, should, if implemented well, that is a big if. If implemented well, this should give rise to the entire ecosystem that develops, that happens. I mean, they mentioned about some of the townships abroad, education townships abroad. I think it will take a long time, but at least the beginning has been made. It should lead to a lot of skill development. It should lead to a lot of training in areas which we definitely lack. I think it's a great move.
Okay. Healthcare was the other thing that she has made some announcements in. And tourism. Tourism, I think, is going to get a boost. And along with that, the steps that they've taken specifically this time to set up educated, trained guides in certain tourist centers. I think that was something that was lacking all these years. And they're trying to bring some kind of organization to this whole industry. Is that what you think the takeaway is?
Yes, absolutely. Again, a services sector, industry, and I think the measures that were announced, will really help employment and jobs. And the 10,000 guides to be trained, I think it is.
Yes.
I think that's a very, very good step, because we do need to, quote unquote, formalize the tourism sector to attract foreign visitors. I mean, I don't want to say this, but we really need to go back to school where tourism is concerned.
Absolutely. I think, India has so many things to offer. I mean, you have the services industry, IT services, and in the economic survey, the chief economic advisor had said we should make India strategically indispensable. And I think that's pretty much the direction with which this budget also has gone. Especially
tried to. One important thing here is we're talking about education, health, etc., etc. For the first time, this budget has talked about setting up a standing committee. It's not a one-time committee. It's a standing committee for the services areas, which includes things like Ayush, for example.
Yeah.
Tourism, of course, is part of it. Education is part of it. Healthcare is part of it. Your entire orange economy, the entire creative economy. So a standing committee will be set up, which will act as a one window coordination clearing mechanism. I hope and I expect that this standing committee should be able to put focus on an area which has been neglected for very long.
Okay. So for the common man, what are the takeaways from this union budget, or was the common man kind of ignored in this union budget?
I think, if you're a taxpayer, there's a lot of relief in terms of the procedures. There's some giveaways in TCS, etc., TDS. So that is for a salaried, or for a taxpayer. I think it's the jobs. You see, if there is money spent on all these services sectors, tourism, healthcare, education, that will create the jobs. And that's what we need the most, So what the ordinary man who has already got a lot in terms of tax giveaways can now hope for is that, not only do we need jobs, we need meaningful jobs. You see, it's the quality of jobs that's important. So, rather than just a job, For instance, the Pradhan Mantri Narega, which now has a new name, the allocation for that also has gone up.
Right.
Substantially. So,
the Viksit Bharat Ji Ramji scheme.
Yes, yes. So, even there is an opportunity for rural India. So, there is a focus. It may not seem so, but definitely I think the whole objective of both this thrust on manufacturing and services is actually to create more jobs.
Right, and we definitely need more manufacturing jobs in the country.
Yeah. For Aam Aadmi, the middle class also is part of Aam Aadmi only. For middle class, obviously, realistically, if they had expected another big tax giveaway this budget also, it is a bit absurd to expect that.
It's too soon. We just had the tax reform.
Say for buyback, she has given some good news to them. For buyback, now I'll be paying
capital
from, say, if my tax bracket is 30%, I'll pay long-term capital gains of 12.5.
Yes.
So she has taken care of the middle class. Some procedural simplification happened.
Decriminalization also for non-disclosure of assets.
Yes. And income tax laws, they would come into effect from April, the new income tax, where your new income tax forms would make life simpler for you. Yes. You give some, you take some. I think that is the...
Yeah, so I think for the common man, I think life becomes a little easier. Filing of taxes becomes a little easier. Yes. And you really don't have to worry too much about being slapped with a criminal charge. You can now pay a fine and get away with it. Yes. Because she's even said the courts can also convert imprisonment to just a fine and get away with it. So maybe that will encourage a lot of defaulters to come forth. And
hopefully, yes.
Hopefully. Yes. So, if I was to ask you 3 big takeaways from this budget, just to summarize.
For me, the biggest takeaway is that you cannot expect a big bang budget every time. This time, after giving an off-budget thing was the GST simplification, then of course the income tax last budget. So every year you cannot come up with a big bang. I think she has definitely opted for continuity, because continuity is also important. And but that huge spectacle that people normally expect with the budget, that is not there. So as I mentioned in my opening thing, this stability over spectacle is the broad theme of the budget. Second, I think she has understood that if you have to continue with this reforms process, everything need not be with big ticket, big reforms. Even small reforms, the dirty work somebody has to do. And this budget has done a lot of dirty work on that. And all this will add up to an overall, investment-friendly. There are disappointments, of course. As I said, I talked about the customs part of it. I think something should have been done more on taking the reform process forward. So for example, banking reform, they have now talked about a committee which will look into the entire finance. You don't need another committee. There have been enough committees already who have laid out the roadmap. So another committee is essentially delaying the entire process. But I hope that this time the committee comes up with something more concrete and relevant, and the government implements it very fast. Ultimately, everything comes down to execution. The big ticket announcements have been made. This budget has taken those steps to implement it, and I hope this process will continue.
Okay. Shobna, your big takeaway from the budget. And before that, I just saw a ticker over there which said markets, the Sensex down 900 points. Why are the stock markets reacting like this to this budget? Is it like so bad for the capital markets?
See, the expectations were high and unrealistic. To expect again that capital gains tax will be lowered was actually expecting too much. I think there was also big expectation that withholding tax for FPIs would go. Now that too has not come about. So I think the absence of these two measures added to the rise in the STT, I think has spooked the markets. If you ask me in general, it is the markets are weak because the India story is not looking as good in terms of corporate earnings. You see, if you look at earnings season, it's been really very mediocre. We don't even have one big surprise so far. So it's just that the sentiment was already weak, and in the absence of any big bang announcements, it's become a little weaker.
Okay.
And if you ask me for my big takeaway on the budget, I think it is the restraint. You see, because the FM has realized the limitation of gross tax revenues and cut her coat according to her cloth. And I think there is a big message in this budget for the corporate sector, because if you look at the capex budget, it's up only in single digits, 11.2 lakh crore. Of course, that was the BE, to 12.2 lakh crore. That's not much of an increase. But on the RE it will be, because they wouldn't have spent as much. To my mind, that is a message to the corporate sector saying, please do some of the heavy lifting now.
Okay.
Yeah.
You see, I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, though I for my part, I am surprised that it has gone up so much, the capex. That reflects the commitment of the government. At the same time, I think there's a message in it for the corporate sector.
See, every time a budget is announced, I mean, this time also we saw the familiar spectacle of corporate guys coming on TV and saying, all of them are saying it's an outstanding budget, etc., etc. Here is an opportunity the FM has given them to put their money where their mouth is. They should now invest. Private capex has to come in. You can't just totally depend on the government to give you that boost and ask for tax giveaways. I think it's over to the private sector, I would say.
Okay, fantastic. In fact, that's a great way to sum this up, that corporate India needs to put their money where their mouth is. Thank you, Shamalda. Thank you, Shobna, for joining me on this discussion. Let's just quickly look at what the opposition is saying on the budget. MP Imran Masood criticized the Union Budget 2026, saying it neglects the country's youth, farmers and rural infrastructure. He even called it a budget for a select few, focused on businessmen and urban projects, and gave it a 0 rating for failing to address the needs of ordinary citizens. Shiv Sena's Priyanka Chaturvedi criticized the budget, offering little beyond a girls' hostel in every district, calling it a hollow promise and inadequate for women's safety and empowerment. She also questioned the budget's direction amid global economic turbulence and its limited benefit to key sectors and Maharashtra's farmers. Listen in.
प्रियंका जी, आप महिलाओं के लिए इस बजट में कुछ मिला क्या कि नहीं मिला?
मुझे तो कुछ दिखा नहीं महिलाओं के लिए कुछ स्पेशल उन्होंने कुछ किया हो, एक्सेप्ट फॉर अनाउंसिंग गर्ल्स हॉस्टल इन एवरी डिस्ट्रिक्ट. ये वैसे ही है जैसे वन स्टॉप सेंटर रेप क्राइसिस के टाइम पे बताया गया था कि हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में खोला जाएगा. आज तक वो भी सपना महिलाओं को जो दिया गया था सुरक्षा का, वो नहीं दिया गया. ये भी एक खोखला अनाउंसमेंट है, अनफॉर्चुनेट है. मैं उम्मीद ज़्यादा रखी हुई थी इस बजट से, क्योंकि ये उस समय पे आ रहा है जब पूरी दुनिया भर में टर्बुलेंस मचा हुआ है. हमारे एक्सपोर्टर्स को चोट लगी हुई है, हमारे इम्पोर्टर्स ड्यू टू द वीकनिंग रुपी उनकी हालत खराब है. तो कुछ एक रास्ता दिखाएगा, दिशा निर्देश करेगा, वो मिसिंग था.
EU ट्रेड डील को लेकर जो मदर ऑफ ऑल डील्स बोला गया था, उसका कुछ रिफ्लेक्शन?
नहीं, रिफ्लेक्शन तो तब आएगा जब वो ट्रेड डील के अनुसार हमें जो हमारी अपेक्षाएं हैं मदर ऑफ ऑल ट्रेड डील्स की, मदर ऑफ ऑल प्रॉफिट्स हो, मदर ऑफ ऑल इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ हो, उसके हिसाब से होगा. पर अभी जिस तरीके से स्पेशली US ट्रेड डील, हम कहाँ पे हैं? आज ही सवेरे डोनाल्ड ट्रंप अनाउंस करते हैं कि इंडिया ने अग्री किया है कि वो वेनेजुएला से ऑयल खरीदेंगे, ईरान से बंद कर देंगे. यानी हम ऑयल कहाँ से खरीदें? रशियन ऑयल हमने खरीद रहे थे, वो कम कर दिया, वो US तय करेगा. जैसे डीएस्केलेशन US ने तय किया था, वो ये तय करेगा. तो हमारी नेशनल इंटेग्रिटी और हमारी नेशनल सिक्योरिटी के जो मुद्दे हैं, उस पर भी हम देख रहे हैं कि चुप्पी बांधे हुए हैं. सो दोज आर थिंग्स व्हिच आर इंपॉर्टेंट एंड विल इंपैक्ट द इकोनॉमी.
फार्मर्स को लेकर महाराष्ट्र में हमेशा एक कंसर्न बनी रहती है.
महाराष्ट्र में किसानों की लगातार सुसाइड होती है, क्योंकि ना वहाँ की राज्य सरकार ना ही केंद्र सरकार उन पर ध्यान देती है. आप मुझे बताइए, महाराष्ट्र में एक्सेप्ट फॉर हाई स्पीड रेलवे एक उन्होंने एक कनेक्टर बताया है, बाकी महाराष्ट्र के लिए क्या अनाउंस किया? महाराष्ट्र को तो हमेशा चपेट पड़ती है कि वो लोग जिम्मेदारी पूरी निभाएं, पर जब जो हमारी अपेक्षाएं उस पर ये कभी केंद्र सरकार खड़ी नहीं होती.
How many marks would you give?
I wouldn't give it more than 3 or 4 marks, simply because something that was really expected out of them to show a way forward to the world as well on how India is tackling the turbulence. It hasn't done that.
Thank you. हमारे साथ इमरान जी हैं. सर, ये जो बजट आया है, बताया जा रहा है 2047 विकसित भारत का बजट है.
विकसित भारत कैसे होगा जब अगर देश का नौजवान विकसित नहीं होगा, देश का किसान खुशहाल नहीं होगा, ना इसमें नौजवान है ना किसान है, तो विकसित भारत कैसे हो जाएगा जब नौजवान और किसान दोनों गायब कर दिए, जो अमेरिका के टैरिफ की मार झेल रहे थे सेक्टर, उन सेक्टर के ऊपर आपने जिक्र तक नहीं किया, तो आप कैसे विकसित की बात कर सकते हैं?
लेकिन उत्तर प्रदेश के लिए कह रहे हैं बनारस में जो हाईवे ले जा रही हैं निर्मला जी, उसके बारे में
बनारस में क्या ले जा रहा है? एक हाई स्पीड ट्रेन की बात की है, हस्तिनापुर के डेवलपमेंट की बात की है, तो उत्तर प्रदेश हस्तिनापुर और बनारस में नहीं बसता, उत्तर प्रदेश सुदूर इलाकों के अंदर बसता है। उत्तर प्रदेश का रहने वाला किसान जो है वो परेशान है। उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर बेसिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की जहाँ गाँव के अंदर जरूरत है, उसके ऊपर आपने चर्चा तक नहीं करे।
गरीबों का बजट है कि अमीरों का?
ये तो सिर्फ चंद लोगों का बजट है, चंद उद्योगपतियों का बजट है, ना अमीरों का है ना गरीबों का है।
और एक अगर आप 10 में से कितने अंक देंगे?
0।
हमारे साथ शत्रुघ्न सिन्हा साहब हैं। सर, फिल्म इंडस्ट्री के लिए कुछ मिला आपको?
ना फिल्म इंडस्ट्री के लिए मिला, ना युवाओं के लिए मिला, ना गरीबों के लिए मिला, ना महिलाओं के लिए मिला, ना किसानों के लिए मिला, ना जिन स्टेट्स के कर्जे हैं, डेट है करीब 2 लाख करोड़ बाकी है आपके बंगाल का, चाहे और बहुत सारे प्रदेश हैं, पंजाब का और अलग अलग, उस पर कुछ ध्यान नहीं दिया गया। MP लेड फंड के बारे में बहुत उम्मीद की गई थी कि ये मिलजुल कर आगे बढ़ाएंगे देश को, विकसित भारत करने में MPs का और योगदान होगा, उनका फंड बढ़ेगा या उनके द्वारा फंड बढ़ेगा, उस पर भी कुछ नहीं किया गया है। ये तो यही है, घुमा फिरा के लपेटने वाला एक बजट है। अब माननीय प्रधानमंत्री के अलावा या उनके लोगों के अलावा शायद और कोई तारीफ ना करे, क्योंकि बजट तो उन्हीं का बनाया हुआ है, PMO का बजट है, वो तो वाहवाही नहीं करेंगे तो कौन करेगा।
2047 की विकसित भारत का बोल रहे हैं।
2047 के विकसित भारत की बात तो दूर की है, या 2097 की विकसित भारत की बात बहुत दूर की है। अभी फ़िलहाल 2026-2027 उम्मीद था कि इस बार 5 स्टेट्स में इलेक्शन है, उसका ध्यान रखते हुए बहुत कुछ करेंगे, लेकिन कुछ नहीं।
शुक्रिया।
And welcome back to this continued coverage on Financial Express and Indian Express of the Union Budget 2026. Now, the Union Budget, every year when it's announced, people keep saying, what's in it for me? What do I get from the Union Budget? Yes, do you save on taxes? Do you get more money in your pocket? And that's why the common man always watches the Union Budget. Well, this year there wasn't anything directly relevant to the common man which she announced, but yes, there are 5 things which I have kind of pulled out from the Union Budget speech, which I think impact the common man, impact you and me in different ways. It gives us a little more money in our pockets. Yes, it also helps us with long-term career prospects too. So one of the first things that I would say that came out in this Viksit Bharat budget, which is looking towards a developed India by 2047, I think simplification of the tax regime was the first thing, with higher effective tax exemptions. Now, income tax, she had already tweaked with the slab rates and all that just a few months ago in September. So there wasn't any direct tweaking done right now. So obviously the expectations of a higher standard deduction and all of that did not materialize. But besides that, I think the tweaks to the tax collected at source on overseas education and medical remittances going from 5% to 2% significantly lower the costs for families and for students who are studying abroad and for those who are seeking healthcare treatment. So I think that way you get some benefit from the budget because of the simplified taxation. She has also mentioned that the forms for income tax would be made simpler. So when you start filing your taxes in the next financial year, it will probably be easier for you to file your taxes yourself without having to involve a chartered accountant. Of course, the other part that the budget brought about was the expansion in healthcare access. The budget outlines that the government is committed to add 1 lakh allied healthcare professionals and 1.5 lakh caregivers. And this is specifically for seniors and the geriatric population. More importantly, the capacity of hospitals will be increased by 50% through new emergency and trauma care centers for the common man. This means you'll have shorter wait times at hospital and you'll probably have more specialized care closer to home, reducing the need to travel to other cities for medical treatment. So I think that also is something that the common man can take away from this budget. Number three, if you are related to agriculture, if you're doing something in the agriculture sector, or if you're a farmer, the Bharat Vistar app, which uses AI to directly send information to the farmer's smartphone, I think that helps in a lot of ways, because this multilingual AI platform will give customized advisory services. It'll help farmers make better decisions on crop selection and manage their risks, and it aims to stabilize the food price for the consumer. So while it's a bit of a roundabout takeaway here, I think food prices stabilizing are good for you in terms of inflation, in terms of the money that you'll have to spend on food produce. So I think that's the third takeaway as far as the common man goes. The fourth one is on education. I think the announcement of these university townships next to industrial corridors, and with skilled education being specific skilled education being given for specific skills over there. I think these townships are designed to align education directly with what the industry needs. We're now looking at AI, we're looking at semiconductor manufacturing, we're looking at a lot of new emerging sectors. And yes, we need the skilled manpower for those sectors. So the nature of jobs is changing, and we need the training. So that, I think, is another thing for, and India, of course, has a young population. The average age is between 28 to 29, if you look at the Indian population. So I think it's a great opportunity to upskill and reskill for the jobs ahead. So like I mentioned, in terms of your career prospects, there is some hope in this budget. And of course, the addition of one hostel for in every district for girl children who want to study there. I think that helps with women's safety and making it easier for women to find better education opportunities in different parts of the country. And number 5, slight reduced cost of living. Although this again is a far shot, but if I kind of pull it out from the budget, there have been some reduction in import duties on certain items. The tariff rate on dutiable goods for personal use, for example, was slashed from 20% to 10%. I also mentioned the essential drugs. There are 17 essential drugs and medicines which have had their import duties slashed. So this will kind of reduce the out-of-pocket expenses for families. Also, if you are the kind of person who likes to travel, take holidays, or if you're going on a tour somewhere, things are going to get a little easier. The tax collected at source on overseas tour packages is now a flat 2%, which makes your travel much easier, making international travel affordable for many middle-class families. So while this was a budget which was not directly targeted at the middle class, I think a lot has already been done during the year. But this budget, like Shyamalda and Shobna mentioned a little earlier in my discussion, is one of continuity, and which puts India on the path to a developed India by 2047 with Bharat. Through the day, we've had discussions with partners from Deloitte and partners from Grant Thornton, and they've all pointed out various sectors which have got a little bit from this budget, whether it's in manufacturing, whether it's in agriculture, education, tourism. I think this budget painted a very broad macro picture, unlike other budgets where you had states being targeted because they were going into an election year. That said, it is an election year for 5 states in India. Although the budget didn't highlight what those states are specifically getting, there was mention of small SOPs for the states, whether it was West Bengal in terms of rail connectivity and industrial corridors, whether it was Kerala in terms of coconut production. So a lot of this has very subtly been put into the budget in Union Budget 2026. So if you've enjoyed our continued coverage on Union Budget 2026, please share your love in the comments below, and please join us again on Financial Express and Indian Express for continued coverage of the Union Budget, reactions coming in, and everything that matters to you in today's geopolitical tough times. Thanks for watching.